Lu Zhou could feel the flow of the divine power, granting him exceptional eyesight and hearing. Every blade of grass, tree, mountain, and river in Golden Court Mountain did not escape his eyes and ears. However, these were clearly illusions. The divine power had never failed him before. How could he not be shocked by its failure now? "Master, you've grown old." At this time, Yu Zhenghai ran over, brandishing his saber. In just a blink of an eye, there were multiple clones of Yu Zhenghai surrounding him. Lu Zhou looked at the figures around him. He closed his eyes and reminded himself again. These are all illusions. When he opened his eyes, he discovered Yu Zhenghai's energy sabers were shooting toward him. Illusions or not, he could clearly sense the danger from the energy sabers. He hurriedly dodged the energy sabers. Bang! The energy sabers landed on Golden Court Mountain. Lu Zhou reappeared behind Yu Zhenghai and struck with his palm again. As soon as the palm seal landed on Yu Zhenghai's body, he felt his energy churning and surging in his Dantian Sea of Qi. This time, Yu Zhenghai vanished after he was sent flying back. What a ropeway! Lu Zhou surveyed his surroundings, looking for a way to shatter the illusion. Alas, no matter how hard he searched, he could not find any flaws. If this were a formation, then it had to be the most perfect formation in the world. He unleashed his grand technique and flashed up to the Evil Sky Pavilion. He swept past the eastern, southern, northern, and western pavilions. They were deserted. Everything looked so real that, for a moment, he wondered if the Skyhook ropeway was a dream instead. I have to be quick. Otherwise, it's going to get harder to distinguish truths from lies. Lu Zhou thought to himself. Lu Zhou used the divine power again, but it was useless. In the end, he returned to the foot of Golden Court Mountain with his golden lotus. Master! When he turned around, he saw Yu Zhenghai kneeling on the ground with bare arms and a face full of scars. Lu Zhou walked over. He knew this Yu Zhenghai was fake. As he swept past Yu Zhenghai kowtowed loudly as he cried out, "Master, I beg you!" Lu Zhou ignored Yu Zhenghai and continued looking for flaws in the surroundings. Again, he found nothing. When he turned around, Yu Zhenghai was still kneeling on the ground. He looked like a teenager now. His eyes brimmed with tears, his face was stained with blood, and his body was riddled with wounds. This was Yu Zhenghai's appearance when he had joined the Evil Sky Pavilion. He only had a vague memory of it, but today it was clearly displayed before his eyes. Bang! 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 Yu Zhenghai kowtowed loudly thrice. Master! I want to kill them to seek revenge. The stars changed as time passed. Everything seemed to have returned to the past. Was this an illusion or a dream? Was this his inner demon? Could inner demons be so real? Did he travel back in time? When a gentle breeze blew past his ears, he clenched his hands, drawing blood. Killing a disciple to attain the Tao? Lu Zhou flashed and appeared in front of Yu Zhenghai. He reminded himself again, "This isn't my disciple. This is my inner demon." He would kill this fake disciple to attain the Tao. He would slaughter everyone who stood in his way. When he raised his hand, Yu Zhenghai raised his head, revealing his still, tender face. Disbelief flashed in his eyes when he saw his master's raised hand. He called out, unsure, "Master, don't let the inner demon distract you." The golden palm seal shot out before it stopped half an inch away from Yu Zhenghai's face. Lu Zhou's hand trembled slightly. He sighed before he said, "If I help you, I'll harm you. If you want to seek revenge, you'll have to rely on yourself. If you're incapable of that, I can't help you." Yu Zhenghai continued to kowtow. Bang! 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 You have to grow stronger, you have to cultivate. You have to bear the humiliation and the burden. Only when you suffer will you be able to grow, Lu Zhou said. Yu Zhenghai muttered to himself, "Only when you suffer will you be able to grow. Bear the burden, bear the humiliation." At this moment, a disapproving voice rang from the forest. "Eldest senior brother, can you bear the suffering?" Yu Shangrong, dressed in a green robe as always, flew over with movements as light as a swallow. When Lu Zhou turned to look at Yu Zhenghai again, Yu Zhenghai was an adult again. At this time, he drew his jasper saber and started fighting fiercely with Yu Shangrong. Eldest senior brother, second senior brother, stop fighting, Duan Mushang cried out as he flew over from afar. Bang! Bang! An energy saber and energy sword sent Duan Mushang flying back at the same time. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground before he called out for help. Master! Lu Zhou frowned. One by one, figures appeared at the foot of Golden Court Mountain. Mingshi Yin said, "It has nothing to do with me." Zhao Yu shook her head and said, "Let's fight. Once the winner is decided, this will be resolved." Yi Tianxin, Si Wuya, Zhu Honggong, Little Yuaner, and Conk appeared one after another. Their expressions were complicated. Each of them harbored their own thoughts. All of his disciples had joined the Evil Sky Pavilion at different times. It was impossible for all of them to appear at the same time. Lu Zhou closed his eyes before opening them again, reminding himself they were just illusions. The scene changed again. He was in the hall in the Evil Sky Pavilion. He looked at his appearance. He had white hair. This was his appearance when he had first transmigrated over. After a short moment, his disciples' voices drifted into the hall. "Why isn't Master dead yet? I didn't obtain the Overlord's spear, so how could I leave? Senior brother, isn't this a bad idea? Junior sister, you're still young. Master only cultivated us so he could kill us to sprout the 9th leaf." Lu Zhou rose from the ground and rushed out of the hall. In just a second, he arrived at the foot of the mountain again. Energy seals exploded, sending 10 people flying back at the same time. Lu Zhou landed on the ground, wondering if he was really going to have to kill his disciples to attain the Tao. "Master, why don't you do it? Didn't you want to kill all of you? Master, if you don't kill us, we'll kill you." Yu Zhanghai, Yu Shangrong, Duan Mushang, and the others leaped into the air. Lu Zhou swept his eyes past them and said in a deep voice, "Impudent!" Boom! 10 people were sent flying back once again. At the same time, Lu Zhou felt his Dantian sea of qi growing more and more restless. When he raised his head, he saw his 10 disciples were flying back again. Just like that, he continued to send his disciples flying back. The intense backlash put a huge pressure on his Dantian sea of qi. He felt as though his strength was being drained out of his heart. At this moment, a voice rang in his mind. "You only have 2 choices. Kill or be killed. Lu Zhou." He raised his head and looked at his disciples who were flying over from all directions. Then, the mysterious voice rang again from another direction. "You have the impeccable body. This means your venerable master trial is 10 times harder than others." Lu Zhou flicked his sleeve, sending his 10 disciples flying. This time, the backlash caused him to grunt before spitting out blood. After that, he raised his head and asked, "How's it impeccable?" "No one knows. Only you have the answer. I can't see your heart, so I can't help you with your inner demons." At the southern and northern soaring peaks, everyone looked at Lu Zhou in surprise. Naturally, what they were seeing was different from what Lu Zhou was seeing. At this moment, they saw Lu Zhou spitting a mouthful of blood as he stood still in the middle of the ropeway. The fierce wind howled as snow fell heavily. Lu Zhou seemed like he was losing to his inner demon, lost in the illusion. A young cultivator said worriedly, "He seems to be dying. I hope he makes it. To be able to cross half the ropeway, I really admire him." "That's right. It's impressive enough that he crossed half of the ropeway. Even if he fails, he's likely to succeed in a few tries. I feel really lucky being able to witness the birth of a new venerable master." The path of cultivation was long. All cultivators longed for was to become strong. Seeing Lu Zhou, they could not help but root for him. Even the bookie was staring at Lu Zhou with a burning gaze as though he was cheering Lu Zhou on. After seeing the Lu Zhou spitting out blood and injuring his Dantian sea of qi, he said, "Send 2 people to wait below the ropeway." "Okay, I'll go." 2 young men flew below the skyhook ropeway. As soon as Lu Zhou fell, they would catch him. At the same time, at the foot of Golden Court Mountain, Lu Zhou watched as his 10 disciples flew toward him again. Lu Zhou was slightly angry. Once again, he erupted with energy seals. The energy seals formed a halo and sent his 10 disciples flying back. With this, they finally vanished without a trace. A master was a master. A disciple was a disciple. To betray one's ancestor and master, and to offend one's elder was a line that should not be crossed. However, this attack had backfired on him again. He bent his body before staggering 3 steps back. Those 3 steps felt as though he had crossed thousands of mountains and rivers, leaving the evil sky pavilion far behind. As he spat out a mouthful of blood, he felt his Dantian's sea of qi shattering. His ears were ringing, and his mind was blank. Then the mysterious voice rang in the air again. "Hurry up! Retreat!" Lu Zhou inhaled deeply. His chest heaved up and down, he was out of breath. He was like an old man who had been farming the entire day and needed to sit down to have a rest. After his Dantian's sea of qi shattered, he had grown numb to the pain. Lu Zhou sighed softly as he shook his head and looked up at the evil sky pavilion. He murmured, "Maybe you're right. Becoming a venerable master isn't as easy as I thought. Is it the impeccable body? What venerable master? What impeccable body? They're just hurdles on the road of cultivation. Keep walking. Rest if you need. Get up again if you fall." The cultivators at the northern and southern soaring peaks looked at each other and frowned. This is bad. Is he possessed? It might affect his future cultivation. Bring him back. On the northern soaring peak, Jie Jinan's expression was rather unsightly as he looked at Lu Zhou, who was standing in the middle of the skyhook ropeway. With the fierce wind and heavy snowfall, Lu Zhou looked as though he was going to be blown away at any moment. Humans were ultimately too insignificant. It was simply too difficult for them to fight against heaven and earth. "Retreat!" Jie Jinan transmitted his voice again. When it reached the middle of the ropeway, it turned into a thunderous roar. Lu Zhou was unmoved. He asked tonelessly, "Tell me, what's a venerable master?" No one at the southern and northern soaring peaks could answer Lu Zhou's question. At this time, Lu Zhou's figure was becoming blurry amidst the wind and snow. That voice transmitted to the middle, forming a thunderous roar. Lu Zhou was unmoved. He said indifferently, "Tell me, what is a real person?" On the northern and southern soaring sky peak, none of the cultivators could answer. They couldn't see Lu Zhou's figure clearly anymore. They could only see his blurry figure struggling in the wind and snow. The ancient venerable masters didn't sleep or dream. They lived a carefree life, ate without feelings, and breathed deeply. They were born to the heavens and were known as venerable masters. Venerable masters are one with the heavens. Those who cultivate their inner selves were known as sages. In ancient times, there were venerable masters who seized the heavens and earth, grasped the yin and yang, breathed the essence, and guarded the spirit. With these, they lived forever until the end of time. Venerable masters do not die, do not live, and do not exist. Jie Jinan did not understand why Lu Zhou was struggling and persisting. After all, Lu Zhou could try again. With experience and mental preparation, it would be easier for Lu Zhou to succeed the next time. If this continued, if Lu Zhou was injured by his inner demon, it would be harder for him to advance. At worst, he might even lose his cultivation, and it would be impossible for him to advance even half a step in the future. At this moment, Lu Zhou's eyes suddenly lit up. With a flash, he advanced another third of the distance. Upon seeing this, everyone cried out in surprise. They could hardly see him at this time. They could only vaguely see his figure moving forward. The backlash is so powerful. How's he still able to mobilize his primal qi? No one knew the answer to this question. Jie Jinan no longer persuaded Lu Zhou to retreat. Instead, he watched silently. After a long while, he muttered, "It's still the same." Lu Zhou arrived in front of Golden Court Mountain again. Forcefully mobilizing his energy was just his blue avatar's final struggle. When his Dantian's sea of qi shattered, he would lose his cultivation, avatars, and energy. Figures flashed in the sky as they attacked from all directions. Yu Zhenghai, Yu Shangrong, Duanmushang, Ming Shirin. Lu Zhou sighed softly and said, as the ancient saying goes, to raise but not teach the child is the father's fault. To educate but not be strict is a neglect by the master. Lu Zhou stopped moving and stopped mobilizing his vitality energy. The vitality energy in his 8 extraordinary meridians and Dantian Sea of Qi vanished before the Sea of Qi vanished. Lu Zhou closed his eyes. The sound of the wind on Golden Court Mountain was getting further and further away. Master! His disciples' voices were also growing fainter and fainter. Master, please accept my bow. There was Yu Zhenghai who had just entered the Evil Sky Pavilion and acknowledged him as his master. I'll keep my promise for the rest of my life. There was Yi Tianxin who made a promise when she had just returned to the Evil Sky Pavilion. One by one, the voices gradually disappeared. The 8 extraordinary meridians had become ordinary meridians while his Dantian Sea of Qi was just flesh and blood. What's a venerable master? Lu Zhou felt as though his soul had been pulled out of his body and that he was floating in the universe aimlessly. He could sense the gossamer-like power of heaven and earth, suffusing the mountain, the land, humans, birds, and beasts. The blood flowing in his meridians stopped. His heart stopped beating. His body temperature plummeted. Swoosh! A thin layer of frost covered Lu Zhou's hair, face, and body. Then, it was as though his soul dove back into his body. He struggled to open his eyes. The gossamer-like power obeyed his will and converged from all directions. Crack! The layer of frost shattered. The ordinary meridians were once again the 8 extraordinary meridians as blood swiftly flowed through them. At the same time, his Dantian Sea of Qi was rewoven. It was even deeper and more vast than before. Primal Qi burst like spring water in his Dantian Sea of Qi before surging into his body, dispelling the cold instantly. Lu Zhou's eyes suddenly snapped open. When he looked ahead, his inner demon and the illusions were no longer there. He had returned to the Skyhook Ropeway and the northern and southern soaring peaks. Between heaven and earth, Primal Qi surged and converged like a hurricane with Lu Zhou at the eye of the hurricane in the middle of the Skyhook Ropeway. Heavens! It's done. He must be the first person to rise from the dead. Is he a venerable master? Don't be noisy. This is a critical moment. Everyone waited with bated breath. They all wanted to witness the birth of a venerable master. At this moment, a white figure suddenly appeared in the sky. The Equalizer! The Equalizer? Back off! The white-clad cultivator unleashed his grand technique twice and appeared in front of everyone in just a blink of an eye. He said tonelessly, I've finally found you. The white-clad cultivator held his halberd horizontally and thrust it at Lu Zhou. Just as the halberd was about to pierce Lu Zhou's face, Jie Jinin's figure appeared, shielding him. Jie Jinin raised his hand, blocking the halberd. Bang! Energy surged, shooting up to the heavens and cleaving the land. Jie Jinin asked with a smile, What's the matter? Why are you acting so rashly? The white-clad cultivator frowned. Who are you? I'm just a human. It's best if you don't interfere in the work of an equalizer, the white-clad cultivator said. It's just another venerable master. I've never seen any of you make a move when it came to those 4 venerable masters. Why are you in such a hurry to act now? Jie Jinin asked, puzzled. The white-clad cultivator scoffed before he said through voice transmission. He was in contact with Ingo. I have reason to suspect that he's the unholy one. A demon. Jie Jinin did not know whether to laugh or cry. You're really funny. How many years has it been since all of you are talking about the unholy one? It's been 100,000 years. In those years, have you even seen the unholy one once? Scram! Jie Jinin pushed his hand out. Bang! The white-clad cultivator was actually pushed back by Jie Jinin. He tasted something sweet and metallic at the back of his throat before he spat out blood. He looked at Jie Jinin and exclaimed in shock, Who are you? I thought you equalizers have the ability to see through a person? I'll give you a chance, Jie Jinin said as he spread his arms. The white-clad cultivator put away his halberd and suppressed his anger before he said, I'll be reporting this to the Sacred Hall. You can protect him for now, but you won't be able to protect him forever. Jie Jinan frowned. How troublesome. Buzz. A strange energy resonance sound came from behind. Jie Jinan turned around in surprise. He found that Lu Zhou had vanished. When he faced the front again, he saw that Lu Zhou had already appeared in front of the white-clad cultivator. Through the snow, he could see Lu Zhou's body glowing with a faint blue light. Lu Zhou grabbed the white-clad cultivator as he said, "You want to report this? You can't leave." Lu Zhou raised his other hand, launching a blue abandoned wisdom that had been imbued with the divine power. The white-clad cultivator struggled but found that he could not move at all. Bang! The palm seal landed on the white-clad cultivator's chest. He fell like a shooting star toward the ground. Boom! In just a blink of an eye, the white-clad cultivator landed at the foot of the soaring peak. Jie Jinan exclaimed in surprise, "Great Venerable Master?" Swoosh! The blue light on Lu Zhou's body vanished and was replaced by a golden light. The soaring peaks were now covered in snow. The snow kept falling, blocking the cultivator's sight. Many of them flew into the sky to have a better look. Although they were excited and wanted to take a closer look, their instincts warned them to stay away from a fight between venerable masters or possibly someone even stronger. Lu Zhou's Dantian's Sea of Qi had been reconstructed. A venerable master would return to his original state. When his Dantian's Sea of Qi shattered, he felt as though he had become the most ordinary human. He felt the change in the temperature and was affected by the heat and the chill. He could keenly feel the frailty of his beating heart as his blood rushed through his meridians. He felt the warmth when he exhaled. When a cultivator reached a certain realm, they could abstain from food for a long time. They became impervious to heat and cold and did not even need to breathe. When becoming a venerable masters, those feelings of old would come back. Everyone's body was made of flesh and blood. It was not something cultivation could change. With blood and flesh, life and death followed. The equalizers were no exception. Lu Zhou looked at the white-clad cultivator on the ground coldly. Without turning his head, he asked, "Great Venerable Master?" Jie Jinan laughed heartily. He could not stop for a long time. His laughter echoed between the soaring peaks. When his laughter finally subsided, he said, "I really didn't expect this. Not only did you successfully cross the skyhook ropeway with just a try, but you even became a venerable master. The reason venerable masters are venerable masters is due to the power of the Tao, which is the law of everything in the world. If your understanding of the laws surpasses your opponent's, then you would become a great venerable master." Lu Zhou continued staring at the white-clad cultivator as he nodded. Jie Jinan's words were not difficult to understand. If two people were competing in flying speed, if their speed is the same, it would be pointless. Similarly, if one could freeze time but so could one's opponent, the abilities would cancel each other out. Hence, when one's comprehension of the law surpassed one's opponent, one would naturally gain an advantage. "What about saints?" Lu Zhou asked. Jie Jinan was stunned by this question. After a moment, he said, "Don't aim too high. Although I don't know how you became a great venerable master, you should stabilize your cultivation base first. Don't think you're invincible just because you tossed an equalizer to the ground." Swoosh! Jie Jinan flew to Lu Zhou's side. Lu Zhou could sense the old man did not harbor malicious intentions. He trusted his natural instinct and his keen sense as a venerable master. Moreover, there was no need for the old man to help him when he was passing the birth trial if the old man wanted to harm him. Lu Zhou glanced at Jie Jinan from the corners of his eyes and thought to himself, "Does he really know me? With such a high cultivation base, he shouldn't be a fanatical fan of mine, right? Then who is he? Where did he come from? What's his purpose?" Before Lu Zhou could give voice to these three questions, the white-clad cultivator suddenly shot into the air. Jie Jinan laughed before he said, "Don't go." Jie Jinan left countless afterimages in his wake, causing the void to ripple as he blocked the white-clad cultivator's path. Lu Zhou flew over and asked, "Tell me the truth. Why did you try to kill me?" The white-clad cultivator pressed a hand against his chest as he looked at Lu Zhou and Jie Jinan warily. He said, You affect the balance of heaven and earth. I was ordered by the Sacred Hall to eliminate the variable that affects the balance. Jie Jinan spat before he said, Bullshit! The Sacred Hall has ordered that the equalizers are not to interfere with the 9 domains during the period of imbalance. You committed a great crime by coming here without permission. The white-clad cultivator frowned. He looked at Jie Jinan and asked in shock, You're from the Great Void? Jie Jinan said, You can think whatever you want. The white-clad cultivator raised his hand and the long halberd flew into his hand with a swoosh. When he tightened his grip, his body shone with a golden light. Upon seeing this, Lu Zhou frowned. You were from the Golden Lotus domain? Do you think he can protect you? The white-clad cultivator rushed over at top speed. Lu Zhou felt a powerful void-tearing force coming at him. The gossamer-like divine power wrapped around him immediately. At the same time, it circulated in his body, neutralizing the void-tearing force. Then, he flashed and arrived in front of the white-clad cultivator and struck with his palm. Bang! Jie Jinan landed on the ground at this moment. You can't escape. Jie Jinan was incredibly fast. He kicked the equalizer, causing the equalizer to spit out blood. Meanwhile, the cultivators from the northern and southern soaring peaks flew over one after another, wanting to have a closer look. They saw the equalizer lying in a deep pit on the ground. His expression was very unsightly, mixed with a hint of unwillingness as he said, Great Venerable Master. Lu Zhou said, Don't try to resist. Your power of the Tao is ineffective against me. The equalizer launched into a violent coughing fit, coughing out blood, before he said, To think a new Venerable Master is also a great Venerable Master. There's no mistake. You're the biggest cause of the imbalance. Lu Zhou frowned. I'll give you one last chance. You can answer my question or... The equalizer shook his head as he looked at Lu Zhou and Jie Jinan solemnly. Then, he lowered his head to look at the ground before raising it again to look at the sky as he murmured, I'm the equalizer and I'm loyal to the Sacred Hall. I'm willing to sacrifice my life to get rid of all potential variables that might affect the balance. I'm the equalizer, and I'm loyal to Sacred Hall. Let's go, Jie Jinan said. When Jie Jinan flew past Lu Zhou felt a gentle force bringing him up to the soaring peaks. He was about to protest when he saw the equalizer suddenly explode in golden light. Then, a powerful force swept out in all directions. The light was like the sun, illuminating thousands of feet in just a blink of an eye. Many cultivators hurriedly rose to the skyhook ropeway while some hid behind the soaring peaks. Those who were in distance, unaware of what was happening, were swept away by the terrifying force in just a blink of an eye. No one knew if they survived. At this time, Jie Jinan spun around and brought out a humongous astrolabe to cover their retreat. Upon seeing this, Lu Zhou said, Let me do it. Lu Zhou exerted a little force and pulled Jie Jinan over. Then, buzz! An astrolabe that was even more dazzling than the sun blocked the primal chi storm. The 4 great birth charts resonated. When the cultivators who were hiding heard the sound of resonance, they raised their heads and saw a scene they would never forget for the rest of their lives. An astrolabe as vast as the sky blocked the violent primal chi storm completely. The destructive force tore past the sides of the astrolabe like a huge flood, while the 2 peaks stood firmly in the midst of the flood. The violent storm lasted for a full 15 minutes before it gradually died down. During this time, Lu Zhou sensed the power of 18 birth charts. Fortunately, the entire process was thrilling but not dangerous. He did not even need to use much of his divine power. He admired his astrolabe. Every birth chart was the result of his painstaking effort. They all represented his growth. Now, he had finally become a venerable master. When he was done, he put away his astrolabe and surveyed his surroundings. During this quarter of an hour, Lu Zhou also felt the power and strength of the 18 life signs. The mountains, trees, and rivers were gone. Everything had been razed to the ground. The area within tens of thousands of feet was like a plain. There was nothing there except for the 2 soaring peaks and the skyhook ropeway between them. Many cultivators gasped as they looked at their surroundings in disbelief after surviving the disaster. Jie Jinan could not help but applaud. You're stronger than I thought. Then Jie Jinan flew toward the southern soaring peak. Lu Zhou only unleashed his grand technique once and appeared in front of everyone in just a blink of an eye. Almost instinctively, everyone fell to their knees in unison. Greetings, venerable master. The cultivators did not know the name nor the surname of this venerable master. This was supposed to be a day of celebration for all cultivators. After all, the Green Lotus domain had given birth to another venerable master, no, a great venerable master, who was superior to the 4 venerable masters of the Green Lotus domain. However, their hearts beat uneasily in their chest when they recalled the golden astrolabe earlier. It was normal that there were prejudices against cultivators of a different color domain. This was inevitable. For those with a narrow mind, they would discriminate without reason. There were those extreme cultivators who had once mindlessly protested against foreign domains by slaughtering thousands of people on the busiest street of Great Qin. This was not the first nor the last incident of extreme discrimination. The cultivators grew even more nervous when they recalled that even Jie Jinan, who had stayed on the soaring peaks for 10 years, was also from the Golden Lotus domain. With this, their hearts beat even faster in their chests. "Rise," Lu Zhou said. He felt a little regretful that he did not use the disguise card earlier. Being famous was fine, but being recognized was a completely different story. In the future, there would be more and more fanatical fans. At this moment, the bookie stepped forward and respectfully handed the blood ginseng to Jie Jinan and said, "Senior, I lost." Unexpectedly, Jie Jinan waved his hand and said, "Take it and divide it among yourselves." The bookie's eyes lit up upon hearing these words. His hands trembled in excitement as he hurriedly said, "Thank you, Senior. This nouveau riche is very magnanimous." Lu Zhou also did not expect Jie Jinan to be so generous as well. The blood ginseng was rare and was useful for cultivation and stabilizing one's birth charts. It was even useful to venerable masters. At this moment, the bookie waved his hand. All the cultivators said at the top of their lungs in unison, "Congratulations, Senior. Congratulations. We wish for Senior to be invincible and undefeatable in all battles and for thousands of generations to come. Congratulations, Senior. Congratulations. We wish for Senior to be invincible and undefeatable in all battles and for thousands of generations to come." Lu Zhou frowned. He raised his hand. "Stop." The voices stopped immediately. Lu Zhou felt as though these people were simultaneously possessed by his 8th disciple. Jie Jinan said, "You deserve this." "I deserve this?" Lu Zhou was puzzled. He looked at Jie Jinan and asked, "Who are you?" They didn't know each other. The cultivators were dumbfounded. Not only was the duo speaking so familiarly, but they were even from the Golden Lotus domain. Jie Jinan smiled. "That's not really important. There are 2 things that surprised me today. First was your arrival, and second was when you successfully became a venerable master in just 1 try." Lu Zhou stared at Jie Jinan, feeling like the old man in front of him was a super charlatan. Jie Jinan continued to say, "According to the agreement, I have something to return. Wait. I have something to give to the fated person." Lu Zhou looked at the bag in Jie Jinan's hands and said, "You better think this through. I've already said I'm not Lu Tiantong. You're the fated person, regardless of who you are. Since I've said I'd give it to you, how can I go back on my words?" Jie Jinan said with a smile. A hint of slyness shone in his eyes. "This old fraud. What's in the bag?" Lu Zhou waved his hand, and the bag flew into his hand. Jie Jinan hurriedly said, "It's best if you open it when you return." Then, he raised his voice and said, "Everyone." After successfully attracting everyone's attention, Jie Jinan rose high in the sky. A golden light shone from his palm as an astrolabe covered the sky. An eye seemed to appear in the birth chart, staring down at all living things. Then he said, "Forget all your troubles." The power of the birth chart shot down immediately from the sky. Everyone looked up in confusion at the power of the birth charts that bloomed like fireworks in the sky. Lu Zhou felt himself briefly go into a trance before his divine power pulled him back to his senses. dispelling the trance-like effect. When the light vanished, Jiajinin was nowhere to be seen. It was as though he was never there. Apart from the surroundings that had been razed to the ground, the rubble and debris had been cleared. The cultivators were stunned for a long time. One after another, they held their heads as though they were clearing their minds. Huh? What happened? What am I doing? Why am I kneeling? The young cultivator got up and dusted the dust off his knees. I don't know why I have a niggling feeling that something big happened. Look at our surroundings. Do you remember anything? I remember a mighty figure sweeping past this place, only leaving the two soaring peaks and the skyhook ropeway intact. Luzhou. He was somewhat surprised that the cultivators seemed to have forgotten everything. Some people wanted to remember for a lifetime, while some people wanted to forget. Regardless, memories were one of the most precious treasures for humans. How did he erase everyone's memories with the power of his birth charts? Luzhou was reminded of Yonghe's ability to confuse the minds. In a way, it was similar to Jiajinin ability. Luzhou placed his hands on his back and turned to look at the skyhook ropeway. What's the impeccable body? What did the equalizer mean when he said the unholy one has descended into the world? Why did the equalizer suddenly interfere in the 9 domains affairs? Where did Jiajinin come from? Where's the great void? I should have captured him and tortured him for answers before he left. Luzhou had many questions but no answers. He waited for a while at the soaring peaks, but no one came to greet him. He sighed and flew down the mountain. The group of fanatical fans he had painfully cultivated was gone just like that. It was abnormally quiet when Luzhou returned to the Qin clan's southern training hall. Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong were still instructing Little Zhou and Little Wu as the two young cultivators sparred. Occasionally, they would demonstrate with their saber and sword. Luzhou could see they had made great progress over the past 5 years as well. When Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong saw their master hovering in the air at a low altitude, they hurriedly flew over. They bowed and greeted him. "Greetings, Master." "Continue," Luzhou said. "Master, why don't you give me some pointers?" Yu Zhenghai asked. Yu Zhenghai was approaching his second birth trial. If he could receive guidance from his master, he would feel much more at ease. Contrary to expectations, Luzhou said expressionlessly, "Learn it on your own." Yu Zhenghai. "Oh." Yu Shangrong. Luzhou vanished into the training hall immediately after saying that. Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong looked at each other in dismay. Yu Zhenghai said seriously, "Master is old. The autumn air is chilly, so it's inevitable that he'll be in a bad mood. As disciples, we can't take this to heart." "You have a point," Yu Shangrong said. "Shall we continue?" "Okay." The two of them flew into the distance. At the same time, Luzhou brought the bag out. As he looked at the strange patterns on the back, he muttered suspiciously, "What's in it?" He opened the back and held it upside down. Thud! A black and round object fell and rolled to his feet. "What kind of treasure is this?" Luzhou's 6 senses were extraordinary. He could smell something strange from the black object. He picked it up and studied it for a moment, but he really could not figure out what it was. Not only did it smell strange, but it was even slightly stinky. Jiajinin's cultivation base was unfathomable. It was likely this thing was a rare treasure that was worth a lot. Luzhou threw it to the ground. Thud! Nothing happened. He picked it up and smelled it again. He wanted to taste it but could not bring himself to do it due to the stench. He thought about it for a moment. Perhaps someone else might recognize this thing. Old Fourth. Mingshi Yin rode on Xianxia to look for his master as soon as he received his master's voice transmission. When he entered the hall, he said respectfully, "Master, what are your orders?" Mingshi Yin's days in the southern training hall had been boring. He was about to grow mold on his body due to inactivity. For 5 years, he had only cultivated and walked his dog. Luzhou tossed the object over and asked, "Do you know what this is?" Mingshi Yin caught the black object and sniffed it. Then, he revealed a disgusted expression as he said, "It stinks. I didn't mean that. Something that belongs to master has to be a treasure." This should be a panacea, right? In order to show he meant his words, Mingshi decisively rubbed it before tasting it. He immediately spat and coughed. Master, the taste is really… Just say it, Lu Zhou calmly said. This thing doesn't seem like a treasure, master. Please tell me what it is. I have eyes, but I'm not discerning. I really don't know what it is, Mingshi said as he secretly scratched a little bit off the top and held it in his hand. Woof, 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 woof. Xianxia wagged its tails left and right as it barked at the black object. Lu Zhou looked at Xianxia and asked, Do you recognize it? Xianxia whimpered before it took a step back. Mingshi eyes lit up. Then, he discreetly put the thing in his pocket before he said, Since Xianxia reacted to it, it must be a treasure. I remember when we were in the transient city ruins, Xianxia found something black as well. After it ate it, it became much stronger. Food. Lu Zhou raised an eyebrow. Now that he looked at it, the black thing really looked like something that was meant to be ingested. However, the smell was very unpleasant. Master, you don't know what it is as well? Mingshi looked at the thing in confusion. Woof, 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 woof. Xianxia barked even louder. Lu Zhou tossed it at Xianxia and said, Since it's a good thing, you try it first. If even the dog did not want to eat it, he would have to examine it carefully. It smelled really disgusting. If the effect was not enough to make him ingest it, he might as well give it to Xianxia. It was not a problem to use Xianxia as a lab rat. Unexpectedly, Xianxia barked a few times before it took a few steps back, showing a disgusted expression. This, Mingshi was confused. Summon Conk here. Understood. Mingshi left and quickly returned with Conk in tow. Conk bowed and greeted Lu Zhou before she asked, Master, what can I do? Lu Zhou pointed at Xianxia. Conk understood immediately and began to communicate with Xianxia. Since she was proficient in the beast's tongue, she quickly caught the key information. Woof, 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 woof. Conk covered her face as she burst into laughter. Mingshi asked curiously, Junior sister, what did this idiot Xianxia say? Xianxia. Conk said, Master, senior brother. Xianxia said this is the excrement of a fierce beast. Mingshi. Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou frowned. Although nothing much was known about Jie, there was no doubt that Jie's cultivation base was unfathomable. Would someone at or above the stage of a venerable master use excrement to play tricks? Mingshi began to retch as he ran out of the hall. Lu Zhou and Conk. Although it was disgusting, it was not to the point of being able to cause one to vomit, right? Conk ran out to check on Mingshi. Senior brother, what's wrong? It's nothing. I'm fine. When Mingshi thought about the thing in his pocket, he felt so disgusted that he wanted to tear his clothes off. Goosebumps erupted on his flesh as he was assaulted by another wave of nausea. Lu Zhou did not pay attention to Mingshi. Instead, he looked at the black excrement on the ground. Thump! Crash! He smashed the table next to him with a hand and bellowed, Outrageous! Jie, I won't forgive you. At the same time, on a towering ancient tree a distance away from the Qin clan's southern training hall, Jie leaned against the trunk with his legs crossed. His expression was one of happiness and contentment at this moment. He chuckled as he said, I was just joking with you. Why are you so petty? When you return to the peak, you won't have so much fun anymore. Huh? That's not right. How can he still remember my name? Jie suddenly straightened his back. It's over. Jie flashed and flew into the distance. Mingshi and Conk were startled by Lu Zhou's sudden outburst. The two fell silent immediately, not daring to make a noise. Lu Zhou's eyes fell on the bag that held the fierce beast's excrement. Logically speaking, if it were an ordinary bag, it would have long been destroyed along with the table when he smacked it earlier. However, not only was it intact, but the patterns on it were shining as well. Realization dawned on Lu Zhou. So the bag is the treasure. When he held it in his hand, the bag shone brighter than before. Mingshi and Conk entered the hall again, looking at the bag curiously. Woof, 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 woof. Xianxia barked happily. When Lu Zhou tightened his grip, all the patterns lit up in unison. Ding! Vast sky bag. It's an ancient sacred relic and has no grade. Its capacity depends on one's cultivation base. Mingshi eyes lit up. This is a treasure. Lu Zhou sent a strand of his consciousness into the bag. The space was about 100 feet in radius, and its height was that of the space between heaven and earth. It turned out to be a sacred relic, but Lu Zhou had little use for it. After all, he could store his treasures in the system. However, it might be useful in the future. After all, he could not rely on the system too much. With enough spirituality, weapons could be shrunk to a size where they were almost completely undetectable. However, he had too many treasures to help them gain spirituality one by one. Hence, this vast sky bag might be useful in the future. Jie likely came from the Great Void. Did he come all the way here just to deliver this bag? He thought something was not right. As he put the bag away, woof, 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 woof. Xianxia barked as it darted toward the black excrement and began pawing at it. Crack! The hard surface cracked, revealing what seemed like lime powder sprinkled on top of an egg. The egg was smooth, glowing, and ink-colored. This is... Mingshi was stunned. Conk was stunned as well. Lu Zhou looked at the excrement on the floor and said, I see. Master, what do you see? What's this? Mingshi scratched his head twice. The excrement blocked off the aura of this thing. Even cultivators with a keen sense of smell won't be able to detect it, Lu Zhou explained. Then, he thought about Jie and said, Your method is indeed brilliant. Lu Zhou waved his hand casually, and the black egg-like object flew into his hand. A chill permeated his hand immediately. He frowned. A recycled life heart? It's a life heart? Mingshi moved closer and looked at the life heart greedily. Master. Lu Zhou's was stretched longer at the end, and it contained a hint of challenge. Although it was just one word, it clearly said, If you have the guts, you say it. Mingshi took a step back with a respectful expression on his face. It's nothing. I'll go back to sleep now. I'll go back and cultivate now. Then Mingshi discreetly waved at Conk. Conk bowed and then followed Mingshi out of the training hall. She felt that Mingshi was a little strange, so when they were outside, she asked, Fourth senior brother, do you have bugs on your body? Huh? Bugs? Otherwise, why do you keep scratching yourself? Conk asked, confused. Mingshi began to retch again. He did not even look back as he flashed away. Retching. Woof, 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 woof. Xianxia hurriedly chased after Mingshi. In just a blink of an eye, the man and the dog vanished into the distance, leaving Conk in a daze. Was it not just excrement from a fierce beast? It's not that disgusting, right? Inside the southern training hall, Lu Zhou studied the life heart in front of him. He did not know which fierce beast the life heart belonged to, but he could sense the mysterious and unfathomable energy contained in the life heart. It was as vast and deep as the ocean. It was immeasurable. It was far superior to the life heart of a beast emperor. Divine beast. Lu Zhou continued studying it. He could not figure out its grade. Let's test it. Lu Zhou clenched his hand and mobilized his primal qi. It flowed along his 8 extraordinary meridians before surging out from his palm and into the life heart. Buzz. Blurry scenes began to appear in Lu Zhou's mind. He saw astrolabes and avatars clashing in the sky. Blood rained down, the sea parted, and the world collapsed. Lu Zhou cut off his primal qi immediately. The life heart fell from his hand, rolling on the ground a few times before it came to a stop. Lu Zhou seemed to be infected with some strange feelings. The emotions from its previous owner? Lu Zhou was taken aback. He did not expect the previous owner of the life heart to be able to leave such a deep impression on the life heart. This meant that it would not be easy to use this life heart. Lu Zhou inhaled deeply and calmed his emotions. Then he waved his hand, bringing the life heart to him. Again, Lu Zhou clenched his hand and mobilized his primal qi again. Just like before, scenes of bloodshed appeared. Corpses littered the ground as cultivators killed each other in the sky. At this time, he felt as though a huge hand was ruthlessly digging into his birth palace before a piercing pain assaulted his heart and mind. Lu Zhou unclenched his hand. He used the divine power to dispel the lingering emotions from the life heart's previous owner and the pain. Lu Zhou exhaled as he looked at the life heart in shock. He muttered, "Whose life heart is so powerful?" Ding! The life heart of Go Chun, the Saint Slayer. Ability, unknown. Go Chun. Lu Zhou looked at the life heart in a daze. At this moment, Yuan Lang, one of the 49 swordsmen, landed at the entrance. He bowed and said, "Senior Lu, Venerable Master Qin invites you to the Northern Training Hall for a gathering. However, if you're busy, it's fine. I'll inform Venerable Master Qin immediately." Yuan Lang came to the Southern Training Hall often to invite Lu Zhou out, but most of the time he was ignored. He had long cultivated an iron heart that could withstand rejections. If he was refused, then he would just return and report it to Qin Renyue. "All right," Lu Zhou replied. Yuan Lang was briefly startled by the unexpected reply. Then he hurriedly said, delighted, "Thank you, Senior Lu. I'll lead you there." Lu Zhou put the life heart away into the vast sky bag before he flashed to the entrance. At this time, a thought occurred to him. Jie Jinan had hidden the aura of the life heart by covering it with a fierce beast's excrement. Should he follow Jie Jinan's example and hide the life heart within a fierce beast's excrement? After all, treasures would only attract trouble. Even experts would covet such a treasure. However, when he thought about the excrement, he shook his head. "Forget it. I'm not even afraid now that one of the Great Void Seed has been exposed, and this thing definitely can't compare to a Great Void Seed. Lead the way." Yes. The duo flew toward the Northern Training Hall and arrived in just a blink of an eye. When Lu Zhou landed, Qin Renyue walked up to him with a smile on his face. "Brother Lu, I apologize for not personally inviting you over." When Lu Zhou saw how lively it was, he asked, "What's the matter that deserves such a celebration?" Qin Renyue said, "The Green Lotus domain has another venerable master." "Oh, someone saw the signs of the birth of a new venerable master near the Skyhook Peak," Qin Renyue said. "Lu Zhou." Qin Renyue laughed heartily. He was 100 times happier than when he had passed the Venerable Master trial. He said, "It's rumored that the new Venerable Master is a great Venerable Master. If he's really a great Venerable Master, it would be great. No matter how serious the imbalance is, the safety of the Green Lotus domain won't be threatened. It's only natural that I have to share such good news with Brother Lu." Lu Zhou could not be bothered to explain himself. He entered the training hall and randomly found a place to sit. Qin Renyue chose the seat across from Lu Zhou. After he sat down, he said with a smile, "I've invited the 8 free men here as well, even though not all of them are able to attend." 8 free men. They represent the 8 forces in the Green Lotus domain. They heard about the birth of a new venerable master and wanted my help so they could visit him, Qin Renyue explained. "So you want me to visit him as well?" Qin Renyue could tell there was something strange with Lu Zhou's tone, so he said, No. I don't dare to ask that of Brother Lu." Lu Zhou looked at the wine jar on the table and recalled his time at the Skyhook ropeway. He could still vividly remember the feelings in his 8 extraordinary meridians before and after he became a venerable master. Lu Zhou poured himself a cup of wine before drinking it in one gulp. The fragrance of the wine melted on his taste buds, and its warmth seeped into his heart. It was a feeling he had not felt for a long time and left him feeling nostalgic. After a moment, Lu Zhou asked, "Do you know Go Chan?" "Go Chan?" Qin Renyue asked. Then he said, "It was one of the ancient divine beasts. Before the disappearance of the Great Void, humans and fierce beasts lived together. When the chaotic era dawned, the world fell into chaos, and humans and fierce beasts slowly began to separate. Then, there was a civil war between the humans, dividing the lands. Similar to humans, fierce beasts have wars, big and small, among themselves as well. Generally speaking, the fierce beasts from before the Great Void disappeared were known as ancient divine beasts. However, they gradually went extinct due to the war, becoming rarer and rarer. Many of their life hearts were harvested by humans. Only a few powerful ancient divine beasts remain, but their whereabouts are unknown. Their life hearts are known as the ancient Great Void's life hearts. As for Gochan, it should have long been extinct. Lu Zhou nodded and said, "There are ancient humans, so there'll naturally be ancient fierce beasts. Apart from the core region of the unknown land, where else could those fierce beasts go?" Qin Runyue chuckled before he said, "I didn't expect Brother Lu to be interested in this." After the disappearance of the Great Void, with the unknown land in the center, the land split into 9 domains, surrounded by the endless ocean. There are islands scattered all over the ocean. Some of the intelligent and powerful fierce beasts migrated there to avoid the catastrophic event of the splitting of the lands. "What about sea beasts?" Lu Zhou asked. "Sea beasts are stronger and more hostile. The most terrifying thing is that they seem to be only slightly restrained by the shackles of heaven and earth. Moreover, they have long lives as well. However, there's a balance between heaven and earth. The sea beasts won't easily come to shore. To them, the land is small and insignificant," Qin Runyue replied. "Is the Great Void small?" Lu Zhou asked skeptically. This? Qin Runyue smiled awkwardly as he said, "My understanding of the Great Void is shallow and naturally can't compare to Brother Lu." After saying that, Qin Runyue said with a sigh, "Sometimes, I think it'd be great if the people from the Great Void took me away as well. Everyone yearns for the Great Void in different ways. Death is inescapable. Rather than just waiting for my death, isn't it better for me to have a look at the Great Void before I die?" "Are you going to die soon?" Lu Zhou asked skeptically. "Qin Runyue?" Lu Zhou said, "My words harbor no ill intentions. Venerable masters can live for 30,000 years. I see that you're filled with vitality and don't look like a person who's reached the end of his life. I'm deeply moved by Brother Lu's words," Qin Runyue said. "Young people always like to stare at the sky with a melancholic expression and a sorrowful gaze. It's really incomprehensible. If you have the time to sigh, why don't you cultivate instead? Life is fleeting, so why would you deliberately indulge in sorrow?" After a moment, Lu Zhou asked, "If what you say about the ancient divine beasts' life hearts are true, doesn't it mean there's no way for the people of today to obtain them?" Qin Runyue nodded his head, then he shook his head. After a moment, he said, "The ancient life hearts are even more terrifying than the divine beasts. No cultivators in the 9 domains are capable of subduing them for use. Even if there's a person who's capable of that, it's indeed impossible to obtain one. Perhaps one can only obtain it if those ancient saints reappear. People from the Great Void can kill an ancient saint and obtain his or her ancient life hearts. Or, if one's lucky, one might encounter someone like Mozhang whose cultivation base is low but is bestowed with an ancient life heart from his or her elder. In any case, it's almost impossible to obtain them even if these people appear. After all, it's almost impossible to steal another person's life heart from their birth palace unless they cooperate. Indeed, under normal circumstances, who would manifest their birth palace and stand still while someone robbed them of their life hearts? Digging out a life heart is like killing a cultivator. Moreover, there's also the risk of the cultivator choosing to self-destruct. To think the ancient divine beasts' life hearts are so rare and precious," Lu Zhou murmured. "Jie Jinan is willing to give such a rare treasure to me?" Qin Runyue asked, "Brother Lu, why are you asking about this all of a sudden? Don't tell me you plan to go to the unknown land to look for them? If that's the case, you'll have to go to the core region." Lu Zhou shook his head. "I have no plans of going to the unknown land for now." Although Lu Zhou had become a venerable master, he needed time to familiarize himself with his new power. He would have to go to the unknown land again, but the time was not now. At this moment, Yuan Lang walked in and said with a bow, "Everyone has arrived." Lead them in. Understood. Outside of the hall, flying chariots flew from all directions before landing outside of the northern training hall. Each flying chariot was guarded by hundreds of cultivators. There were handsome young men and women as well as elderly experts. Venerable Master Fan has arrived. The first flying chariot to land naturally belonged to Fan Zhong, one of the four, now two, venerable masters. When Lu Zhou heard the announcement, he frowned. He's shameless enough to come? He's a venerable master, after all. He came with the free man, Fan Haichen, Qin Renyue said before adding, if you're displeased by his presence, I'll have someone ask him to stay outside. Just as Qin Renyue was about to wave someone over, Lu Zhou said, no need. Lu Zhou was now a venerable master. With his cultivation base now, Fan Zhong was not a threat to him. Vice Leader Gu Ning of the Phantom Union has arrived. The Valley Master of Hurricane Valley has arrived. One after another, unfamiliar names rang in Lu Zhou's ears. Lu Zhou curiously asked, isn't anyone from the Tuoba clan or the Yi clan coming? Qin Renyue said, out of the 8 free men, only 4 or 5 are attending today. With Tuoba Siqing and Yi Zheng's deaths, the free men from their clans won't be attending. The free man of my Qin clan won't be attending either. Lu Zhou nodded, ignoring Qin Renyue's last sentence. Qin Renyue knew better than anyone why Qin Naihe joined the Evil Sky Pavilion. As the duo chatted, many cultivators walked into the hall, chatting and laughing. However, they fell silent as soon as they entered the hall. Greetings, Venerable Master Qin. Everyone bowed. Qin Renyue frowned. These bows are very problematic. With such a big shot sitting across from me, how can they only greet me? Just as Qin Renyue was about to correct them, Fan Zhong walked in from the back of the crowd. Greetings, Venerable Master Fan. Everyone bowed again. Fan Zhong walked to the front of the crowd and said respectfully, long time no see, Pavilion Master Lu. Lu Zhou only glanced at Fan Zhong before ignoring him. Everyone present was a person of status. They knew cultivators who could see shoulder to shoulder with Qin Renyue could not be ordinary. However, if Qin Renyue did not make the introductions, it would be awkward for them to rashly bow to him. Qin Renyue smiled and said, this is my friend, Pavilion Master Lu of the Evil Sky Pavilion. The eyes of Xianxia, the Valley Master of Hurricane Valley, brightened immediately. He stepped forward and said, I've heard a lot of your great name, Pavilion Master Lu. Lu Zhou's battle with the Fire Phoenix in the Unknown Land had shaken the Green Lotus domain. Many people had heard of Lu Zhou's name because of that battle, but none of them had met him. As it turns out, it's Pavilion Master Lu. What an honor to meet you here. Everyone stepped forward one after another to bow. Upon seeing that the people were not going to stop bowing anytime soon, Lu Zhou waved his hand and said, dispense with the formalities. Thank you, Pavilion Master Lu. Then, Qin Renyue said, please take your seats. After everyone took their seats, Qin Renyue said, I'm sure all of you already know why we're all gathered today. Fan Zhong smiled. In the past, we've always hosted these things at Venerable Master Tuoba's training hall or Venerable Master Yi Zheng's Yannan's blessed land. This year, it's finally your turn. Qin Renyue, who could sense Fan Zhong's dissatisfaction, said, then, why don't we change to Venerable Master Fan's training hall now? No, what are you saying? I'm happy for Brother Qin, Fan Zhong said. Times have changed. In the past, when all the Venerable Masters were around, the world was peaceful. With the imbalance growing worse, there's the threat of fierce beasts invading our lands, annihilating the human race. The responsibility I bear has grown heavier now. If it weren't for the sake of the world, why would I bother with these matters? Qin Renyue said. Fan Zhong was rendered speechless by these words. Then, he glanced at Lu Zhou, who was seated next to him, furtively. At this time, Xianxia, the Valley Master of Hurricane Valley, tried to smooth things over. He said, both Venerable Masters are here for the sake of the world. The location doesn't matter. It's the intention that counts. I know why Venerable Master Qin has invited everyone here. I heard that a great Venerable Master had appeared at the Skyhook Ropeway. Is this true? Everyone turned to look at Qin Renyue immediately. Since Qin Renyue's Qin clan was located closest to the Skyhook Ropeway, he was most likely to have answers they sought. Although the memories of the cultivators at the soaring peaks were erased by Jiajinin, the commotion was so huge that it attracted many cultivators in the surrounding area. Qin Renyue was one of them. Qin Renyue said with a smile. Of course, that day, I was meditating in the training hall when I suddenly felt a terrifying wave of energy from the soaring peaks. I rushed out and observed from afar. I saw a huge storm brewing, and before it wreaked havoc, flattening the area within 10,000 feet of the soaring peaks. You can verify it for yourselves if you don't believe me. Not only did a venerable master appear, but it's a great venerable master. Everyone was shocked. Qin Renyue continued to say, most importantly, the great venerable master is a guest at my humble abode. Shang Yen of the Hurricane Valley, Gu Ning of the Phantom Union, Fan Zhong, and the others were shocked. Fan Zhong, in particular, was even more shocked. No wonder Qin Renyue had gathered everyone here. Shang Yen asked again, the venerable master is a guest at your training hall? Yes, Qin Renyue said confidently. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou was puzzled. He thought to himself, how did Qin Renyue know it was me? I even used my heavenly writing powers to ensure no one was following me when I left. Shang Yen hurriedly said, it'd be our honor to be able to meet the great venerable master. The others nodded. Qin Renyue said again, the great venerable master has only passed his birth trial. Perhaps, due to his inexperience, he told me he's not feeling well when I invited him over. He's been vomiting non-stop. He'll come and meet us in a while. Lu Zhou was inwardly surprised. He's not talking about me? To someone else? Who dares to pretend to be me? Lu Zhou had grown rather tired of imposters. Shang Yen asked, clearly confused. Even a great venerable master can feel unwell? Of course, Gu Ning said, nudging Shang Yen. Ah, that's right. Of course, we'll wait until he feels better to meet him, Shang Yen hurriedly said. Even if he knew it was just an excuse, he still had to act as though it was real. Lu Zhou asked skeptically, Qin Renyue, you know the great venerable master from the soaring peaks? In his excitement, Qin Renyue almost forgot about Lu Zhou. He said with barely contained excitement, Brother Lu, you must be even happier than I am when you were at the Southern Training Hall that day. Congratulations, Brother Lu. Congratulations. Qin Renyue's congratulation stunned Lu Zhou and everyone present. Who's he talking about? At this moment, a voice rang from outside the training hall. I'm here, Venerable Master Qin. I'll be disappointed if you didn't prepare good food and good wine. Everyone collectively turned to look in the direction of the voice. Soon enough, Mingshi walked into the hall with Qiong Qi in tow. Lu Zhou frowned. Qin Renyue was the first to speak. Honorable Junior Nephew. Oh no, I mean greetings, Venerable Master. The others were in shock and disbelief. It was their first time seeing such a young Venerable Master. However, since Qin Renyue took the lead to greet the young Venerable Master, there should be no mistake. With that, everyone stepped forward one after another. Greetings, great Venerable Master. Mingshi scratched his head in confusion before he said, Venerable Master Qin, this joke isn't funny at all. Qin Renyue smiled conspiratorially at Mingshi before he said, don't be modest. As a great Venerable Master, your status is higher than mine. Even Brother Lu has to. Qin Renyue forcefully stopped the following words from coming out of his mouth. He coughed to cover his slip-up. Thud. Mingshi fell to his knees and kowtowed immediately. Greetings, Master. Everyone was baffled. The great Venerable Master is Pavilion Master Lu's disciple? Fan Zhong was in disbelief. It was not impossible, but it was almost unheard of for a disciple to surpass his master. It was already good enough if the master did not hold back when teaching a disciple. How could a disciple surpass his master? At this time, Mingshi hurriedly explained, Master, this is a misunderstanding on Venerable Master Qin's part. I'm not a whatever. Great Venerable Master. Lu Zhou nodded. He knew his fourth disciple would not have the audacity to masquerade as a Venerable Master, let alone a Great Venerable Master. It was clear that Qin Renyue had misunderstood the situation. Hence, he said, although Old Fourth's talent isn't bad, he still has a long way to go before he becomes a Venerable Master. At this moment, Fan Zhong brought a chi pearl. As soon he brought it out, it shone brilliantly, illuminating the entire hall. Its brightness indicated the target was a Venerable Master. Upon seeing this, Fan Zhong's eyes widened. He's really a Venerable Master? No one doubted the chi pearl. Silence descended in the hall. Mingshi turned around, flabbergasted. Then, he asked, When did I become a Venerable Master? Greetings, Venerable Master. Everyone rose to their feet and bowed. They were respectful and excited. No one would believe Mingshi even if he denied it with all his might. Qin Renyue looked at Mingshi with barely concealed admiration. Qin Renyue was about to bow when Mingshi raised his hand, bringing the chi pearl into his hand. Then he clenched his hand, turning it into dust. After patting his hands clean, he said, What bullshit is this? It's not accurate at all. Everyone thought the new Venerable Master was very unique. He was unprecedentedly modest. Then, Mingshi looked at his master innocently and said, Master, I really don't know what's going on. Lu Zhou said, Rise to your feet and speak. Qin Renyue smiled and did not say anything. Inwardly, he thought that Lu Zhou's attitude was not quite appropriate. If a member of the Qin clan became a great Venerable Master, he would be eager to worship that disciple. It was not impossible for him to give up his position in the clan as well. Woof, 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 Qiong Qi barked. At the same time, a huge commotion could be heard from the southeastern direction. Then, Yuan Lang ran in and said, A fierce beast is headed this way. How brave of it to come to Venerable Master Qin's training hall. No one was worried. Almost all the elites in the Green Lotus domain were here, after all. Qin Renyue said, Let me go and have a look. In just a blink of an eye, Qin Renyue appeared in the sky. When he looked in the southeastern direction, his expression changed slightly. A divine beast? The Fire Phoenix. The Fire Phoenix let out a cry and shot across the sky. Flames burned and surged in the sky. The cultivators guarding the flying chariots outside were so frightened that they paled instantly. They hurriedly brought the flying chariots with them and fled in the opposite direction. Soon enough, the Fire Phoenix arrived above the northern training hall. A scorching heat wave swept out immediately. Qin Renyue flashed back into the hall and said, It's a divine beast, the Fire Phoenix. Great Venerable Master, please make a move. We mustn't let it wreak havoc in the Green Lotus domain. Mingshi. Everyone rushed out and looked at the sky in shock. It's truly the Fire Phoenix. Strange. Why did it come here? Everyone was shocked and confused. Lu Zhou thought to himself, previously, it was frightened away by the equalizer in the unknown land. It fled after leaving its egg behind. Did it come to look for its hatchling? Lu Zhou thought this was the most probable. At this time, Fan Zhong's expression was grave as he cupped his fists together at Mingshi, Lu Zhou, and Qin Renyue and said, If the four of us work together, even if we can't kill it, we should be able to drive it away. Brother Lu has the experience of fighting with the Fire Phoenix. Everyone, don't worry too much. The others nodded. It's up to Pavilion Master Lu and the Great Venerable Master now. Divine beasts were as strong as saints, after all. Even if all of them joined forces, it still would not be easy to defeat the Fire Phoenix. They could only use the Tao inscription of the training hall to drive it away. Mingshi could not hold back any longer and said, Master, I'll leave first. I can't deal with it. Even a great Venerable Master is fleeing? Everyone panicked. Even a great venerable master fled after seeing the fire phoenix. What did this mean for them then? Swoosh! The fire phoenix circled the sky, flapping its wings. A scorching heat wave swept through the entire place immediately. The scorching heat wave swept through the northern and southern training halls. Thousands of disciples from the Qin clan hastily retreated and laid low on the ground. Meanwhile, the 49 swordsmen prepared themselves for a battle. If a divine beast like the fire phoenix went all out, it would be over. The 49 swordsmen had personally witnessed the scene of the fire phoenix injuring all 36 Big Dipper flag bearers in one go. They did not think they were any stronger than the 36 flag bearers. The fire phoenix spat out a stream of flames at the Tao inscriptions. The inscriptions flashed frantically. This divine beast is too powerful. The barrier from the inscriptions are a joke to it, Fan Zhong said. Qin Renyue naturally knew the Tao inscriptions barrier could not hold the fire phoenix back. However, he was still displeased when he heard Fan Zhong's words. Hence, he said coldly, "You're not a joke, so can you block it for me?" Fan Zhong was speechless. Although both of them were venerable masters, Fan Zhong was slightly weaker than Qin Renyue. To be precise, Fan Zhong was the weakest among the 4 venerable masters. Perhaps this was due to his overly cautious character. Moreover, with his character he was destined to have sincere friends. After all, he would not always try to balance relationships, unwilling to offend all parties. In a way, it could be said that he was the kind of person who only cared about himself and disregarded the world. The sky was fiery red. The Tao inscriptions barrier were almost destroyed by the heat. Qin Renyue said, "Follow me." The 49 swordsmen replied in unison, "Understood." Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Qin Renyue and the 49 swordsmen flew into the sky immediately. The 49 swordsmen immediately converged into 7-point formation. The others continued to maintain a wait-and-see attitude. No one dared to rashly step forward. They were aware of how terrifyingly powerful a divine beast was. Although Qin Renyue and the 49 swordsmen were strong, they likely could not even withstand a single shot of flames from the fire phoenix. If they rashly forward, it was tantamount to courting death. Fan Zhong looked at Mingshi and said, "I hope you'll make a move and defend the Qin clan's estate." Everyone echoed Fan Zhong's sentiments. Mingshi, "I'm not a great venerable master. If all of you fly up, perhaps you'd be able to withstand half a ball of flames. If I go up, I'd be reduced to ashes. I won't make a move even if you beat me to death." When the fire phoenix saw Qin Renyue and the 49 swordsmen soaring into the sky, it screeched. Its ear-piercing cry resounded through the heavens. However, it did not attack. Qin Renyue frowned and said, "This isn't a place where you should be." The fire phoenix flapped its wings, fanning the flames that dyed the sky red. Meanwhile, Yu Zhenghai, Yu Shangrong, Little Yuaner, and Conk hovered in the air above the southern training ground and looked at the huge fire phoenix. "Fire phoenix! Everyone, be careful," Yu Zhenghai said warningly. The southern training hall was quite far away, so they were safe for the time being. The fire phoenix looked down at everyone at the northern training hall. Then it spread its wings and threw its head back with its beaks open. Upon seeing this, Qin Renyue's expression changed dramatically. He roared, "Retreat!" The 49 swordsmen hurriedly flew back. Fortunately, this was Qin Renyue's private training hall, so there were not many disciples of the Qin clan around. On the ground, the various big shots from the major forces in the Green Lotus domain ran for cover as well. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A ball of flames flew toward the barrier formed by the Tao inscriptions. The barrier only resisted for a moment before it shattered like glass. They dissolved into spots of starlight before scattering in the sky. With this, the northern training hall was instantly drowning in a sea of fire. "Damn! It's so strong!" Mingshi exclaimed. Although it was his second time seeing this, he still found it unbelievable. Lu Zhou, Fan Zhong, and the other free men were also astonished. Buzz! Qin Renyue manifested his astrolabe at this moment. He held it in front of him, and before it exploded with all the power of his birth charts, he bellowed, "You dare to destroy my training hall?" Bang, 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 bang. The power of the birth charts landed on Fire Phoenix. It did not dodge at all. Instead, it folded its wings around itself, letting the attack hit it. When it unfolded its wings, it was completely unharmed. It was too powerful. Qin Renyue suddenly remembered how miserable Yizhang and the 36 Big Dipper flag bearers were when they struggled in the Sea of Fire. He knew that he and the 49 swordsmen were not much stronger than them. Moreover, so many years had passed since it rose from the ashes. It had matured and grown even more powerful. He wondered how he should deal with it for a moment before he called out, "Brother Lu!" At this time, Qin Renyue could seek help from Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou, who was standing at the training hall, glanced at Qin Renyue and asked, "Oh, so you remember me now?" A sheepish expression appeared on Qin Renyue's face. He glanced at Mingshi and did some thinking. Over the past 5 years, he had quite many interactions with Mingshi. Hence, he understood Mingshi quite a bit. Mingshi was famous for being cowardly. When he thought about how Mingshi was from the Meng clan, he thought it was to be expected. Moreover, he was not 100% certain Mingshi was a great venerable master. After all, it was almost impossible for one to improve so much in just 5 years. However, that phenomenon at the Skyhook ropeway was real. Hence, he concluded that Mingshi Yin's miraculous improvement must be due to the Great Void Seed. Finally, Qin Renyue said, "Brother Lu, I'm afraid only you can deal with him." Everyone retreated, looking at the huge Fire Phoenix nervously. Lu Zhou flashed and appeared about 100 meters in front of the Fire Phoenix. He stood with his hands on his back as he said, "Beast." The Fire Phoenix made some strange noise at the back of its throat, opening and closing its beaks. Alas, no one understood what it was saying. When Lu Zhou saw the Fire Phoenix had no intention of attacking, he sent a voice transmission to it. "Are you here to look for the little Fire Phoenix?" He used voice transmission since he did not want the others to know about the existence of the little Fire Phoenix. The Fire Phoenix moved its head up and down as though it was nodding. Lu Zhou continued to say through voice transmission as he raised his hand, "Since you entrusted it to me temporarily, I'll naturally return it to you. However, before that, don't you think there's something you should express?" The Fire Phoenix's head tilted to the left and the right, confused. It did not quite understand human etiquette. It did understand what the human in front of it wanted. Was it not a matter of course that its child was returned to it? It lowered its head, and when it saw Lu Zhou's raised hand, anger began to surge in its heart. It thought that humans were indeed creatures. It would burn them with its mighty fire, so they would know to fear the mighty and divine Fire Phoenix. With that, the Fire Phoenix spat out a ball of flames. Qin Renyue and Fan Zhong manifested their astrolabes and retreated 1,000 meters along with the other cultivators. Lu Zhou did not expect the Fire Phoenix to suddenly attack as well. Human brains worked differently from that of beasts, after all. He hurriedly brought his astrolabe up to shield himself. When the fire landed on Lu Zhou's astrolabe, a sizzling sound rang in the air. As soon as the fire burned his astrolabe, he felt the heat as well. It seemed like the astrolabe was melting. He was surprised by this discovery. After all, he was now a venerable master. Moreover, he had the fire resistance ability from one of his life hearts. It seemed like it was still not enough compared to the Fire Phoenix's flames. Creak! Lu Zhou's astrolabe began to cave in. He pushed his hand against it, channeling his divine power into it. The golden light shone on the astrolabe with spots of blue light. It was a rather dazzling sight. The astrolabe creaked, smoothing itself out, successfully blocking the flames. Lu Zhou was only able to block the flames for now. He could not attack it. With a buzz, the astrolabe straightened and finally blocked the flames. At this moment, the Fire Phoenix suddenly stopped spewing flames. It spread its wings before it grew still. Taking advantage of the brief respite, Lu Zhou put away the astrolabe and used the power of the Tao he had comprehended at the Skyhook ropeway. At the same time, he also used He Luoyu's ability. 10 clones appeared in the air instantly. Everyone saw the void ripple slightly. When they looked again, Lu Zhou was already hovering above the fire phoenix. Then he launched a palm seal. Flawed perfection. The fire phoenix fell into a brief daze. Then, it swept its wings across the sky at Lu Zhou's clones, harmlessly dispersing them. Qin Renyue, Fan Zhong, and the others were slightly surprised when they saw flawed perfection. Flawed perfection seemed to have traveled through the void. Logically speaking, the palm seal should have shot out from the palm and flown according to its trajectory before hitting its target. However, this palm seal vanished for an instant when it appeared. When it reappeared a distance away, it flew out in a dazzling straight line with the center missing. From the fire phoenix's point of view, the palm seal was quite a distance away. However, it did not know what happened, but the palm seal suddenly appeared in front of it. Boom! The palm seal landed on the fire phoenix's chest. Its eyes widened in shock as it screeched in pain. Everyone was shocked when they saw the fire phoenix being pushed 1,000 meters back by the immense force. It landed. The attack landed. The fire phoenix has an immortal body. This palm seal looks ordinary, so how did it injure the fire phoenix? Moreover, the fire phoenix hides its body in the flames, so it's difficult to accurately hit it. If I have the answer to your question, then I'd be a venerable master myself. At this moment, the fire phoenix flapped its wings again, seemingly recovered. Then, it spat out another ball of flames that was even more terrifying and hotter than before. The flaming sky cast a red light on the northern training hall, making it look as though it was drowning in a sea of fire. Lu Zhou did not use his astrolabe. Instead, he brought Unnamed in the form of a shield out before he flew forward. Qin Renyue nodded. Brother Lu still hasn't cast his golden Buddha's body. Even the fire phoenix was helpless against his golden Buddha's body at that time. Fan Zhong did not see Lu Zhou fight the fire phoenix with the golden Buddha's body previously. He had heard about it, but he had always been skeptical about news from the unknown land. Moreover, he did not think venerable masters were a match for divine beasts. Nevertheless, he said perfunctorily, the golden Buddha's body's defenses are indeed amazing. Fan Zhong knew Qin Renyue thought very highly of Lu Zhou and was determined to forge a good relationship with Lu Zhou. To that end, Qin Renyue could even look past Qin Maoshang's death. Not only that, but Qin Renyue even dared to go to the royal palace and fight the fake emperor of Great Qin in the ultimate formation. Fan Zhong thought Qin Renyue was really bold with his actions. However, he knew he could never act in this manner. With just one wrong step, he would fall into the abyss, unable to leave. In the past, the cultivation base of the fake emperor of Great Qin had always been a mystery. The 4 venerable masters did not underestimate him at all. Even Tuoba Siqing did not dare to mess with the royal family. All sorts of signs pointed to the fake emperor of Great Qin being very strong. And yet, Qin Renyue still dared to firmly stand by Lu Zhou's side. In the end, his gamble paid off. Unnamed that was imbued with the divine power glowed golden and blue. After a moment, the 2 lights suddenly merged, turning sort of green. Qin Renyue, who caught a brief flash of it, exclaimed, "Green!" At this moment, Lu Zhou, who was holding Unnamed in front of him, arrived in front of the fire phoenix. After half a year of tempering his body in extreme heat in the depths of Skywheel Mountain, he could finally see the use of it. Coupled with his power as a great venerable master and the divine power, he was able to withstand the firestorm. Ice Seal. Fight fire with ice. Cold versus heat. The winner would be whoever had more vitality energy. When Lu Zhou cast Ice Seal, he had used half of his divine power as well. The freezing energy instantly dispelled the high heat. Lu Zhou felt much better. He felt as though he had stepped into the cold universe on a dark, lonely night. On the contrary, the spectators found it even more unbearable now. The feeling of extreme heat and cold caused them to sweat and shudder even if they were cultivators. In just a moment, the fire phoenix's flames were extinguished. The ice spread quickly, freezing the fire phoenix with its wings fully unfurled. Then it fell down. Lu Zhou stepped forward. The 8 trigrams appeared beneath his feet, while yin-yang seals appeared on his body. From all directions, primal chi converged, looking like a dragon. Then, he launched another flawed perfection. Qin Renyue's eyes widened. Great Venerable Master? Fan Zhong had also discovered this, but he was calmer. So the Great Venerable Master is Pavilion Master Lu. Shang Yan, the Valley Master of Hurricane Valley, laughed. Venerable Master Qin, were you playing a joke on us? Pavilion Master Lu is right in front of us. But you deliberately misled us. Gu Ning from the Phantom Union chimed in. I was wondering how could a great venerable master be so young? Moreover, how could a disciple surpass his master? As it turns out, the great venerable master is Pavilion Master Lu. They felt they had been dragged into the gutter by Qin Renyue. Qin Renyue turned to look at Ming Shirin, but Ming Shirin looked at him with an expression that seemed to say, What are you looking at? I told you earlier. But you didn't believe me and insisted on being stubborn. Qin Renyue looked away, feeling slightly embarrassed. He should have known it was impossible. He knew Ming Shirin spent a lot of time sleeping. How could Ming Shirin become not just a venerable master, but a great venerable master in just a few years? The great void seed was indeed amazing, but it was not so amazing to the extent where it could transform one into a great venerable master in just a few years. On the other hand, now that he thought about it again, Lu Zhou was already a venerable master. It was perfectly reasonable for Lu Zhou to break through and become a great venerable master. It made perfect sense. The difference between an ordinary venerable master and a great venerable master lay in their comprehension of the Tao, which dictated the number of laws that they had mastery over. Ordinary venerable masters had mastery over one law, and the range of their control was rather small. On the other hand, great venerable masters had mastery over 2 or even 3 laws, and their range of control was much bigger and lasted longer as well. For this reason, great venerable masters could easily neutralize ordinary venerable masters' powers of the Tao. The longer Qin Renyue looked at that palm seal that gathered all the vitality energy in the surroundings and left ripples in the void, the more convinced he was that it was the power of a great venerable master. Flawed perfection fell from the sky. It vanished, and when it reappeared again, it was above the fire phoenix's head. Everyone was stunned that Lu Zhou was able to control it from almost 100 meters away. Boom! In a battle between experts, even the slightest difference was like an insurmountable chasm. With a distance of 100 meters, many things could be done. Lu Zhou could launch a sneak attack from any direction at any given time. When the palm seal landed on the fire phoenix, a burst of light exploded, illuminating the sky like the sun. The ground within 100,000 feet trembled. Meanwhile, the sky above the Qin clan's estate lit up dazzlingly. Even from 1,000 miles away, one could see the brilliance from the horizon. Crack! The moment the fire phoenix landed, the layer of ice around it shattered. It flapped its wings immediately. It was further enraged after being knocked down. It soared into the sky, rushing toward Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou frowned. You're not injured? Either the fire phoenix's healing ability was very high or his strike missed. There was no way it could be uninjured if his strike had landed. Lu Zhou felt very confident about that palm seal. Very well. I'll give you another palm seal. This time, Lu Zhou brought the purple glazed ceramic out. Previously, he had used his Life Heart's Ice Seal ability. This time, he was going to use the purple glazed ceramic's ability. Upon seeing the purple glazed ceramic, infinite grade? It's very normal for a great venerable master to have an infinite grade weapon. Qin Renyue nodded as he said. Indeed. Everyone nodded in agreement. While they were chatting, energy burst from the purple glazed tile. The fire phoenix screeched. It had just arrived 100 meters in front of Lu Zhou before it was frozen again. Once again, it turned into an ice sculpture and fell from the sky. Lu Zhou raised his hand. Unnamed in the form of a sword released an incredibly long energy sword that stabbed at the fire phoenix's body. He had imbued the divine power into the energy sword as well. Bang! The sound resounded thunderously in the sky, and the earth split. It looked as though a giant sword had nailed a frozen sparrow to the ground. The battle seemed to have ended. Everyone was in disbelief. It's over. The divine beast is defeated? No one dared to wonder out loud how a divine beast, which was comparable to a saint, was defeated by a venerable master. Meanwhile, Xianxia exclaimed in shock, "Another infinite-grade weapon?" Xianxia said, "There's no need to be so surprised. Brother Lu has at least 3 infinite-grade items." "TT3? Okay." After a brief moment, everyone quickly pulled themselves together and calmed down. Their eyes were focused on the frozen fire phoenix that was nailed to the ground, waiting. They did not doubt Lu Zhou's strength as a great venerable master, but the fire phoenix was not an ordinary divine beast. Everyone knew its nickname, the Immortal Bird. Even if Lu Zhou used 2 infinite-grade weapons along with his power, it did not mean he could kill the Immortal Bird. Hence, they continued to wait for its rebirth as they stared at it intently. Lu Zhou did not withdraw the energy sword. He continued holding on to Unnamed in the form of a sword and looked at the fire phoenix. After a few breaths, crack, the layer of ice shattered. Swoosh! Flames surged again on the fire phoenix's body. Surprisingly, the flames were even more intense than before. It supported itself using its wings and rose to its feet, allowing the energy sword to completely pierce its body. Bang! Lu Zhou put away Unnamed. Then, in just a blink of an eye, 10 clones appeared again. The fire phoenix flew into the air as the energy sword gradually dissipated. At this time, a drop of molten liquid dripped down. Fire Phoenix's true blood. The young cultivators guarding the flying chariots could not suppress their greed when they saw the blood and rushed over immediately. Brother Lu's strength is truly unfathomable. He actually injured the Fire Phoenix. The Fire Phoenix's true blood can greatly increase one's cultivation and change one's physique. Although it can't compare to the Great Void Seed, it's still a rare treasure, Xianxia said. However, in the short term, the Fire Phoenix's true blood is not different from the Great Void Seed. The true blood's effect will run its course, unlike the Great Void Seed. At that time, one's cultivation speed will decrease, Xianxia said. As Xianxia, Guning, Fanzhong, and the others watched the young cultivators they brought with them running toward the true blood and shook their heads. The place they were rushing to was beneath the feet of a divine beast. Did they have a death wish? As the saying went, a newborn calf is unafraid of the tiger. As expected, after the Fire Phoenix rose into the sky, it unfurled its wings that seemed to span the entire sky. Once again, the sky turned red and fiery. From thousands of miles away, it seems like the sky was burning. The flames and heat had reached an unprecedented height at this moment. Lu Zhou looked down and bellowed, "Get lost!" Lu Zhou used the divine power from his 6-leaf blue avatar and cast the power of speech. The sound wave rolled out like a tsunami. Hundreds of young cultivators were instantly sent flying back by the sound wave. Their chi and blood surged violently in their bodies while the weaker ones were already spitting out blood. As expected of a great venerable master, each of his moves was shocking. Lu Zhou still remembered the battle in the unknown land. When the Fire Phoenix spread its wings in such a manner, it meant that it was going to unleash its ultimate move. The current Fire Phoenix has grown much stronger. Despite being injured, its one move was enough to destroy the world. After a moment, Lu Zhou said, "Young people, you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Is the Fire Phoenix's true blood something you can covet?" The young cultivators flew thousands of meters back, looking at the Fire Phoenix in the sky in shock. The true blood fell 300 meters before it was evaporated by the high heat from the Fire Phoenix's flames. The place where the young cultivators were standing at just a moment again was burning high with flames. Fanzhong took the initiative to say, "Thank you, great venerable Master Lu, for saving their lives." With this, Xianxia and Guning reimagined their senses and thanked Lu Zhou as well. Then they turned around and reprimanded the young cultivators. "How dare you? The Fire Phoenix doesn't even need to exert any effort to reduce all of you to ashes. Did you think you're very brave? If it weren't for venerable Master Lu, all of you would have died." The young cultivators finally realized how impulsive they had been. All of them bowed to Lu Zhou to express their gratitude. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou's attention was no longer on them. He was only focused on the fire phoenix. It was simply too powerful. If they continued to fight, it would be difficult to determine the victor. He knew even if he could not kill the fire phoenix definitely could not kill him. He was enough of means to protect himself and 1,000,000 merit points. At this time, the fire phoenix unfurled its wings again to their full extent before it stilled. Then, a screech tore through the heavens, heralding a firestorm. Swoosh! Qin Runyue felt angry and helpless when he saw this. He bellowed angrily, "Everyone, evacuate the training hall. Retreat! Venerable Master?" The 49 swordsmen watched as the fire ravaged the southern and northern mountains and the previously lush forest before shifting their gaze toward the training hall. This was their home, the place they grew up. How could they be unaffected watching their home burn? Seeing the approaching firestorm, Qin Runyue decisively said, "Retreat! Where there's life, there's hope." With this, everyone flew away. Yu Zhanghai and Yu Shangrong turned around and flew away with little Yuaner and Conk as well. At this time, Lu Zhou said angrily, "Very well. If this is how you want to do it, don't blame me for not showing mercy." Lu Zhou raised his hand, shattering a deadly strike card. A vortex spun in his hand before forming the great Vajrasil hand sign. It shot across the sky like a shooting star, landing on the fire phoenix once again. Bang! Even if the fire phoenix knew he could not kill it, Lu Zhou had to let it know that he was not someone to be trifled with. Then, he manifested his 18-chart astrolabe. Block! The astrolabe expanded at top speed, keeping the flames at bay. Indeed, Lu Zhou was right. Prior to this, the fire phoenix had never taken cultivators at and below the stage of a venerable master seriously. In its opinion, these humans that were like lowly reptiles were not worthy of it using its majestic flames. However, this time it felt an unprecedented wave of terror and suppression from the 9 nether void. It felt even more oppressive than the great void, causing its body to tremble. The fire phoenix flapped its wings, fanning the fire. Lu Zhou quickly withdrew his astrolabe after a few breaths. Swoosh! At this moment, a streak of auspicious energy that shone as brightly as the sun shot out from the lower sky of the southern training hall into Lu Zhou's body. Just like that, his divine power was swiftly restored. Lu Zhou turned around and saw Wizard standing on a puff of auspicious clouds, looking at him like a gentle and elegant sheep. "No wonder you're my favorite. No matter from which angle I look at you, you're so pleasing to the eyes." Now that Lu Zhou's divine power had been restored, he used it to resist the flames and heat. He looked at the northern training hall. Although he had used his astrolabe to block the flames, the northern training hall still could escape the fate of being burned. However, the southern training hall could still be salvaged. Lu Zhou looked at the falling fire phoenix and said, "I've always followed rules when doing things. I've always been honest and kept my promises. I'm telling you now, if you persist in being stubborn and making an enemy out of him, I'll go to the very end with you." Each of Lu Zhou's words was loud and powerful. Lu Zhou knew the fire phoenix was not dead. Moreover, it would become even stronger. Before the fire phoenix reached the ground, it raised its head and looked at Lu Zhou, but it did not attack. It could not understand how a venerable master could possess such power that made one despair. It let out a loud cry before it flew up, drawing level with Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou stood with his hands on his back and looked at the fire phoenix. It felt as though he was looking at the sun at this moment. He asked, "Do you still want to fight? Hold on. This moment depends on who gives in first." Finally, the fire phoenix shook its head. Lu Zhou nodded and said, "Very good." Then the fire phoenix made a series of strange noises. "Conk," Lu Zhou said through voice transmission. When Conk heard her master's call, she was about to rush over. However, before Conk could leave, little Yuaner stopped Conk and said, "Watch out. The big fire phoenix might act shamelessly." Conk laughed. "It's fine. Master is there." "All right then, be careful." In any case, I'm not going over there, little Yuan said. At this moment, Yuan, bring the little fire phoenix here. Little Yuan raised her head and looked at the huge fire phoenix hovering next to her master with an extremely unwilling expression on her face. Yu Zhenghai waved his hand and said, "Ninth junior sister, master's calling you. You have to go." Little Yuan's eyes lit up as she grabbed the scruff of the little fire phoenix's neck before shoving it to Yu Zhenghai and said, "Eldest senior brother, why don't you help me look after it?" "All right," Yu Zhenghai said with a smile. At this time, Lu Zhou transmitted his voice to both Yu Zhenghai and little Yuan. "Yuan, bring the little fire phoenix here." Little Yuan. Yu Zhenghai sighed and handed the little fire phoenix back to little Yuan. Then, he said with a sigh, "It's only natural for a mother to look for her child. You don't want it to be without its mother, right? Moreover, imagine how sad it would be without its mother." Little Yuan nodded reluctantly and said, "I know. However, why does it seem like you're cursing its mother to die?" "Is it?" Yu Zhenghai asked. Yan Zhenluo, Lu Li, and the others nodded. It did seem like he was cursing the fire phoenix. In the end, little Yuan could only bring the little fire phoenix and followed Conk to her master's side. When the fire phoenix saw little Yuan holding the little fire phoenix by the scruff of its neck, its eyes widened. It was furious. Flames began to surge around it again. Lu Zhou said, "You better restrain your temper. Otherwise, you might not be able to reunite with the little fire phoenix." The fire phoenix. When little Yuan and Conk arrived by Lu Zhou's side, he said again, "It's living much better than you'd imagined." The fire phoenix made a string of noises. Conk translated in a low voice, "It said that it doesn't believe you. It said that you must have been torturing its daughter." "Torturing?" Lu Zhou shook his head and said, "You really don't live up to your status as a divine beast. Take a look for yourself before you judge." The fire phoenix looked at the little fire phoenix in little Yuan's hand and chirped. The little fire phoenix responded happily and flapped its wings. Conk said, "The little fire phoenix said it was happy staying with ninth senior sister and that she had lots of fun and delicious food to eat." The little fire phoenix flapped its wings again, slowly rising up. Little Yuan wanted to grab the little fire phoenix, but when she heard Conk's words, she changed her mind. She thought that perhaps her eldest senior brother was right. A child without its mother would not lead a happy life. With that, she thought about her own situation as well. However, she thought she was better off than the little phoenix. At least she had grown up by her parents' side. When she first left home and joined the Evil Sky Pavilion, she was depressed for a long time. Compared to her, the little fire phoenix was truly too miserable. It was separated from its mother before it even broke its eggshell. She understood the pain of separation all too well. The little fire phoenix spat out a ball of flames at this moment. Qin Renyue, Fan Zhong, Shang Yan, Gu Ning, and the others were stunned. Lu Zhou was quite far away from them and had communicated telepathically with the fire phoenix, so they had no idea what was going on. However, they were not blind. All of them had seen the little bird spitting out a ball of flames. How's this possible? I thought it was some special sparrow-like beast. It's actually the fire phoenix's hatchling. No wonder the fire phoenix came here." When the fire phoenix saw the little fire phoenix spitting out a ball of flames, it opened its beak slightly as its eyes widened. It looked unusually happy. The flames around it died down, revealing its dazzling red feathers. The little fire phoenix flew over and circled the fire phoenix. Blood was thicker than water. It was the same for humans and beasts. At this time, the fire phoenix made a string of noises again. Conk said, "Master, it's apologizing to you." Lu Zhou said, "You should apologize to them. You burned their home. Think about it. If I killed your child, how would you feel?" The fire phoenix was stunned. Then, its sharp claws moved. Swoosh! A drop of blood flew toward Qin Renyue and the others. Qin Renyue was overjoyed when he saw this. He quickly used an energy seal to contain the drop of true blood. Conk turned around and said, "Venerable Master Qin, this is the compensation from the Fire Phoenix. It hopes that you'll forgive it." Qin Runyue would not stoop to the of a beast and be petty. Moreover, even if he was petty, he did not have the strength to back it up. If the Fire Phoenix wanted to leave without compensating him, he would not be able to stop it. It was good enough that he was compensated with its true blood. Finally, Qin Runyue cupped his fists together and said, All right. The others looked at Qin Runyue enviously. At this time, the Fire Phoenix turned around and flapped its wings. The little Fire Phoenix chirped next to it, making noises along with its mother. Then, it began to scratch at its mother's body, looking like a spoiled child who was throwing a tantrum. Lu Zhou looked at Conk. Conk said, "The little Fire Phoenix said it doesn't want to leave." Little Yuaner smiled and said, "If it doesn't want to leave, then stay." Then, she said to the little Fire Phoenix, "I'll take care of you." Swoosh! Flames surged again. The Fire Phoenix was bathed in flames again as its anger surged. It spread its wings as it glared at the little Fire Phoenix. Upon seeing this, the little Fire Phoenix flew 5 meters back and spread its wings that spanned about 7 or 8 meters wide. Then, flames began to surge around it as well. One big and one small were confronting each other. When the Fire Phoenix saw the flames surging around the little Fire Phoenix, its eyes widened again. Perhaps, if it were human, there would be an incredulous expression on its face. No one in the world knew better than the Fire Phoenix the progress of Fire Phoenixes. The little Fire Phoenix's performance showed that it was way ahead. Moreover, the little Fire Phoenix even dared to challenge it. The confrontation lasted for a long time before the huge Fire Phoenix extinguished its flames, folded its wings, and lowered its head. Conk said, "Master, it has agreed to let the little Fire Phoenix stay." "Oh, but it said that only 9th Senior Sister is allowed to take care of the little Fire Phoenix. No one else is allowed to touch the little Fire Phoenix," Conk said. After a brief pause, she continued saying through voice transmission, "It said that the noble Fire Phoenix clan can't be defiled by lowly humans. It said that 9th Senior Sister possessed the Great Void Seed, so she's qualified to look after the little Fire Phoenix." Lu Zhou was not angry. Lu was like this after all. Humans and fierce beasts were not the same. "Hence," he said telepathically, "since you know about this, I won't hide it from you. Not only does my disciple possess the Great Void Seed, but its energy is able to nourish the little Fire Phoenix. With this, in the future, not only will the little Fire Phoenix become a divine beast, but it can even be a supreme being." The huge Fire Phoenix lowered its head, blinking its eyes that were like the sun. Conk said, "Master, it tells you to set a condition to let the little Fire Phoenix stay by 9th Senior Sister's side." Lu Zhou remained calm as he said, "My condition is simple. Lend me your life heart." Upon hearing this, the huge Fire Phoenix unfurled its wings that spanned thousands of feet. Lu Zhou said, "You can think about it first. It said that divine beasts are highly intelligent. So far, based on your performance, it doesn't seem to be true." These words extinguished the Fire Phoenix's flames and anger immediately. It froze. The little Fire Phoenix kept chirping and flapping its wings at this moment. Not long after that, the Fire Phoenix nodded. Conk said, "Master, it has agreed. However, it insists on watching you use its life heart and that it has to be returned immediately after you're done. It said that humans are the most despicable and shameless species in the world. It won't give you a chance to steal its life heart away." Lu Zhou said, "I can't use the life heart now. Why don't you let me borrow it the next time you come looking for the little Fire Phoenix?" The Fire Phoenix looked at Lu Zhou in confusion. The seemingly weak old man looked as though he could be knocked down with just a swipe of its wings. Who knew he could erupt with such terrifying power? Especially toward the end of the battle, it felt as though it was facing someone from the Great Void. That was right. The Fire Phoenix wondered if the old man was from the Great Void. If that was the case, then leaving its child with these people was like leaving a sheep in the tiger's mouth. With this, the Fire Phoenix made a series of noises again. Conk said telepathically, Master, it said that you're from the Great Void. It said that unless you can prove you're not from the Great Void, it won't agree with your condition, Conk explained. Lu Zhou frowned. How do you want me to prove that? The fire phoenix moved before it made another series of strange noises. Conk said, It said you have to withstand the full brunt of its attack. Lu Zhou? Little Yuaner grew angry upon hearing these words. She placed her hands on her hips and said, You're a really funny beast. My master just beat you up and subdued you. It's good enough that he didn't kill you. How dare you ask him to let you attack him? Conk, translate my words to it. Say it loudly and in an imposing manner. Oh! Conk translated every word carefully. In fact, even without translation, the fire phoenix could understand what Little Yuaner said. Shook its head. Little Yuaner said, You better be reasonable. My master is here, so don't act arrogant. Don't humiliate yourself even if you have nothing better to do. Then, she turned to Lu Zhou and asked, Master, am I right? Lu Zhou. Indeed. He did not have a fetish for standing still and letting others attack him. Lu Zhou looked at the fire phoenix and said, I don't have time to waste with you. Why don't we do this? If you can withstand my palm strike, I'll do as you wish. What do you think? The fire phoenix shook its head immediately. Fear still lingered in its heart when it thought about the earlier scene. Fortunately, the old man in front of it had yet to master the method to kill an immortal divine bird. Nevertheless, it did not want to suffer the pain. At this time, the little fire phoenix began to chirp again. It flapped its wings, lifting its chubby body. The fire phoenix took a step back and nodded somewhat helplessly. This expression was rather interesting. It seemed to say, All right, you little ingrate. You win. I agree. Okay? Then, the little fire phoenix flew back to perch on Little Yuaner's shoulder. Looking pleased with itself, it folded its wings and raised its head proudly, happily enjoying the great void energy. Only a descendant of a divine beast like it was qualified to enjoy the energy from the great void seed. Seeing that little fire phoenix was doing very well and even had the nourishment from the great void energy, the fire phoenix knew the little fire phoenix would progress rapidly. However, if these people were from the great void, the little fire phoenix would be in big trouble. It looked at Lu Zhou again. If it could confirm Lu Zhou was not from the great void, it thought it might be worthwhile lending Lu Zhou its life heart. At the same time, everyone watched in confusion. After a moment, the fire phoenix raised its head and closed the distance between it and Lu Zhou until it was only half an inch away from Lu Zhou. Then, a red wisp of flame flew toward Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou was puzzled. He did not sense any lethality from the wisp of flame. When it arrived in front of him, it was gentle and warm. Then, the flames seemed to turn into a mini vortex. Suddenly, the flame turned blue. Swoosh! The fire phoenix let out a cry as it flapped its wings. Its eyes looked as though it was going to fall out of their sockets. Humans and beasts had different thinking, but they all felt the same emotions such as fear and joy. Everyone clearly saw the fear in the fire phoenix's eyes at this moment. After retreating a few steps, the fire phoenix lowered its proud head and put away its arrogance as the noble fire phoenix, looking extremely humble at this moment. Then it made a string of low noises. Upon seeing this, even the little fire phoenix was stunned. It looked at its mother in confusion. Little Yuaner and Conk also did not expect the fire phoenix's abrupt change in attitude. Lu Zhou pointed at the fire phoenix and asked, Conk, what did it say? Conk stuttered and scratched her head before she said, It said, It's you? Master. It seems like it knew you from a long time ago. Lu Zhou said mercilessly, I don't know it. Oh, the fire phoenix. The fire phoenix, who had lost its arrogance, nodded as it made a lot of noise. Conk nodded. Well, it's good that you agreed. This is your promise to my master. Don't worry. My master is a man of his words. And let me tell you, my master hates those who go back on their words. The fire phoenix? It meant. I understand. The fire phoenix shook its body and pulled out a feather before handing it to Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou looked at the feather, slightly confused. Conk said, "It's said that if you burn this feather, it'll be able to sense you and rush over immediately." Lu Zhou nodded and put it away in the vast sky bag. Then the fire phoenix slowly spread its wings. At the same time, it looked at the little fire phoenix, clearly reluctant to part with its child. The little fire phoenix chirped happily like an insensible child, completely unwise to the pain of separation between parents and their children. "You can go," Lu Zhou said, waving his hand. The fire phoenix chirped and flapped its wings. In just a blink of an eye, it flew into the sky and vanished from sight. Meanwhile, Qin Renyue and the others were confused. They could not hear what Lu Zhou said, but they could see everything. All of them rushed back from the distance. Yuan Lang, one of the 49 swordsmen, shouted, "Put out the fire!" Gu Ning, Xianxia, and Fan Zhong ordered their people to help as well. "What are you waiting for? Help put out the fire!" There were hundreds of people who were brought here by the free men. Hence, their speed of putting out the fire was not too bad. The cultivators flew back and forth, bringing water from every direction to put out the fire. Not long after, the fire was put out. The northern training hall was charred black with wisps of smoke rising from the rubble. Fortunately, the southern training hall was safe and the other places were safe. The northern training can be rebuilt. After putting out the fire, everyone gathered and bowed in thanks. Qin Renyue said, "Fortunately, Brother Lu's here. Otherwise, my northern and southern training halls would be gone for good." Fan Zhong chimed in, "Great Venerable Master is truly extraordinary. Even the divine beast had to retreat. I really admire you. Venerable Master Qin, you must thank Great Venerable Master Lu." Qin Renyue rolled his eyes. "That's a matter of course. I don't need you to remind me." Lu Zhou waved his hand and said, "It's just a small matter. There's no need to speak about such trivial matters." Qin Renyue was even more moved when he heard these words. "Brother Lu, my Qin clan will remember your great kindness." The young cultivators from the Qin clan originally were slightly dissatisfied about Qin Maoshang's death. However, because of Qin Renyue, none of them dared to express their dissatisfaction with Lu Zhou. However, after witnessing Lu Zhou's performance today, all of them were thoroughly convinced. About 3,000 disciples bowed at the same time. "Thank you, Great Venerable Master." Ding! Received the worship of 3,100 people. Reward, 3,100 merit points. Although the merit points were not a lot, they were still merit points. Lu Zhou's expression remained the same as he waved his hand, indicating the matter was not worth mentioning. It was unexpected that a great venerable master was so modest. Previously, Qin Renyue had invited him many times but was refused, so he thought Lu Zhou was rather cold and aloof. Now, it seemed like it was all a misunderstanding. Everyone was filled with even more admiration. At this time, Qin Renyue asked, puzzled, "I'm confused. Why did the fire phoenix come here? Moreover, I saw the fire phoenix's attitude toward Brother Lu earlier. Fire phoenixes prided themselves on their nobility. Why did it leave so easily?" It was true that Lu Zhou's move was shocking. However, if it was a fight to the death, it would not be easy even for a great venerable master to deal with it. Divine beasts were akin to saints, after all. Before Lu Zhou could say anything, little Yuaner took the lead and said, "That's because it's afraid of my master." After that, little Yuaner patted the little fire phoenix on her shoulder. In fact, everyone's eyes had long been attracted by the little fire phoenix. Xianxia suddenly exclaimed, "I know! The fire phoenix must have come here to look for the little fire phoenix, right?" In other words, this disaster was brought by the great venerable master. Fan Zhong frowned before he said in a serious tone, "Pay attention to your words. In my opinion, the great venerable master must have subdued the little fire phoenix. Hence, the huge fire phoenix surrendered and left." "Yes, yes, yes," Xianxia hastily said as he nodded. Qin Renyue did not care. Even if Lu Zhou brought this disaster, it had already been resolved. The most important thing was that he received a drop of the Fire Phoenix's true blood as compensation. As everyone chatted and flattered the great venerable master, they felt slightly sour in their hearts. At this time, Qin Runyue said, I have a deep friendship with Brother Liu. The Northern Training Hall aside, it's not a big deal for me to give Brother Liu the Southern Training Hall. How magnanimous! With this level of flattery, the others thought they really could not compare with Qin Runyue. Suddenly, Fan Zhong said, It's really enviable that Venerable Master Qin obtained the true blood. Inwardly, Fan Zhong thought to himself, How dare you snatch away such a precious treasure from the great Venerable Master? Lu Zhou said, That's what the Fire Phoenix gave him. I won't take it from him. Fan Zhong nodded. It makes sense. With the little Fire Phoenix, you're not lacking in true blood. Chirp, 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 swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The little Fire Phoenix rose into the air. With a swoosh, it spat out a ball of flames at Fan Zhong. Fan Zhong appeared calm outwardly, but he was panicking inwardly. He hurriedly retreated and manifested his astrolabe in front of him. Everyone was dumbfounded by the little Fire Phoenix's quick temper. It spat out flames just like that. Qin Runyue said, I didn't expect to make such a mistake. I didn't know this turkey-like bird is actually the hatchling of a divine beast. As soon as Qin Runyue's voice fell, the little Fire Phoenix suddenly turned to stare at Qin Runyue. Qin Runyue. Swoosh. The little Fire Phoenix did not spit fire but began to descend. Little Yuaner grabbed it and said, You're trying to show off again. Qin Runyue sighed in relief inwardly, thinking about the close call. Then, he said with a smile, It's a joke. Don't take it to heart. Lu Zhou thought it was about time, so he said, Since the Northern Training Hall is destroyed, let's go to the Southern Training Hall. Everyone was overjoyed upon hearing this. Naturally, the juniors were not invited. The venerable masters and the free men followed Lu Zhou to the Southern Training Hall. In the Southern Training Hall, Lu Zhou said, I have a question, and I hope I'll be able to obtain answers from all of you. Great Venerable Master Lu, please feel free to ask your question. I'll answer it to the best of my ability, Xianxia said. The free men travel freely through the 9 domains. Until today, many people are curious about the location of the Great Void. Did you see any signs of the Great Void in any of the 9 domains? Everyone shook their heads. Qin Runyue said with a sigh, The location of the Great Void is a mystery. Perhaps it's even hidden by an illusory formation. Experts are as abundant as clouds in the Great Void. Moreover, to be able to keep the balance of the 9 domains, it mustn't be a small place. Xianxia nodded. I agree. Many cultivators from the 9 domains have gone to the unknown land, but not many have gone to the core region. Although I've been to many places such as the Golden Lotus Domain, Red Lotus Domain, and the Purple Lotus Domain, I've not heard anything about the location of the Great Void. I didn't hear anything in the Black Lotus Domain and the White Lotus Domain as well. I heard the Black Tower Council and the White Tower Council went on the Great Void expedition and suffered heavy losses as a result. The furthest they reached was one of the pillars of destruction and obtained the soil from there. Even then, most of the participants of the expedition are dead, Guning said. The strongest in the Black Tower Council and the White Tower Council only had about 12 birth charts. It was quite good that some of them even managed to survive going to the Pillar of Destruction. At this moment, Fan Zhong said, I think the Great Void might not be in the unknown land. Lu Zhou looked at Fan Zhong. Although he did not have a good impression of Fan Zhong, there was no denying that as a venerable master, Fan Zhong was still knowledgeable. Hence, he asked, Why do you say so? Fan Zhong said, To tell you the truth, I've crossed the unknown land. It took me 13 years and 8 months. The training hall was as silent as a graveyard. Many people tried crossing the unknown land, but they were forced to give up halfway. Some had to take a detour to avoid the core region. However, one naturally had to cross the core region to truly understand the unknown land. Fan Zhong's words shocked everyone. Lu Zhou asked curiously, So you've been to the core region? Fan Zhong nodded. His eyes held a hint of vicissitudes and helplessness as he said, "Indeed, I've been to the core region. I've been to all 10 pillars of destruction. There are 3 in the outer region, 3 in the middle region, 3 in the core region, and 1 in the heart of the unknown land." Fan Zhong's expression changed slightly as he sighed and said, "I've never seen a pillar as thick as the pillar of destruction in the heart of the unknown land. It's 10,000 times taller than the other pillars of destruction. When I tried to approach it, I was swept away by a strong gust of wind. Following that, many divine beasts appeared, so I had to, play dead to avoid the disaster." "You, a venerable master, had to play dead? It's not easy to fool those divine beasts with keen noses with this trick, though," Qin Runyue said with a smile. "Anyway, that's not important. There's no need to care about that," Fan Zhong said, clearly wanting to avoid that topic. No, I care very much about that. Who knows, I might go there in the future. It's best for me to learn from your experience," Qin Runyue said modestly. Fan Zhong cursed Qin Runyue in his heart. Lu Zhou asked, perplexed, "Why is that pillar of destruction different from the others?" Fan Zhong said, "It's indeed strange. That's not all. If the unknown land weren't so dark, you'd be able to see that the pillar of destruction near the green lotus domain is green, while the pillar of destruction near the golden lotus domain is yellow." "So strange." Mingshi Yin raised his eyebrows. Yu Zhenghai frowned. "Old Fourth, if you don't speak, no one would complain about you being mute. Eldest senior brother is right. Everyone, please continue," Mingshi Yin said before he stood behind Yu Zhenghai respectfully, massaging Yu Zhenghai's shoulders. Qin Runyue really could not understand the evil sky pavilion. Why was the future supreme being treated in that manner? Lu Zhou said, "Continue." When Fan Zhong saw that Lu Zhou's attention was on him, he thought this might be a good chance to resolve the estrangement. He said, "Please bring the 4 treasures of the study." Qin Runyue waved his hand. A disciple of the Qin clan hurriedly brought an ink brush, a pot of ink, paper, and inkstone into the hall before setting them properly. Fan Zhong picked up the brush and said in a serious tone, "Let's assume the unknown land is like a sundial, which aligns with the 12 o'clock position." Qin Runyue said disapprovingly, "You're singing the same old tune. Can you say something new?" Fan Zhong ignored Qin Runyue and continued to say, "The heart of the unknown land is called Rending, which means men decide their fates. That's also where the pillar of destruction is." Fan Zhong paused to look at Lu Zhou before he said, "I don't know how vast the core region is. I set off from the Green Lotus domain, and it took me 2 years to arrive at the outer region. Then it took me another year to cross the middle region. Perhaps it has something to do with the stability of the balance brought by the Beast Kings there. Then it took 3 years for me to arrive at the core region and the heart of the unknown land. There were many mountains surrounding the pillar of destruction at the heart of the unknown land. The height of the trees there was 10 to 100 times taller than the trees in the outer region. I met an ancient divine beast there. Out of desperation to survive, I had not but to hide in the excrement of a fierce beast for 3 months. During that time, I heard powerful fierce beasts and the ancient divine beasts communicating and fighting each other. It's a pity I don't understand the beast's tongue. After the beasts finally left and the coast was clear, I escaped and wandered the unknown land before returning to the Green Lotus domain through a runic passage." Qin Runyue wanted to make fun of Fan Zhong, but when he saw the solemn expression on Fan Zhong's face, he dismissed that idea. Venerable masters were also humans. When faced with an ancient divine beast, it was not a shameful thing having to hide in a fierce beast's excrement. If Qin Runyue were in Fan Zhong's shoes at that time, who knew if he would be able to react as quickly as Fan Zhong? "There are still ancient divine beasts in the unknown land?" Lu Zhou asked. "After the land split, some of the ancient divine beasts died and some escaped. The ones that survived should be in the Great Void." "Yes, apart from those that predate divine beasts that are much more intelligent than the average divine beasts are also called ancient divine beasts. That's one differentiated divine beasts the Great Void left behind before vanishing," Fan Zhong said. There's a secret I want to tell Brother Lu. Fan Zhong not so subtly changed the way he addressed Lu Zhou from Great Venerable Master Lu to Brother Lu. Fan Zhong glanced at Qin Renyue from the corners of his eyes as he lowered his voice and said, "The free man of the Fan clan saw the halcyon bird at the White Tower Council." Only Lu Zhou alone heard these words. He looked at Fan Zhong in surprise. He had seen the halcyon bird through his power of sight that day. He did not expect the free man of the Fan clan to be at the White Lotus domain as well. "When was this?" Lu Zhou asked. Fan Zhong replied, "When Qin Naihe was in trouble." "Qin Renyue?" Lu Zhou nodded. The timing was right. Fan Zhong said again, "Although the halcyon bird isn't as fierce as the ancient divine beasts, it's a descendant of the ancient divine beast from the Great Void. The bird had just reached maturity. Based on the free man's words, it should have become a divine beast. Its appearance was said to be rather intriguing." Lu Zhou thought about Lan Shihe. Lan Shihe was from the Great Void. Where was the Great Void? Qin Renyue said, "You've said so much, but you've yet to tell us where the Great Void is. Although it's admirable that you crossed the unknown land, it's a pity you still didn't find the Great Void." Everyone sighed. Fan Zhong shook his head and said, "The equalizers maintain the balance. The Great Void placed a red line and forbade venerable masters from crossing it. Based on this, there must be something in the Great Void that can sense venerable masters. Before crossing the Great Void, I forcefully sealed one of my birth charts." Qin Renyue gave Fan Zhong a thumbs up. "He's really ruthless to himself." Fan Zhong said rather proudly, "Although I didn't find the Great Void, I'm sure that the Great Void is in the unknown land." "How can you be sure?" Lu Zhou asked skeptically. Even he was not sure of this matter. Fan Zhong replied, "Although I don't understand the beast's tongue, I understand the human language. Some of the fierce beasts spoke human language. I remember one of them saying that the Great Void didn't really leave and that when it returns, there'll be peace." It was silent once again in the training hall. After a dramatic pause, Fan Zhong said, "The Great Void has always been in the unknown land. These are the words I heard word for word." Qin Renyue really wished he could beat Fan Zhong up at the moment. He would have done it if it were not for his identity as a venerable master. Lu Zhou had invited the free men here because they had traveled to various domains and had seen a lot. He did not expect Fan Zhong would be the one to have such a bizarre and interesting experience. Fan Zhong said, "Brother Lu, if you really want to find the Great Void, there are two options. First, go to the core region in the unknown land. Although you might gain some clues there, even with the strength of a great venerable master, it'd still be dangerous. Second, you can visit St. Chun. St. Chun is the only person in the 9 domains to have reached an agreement with the Great Void. He must know much more than we do." Everyone nodded. Yu Zhenghai cupped his fists together and said, "Master, I think Venerable Master Fan has a point. After all, as the saying goes, time invested in preparation isn't wasted." The disciples were eager to make a move. After all, their master was already a great venerable master, but they were still struggling with the first and second birth trial. When Qin Renyue saw Lu Zhou was immersed in his thoughts, he said, "Brother Lu, I have a collective teleportation jade talisman here. It can help you return to the Golden Lotus at any time." Lu Zhou nodded and put it away in the vast sky bag. Then, Qin Renyue rose to his feet and said, "Then I won't disturb you any longer. I'll take my leave now. Farewell." Naturally, no one dared to stay for too long in the southern training hall. They left one after another as well. Before Lu Zhou's disciples left, he called out, "Old Fourth Yuaner, both of you stay." Mingshi Yin and Little Yuaner bowed and stayed behind. After everyone left, Lu Zhou said in a serious tone, "Old Fourth, news of you possessing the Great Void Seed has already spread. Many people know about it. Don't think you can act unscrupulously just because you have your master's support." Thud. Mingshi Yin fell to his knees immediately. "I understand, Master. The world was vast and filled with wonders. There would always be someone better than you. Yuaner, the little fire phoenix has been exposed. It's a descendant of a divine beast and has true blood. It's inevitable that others would covet it. Little Yuan nodded as realization dawned on her. I shouldn't have brought it around with me. All right, be careful. You can both leave, Lu Zhou said. Sometimes he felt that the world was so vast, but there was no place to stay. After his two disciples left, he began to meditate on the heavenly writing. When it was close to evening, with his keen senses, he sensed a subtle energy fluctuation. It made him feel like something was amiss. If it were Qin Renyue or Fan Zhong, they would not do this. There was no need to consider the others since they were not capable of this. Lu Zhou flashed and appeared in the air outside of the Southern Training Hall. He did not rashly charge out since the other party might be trying to lure him into a trap. Hence, he cast his power of hearing and power of smell, covering a radius of 10,000 feet. As expected, he sensed two presents at the ruins of the Northern Training Hall. The two figures were very still, and their auras were retrained. To the east of the Southern Training Hall, there was another figure floating in the air. He did not hide his aura. Lu Zhou thought about it for a moment before he flashed to the east and appeared 100 meters away from that figure. An old man hovered in the air with his back facing Lu Zhou. His aura was fluid like water. He broke the silence first. You're here? Lu Zhou asked, puzzled. Who are you? Since you can sense my presence, you must be a venerable master at least. The old man said. My surname is Ouyang. Ouyang? Lu Zhou had never heard of such a person in the Green Lotus domain. He asked, why are you looking for me? Old man Ouyang still had his back facing Lu Zhou as he said, there's the remnant aura of the divine fire phoenix here. Did you see it? Lu Zhou asked, you're looking for the fire phoenix? Old man Ouyang turned around. He looked like an ordinary old man, and his eyes spoke of the vicissitudes of life. He looked at Lu Zhou and nodded, revealing an expression of approval as he said, you're that great venerable master, right? There's no need to be hostile. I'm only here for the fire phoenix. Lu Zhou shook his head and said, it has already left. Based on your knowledge, do you think I have a chance of defeating it? Old man Ouyang looked at the ruins that were the Northern Training Hall for a moment before he said, you're right. I've offended you today. Your cultivation base and your talent are both very high. Perhaps we'll meet again in the future. This great void pill might be able to help you. Consider this compensation. Lu Zhou was slightly surprised. This was not a big matter. Was there a need for compensation? He did not know what the old man was thinking. The great void pill was not an ordinary pill. Back then, Tuoba Siqing had relied on this pill to break through to the next stage of his cultivation. With this pill, Lu Zhou could easily have another breakthrough. Lu Zhou asked, puzzled, we don't know each other. Why would you give me such a valuable thing? Lu Zhou thought that things were rather strange recently. First, there was Jie Jinan, and now there was this old man with the surname Ouyang. Both of them had given him treasures without asking anything in return. Did they mistake him for another person? Did Lu Tiantong have such good connections with all these experts? Wait! Lu Zhou called out. Jie Jinan left before he had a chance to ask any questions. This time, he wanted to get some answers out of old man Ouyang. Halcyon is coming. I still have something to do. Farewell. Buzz. With the sound of energy resonating, the old man vanished from sight. The two cultivators at the Northern Training Hall flew into the distant sky and vanished from sight as well. Lu Zhou was perplexed. He frowned slightly as he looked at the now empty sky. Halcyon is coming? At the same time, old man Ouyang and his two subordinates appeared on the northern side of a mountain peak. Old man Ouyang looked at his subordinate and asked, Mr. Ouyang, the aura of the fire phoenix is very strong at the ruins. The fire phoenix shouldn't be too far away. Why don't you look for it? One of the subordinates asked. Old man Ouyang looked at his subordinate from the corners of his eyes before he asked, Are you questioning me? I don't dare. The fire phoenix is known as the immortal bird. With your strength, do you think you can catch it? Old man Ouyang asked. But you're with us, the subordinate said. I came to the Green Lotus domain to relax. I don't plan to look for trouble. Moreover, I can't defeat the Fire Phoenix either, Old Man Ouyang said. Leave. I want to be alone. Yes. The two subordinates left in a flash. After a while, a black figure appeared nearby. Brother Ouyang, long time no see. Brother. Old Man Ouyang frowned. I'm joking. Why are you so serious? We're already so old. It'd be boring to keep a straight face all day. Old Man Ouyang said, I came to see you, not to talk about this nonsense. All right, the black figure chuckled. Then he asked, Did you see him? Yes. What do you think? I have no opinion, Old Man Ouyang said. Bah! To think you're someone from the Great Void. I gave him the Great Void pill, Old Man Ouyang said. I hope your judgment is not wrong. If I'm wrong, I, Jiajinin, will present my head on a platter to you. Old Man Ouyang fell silent upon hearing these words. His face that was illuminated by the light in the sky seemed to hold a tinge of melancholy and dispirit, as though he had gone through the many vicissitudes of life. He sighed, as though recalling the past that he could not bear to remember, before he said, I hope you're right. Jiajinin laughed before he said, In this world, including the great void and the endless ocean, I'm the only one who's able to find him. Old Man Ouyang nodded before he asked, So, do you plan to hide forever? Hide. Jiajinin shook his head. I'm just traveling the world. Why? Do you think you bunch of drunkards at the hall can capture me? Old Man Ouyang shook his head. You're mistaken. It's not that they can't capture you. It's that they can't be bothered with you. You'd better watch out. Jiajinin's expression turned solemn. I'm leaving. I don't want to talk too much. With a flash, Jiajinin vanished from sight. In the southern training hall, Lu Zhou muttered Old Man Ouyang's earlier words. Halcyon is coming? Halcyon bird. He was reminded of Si Wuya's odd behavior. He silently recited the mantra for the power of sight. In a room, Si Wuya rose to his feet after packing his things. He said, I'll set off to Penglai tomorrow. Come with me. It's not a problem for me to go to Penglai with you. However, you can forget about going to Halcyon, Zhang Aijin said as he shook his head. Si Wuya said with a straight face, I have 3 desolate grade swords here. The Sky Martial Academy has just forged them. Their appearances are a little ugly, so no one wants them. I'm thinking of melting them and reforging them tomorrow. Don't. Every sword is precious. You're really heartless. Be careful, you might not be able to marry a wife in the future, Zhang Aijin said. Si Wuya only smiled. Zhang Aijin said helplessly, Fine. Do I have a choice? I'll go with you, but the swords are mine. Deal. Zhang Aijin asked curiously, Why do you insist on going to Mount Halcyon? There's new information about the shackles of heaven and earth there. I need to verify it, Si Wuya replied. This excuse is too lame. If you don't want to tell me, then forget it, Zhang Aijin said. Then, he turned around and walked to the door as he said, Don't forget my swords. Si Wuya smiled as he called out, Zhang Aijin. What? If you have something to say, then hurry up and say it, Zhang Aijin said. What's your lifelong pursuit? Si Wuya asked. Zhang Aijin looked at the scenery outside the door as he said, My pursuit has always been the same. I can't only blame myself for being too single-minded. I don't want to cultivate, nor do I want to live forever. I only want to collect all the good swords in the world. When I die, I want to be buried in a tomb filled with beautiful swords that will guard me for generations. Ah, how nice would that be? What a vulgar pursuit. We'll leave tomorrow. Okay. Lu Zhou was slightly surprised. He murmured to himself, Is there something happening at Mount Halcyon? He continued to observe Si Wuya. However, Si Wuya was just working at his desk, so in the end, he could only cut off his power of sight. At this moment, Yan Zhenluo and Lu Li appeared outside of the training hall. Pavilion Master. Come in. Yan Zhenluo and Lu Li entered the training hall. Lu Li did not beat around the bush and directly said, The imbalance has worsened again. There are a lot of fierce beasts heading toward the Golden Lotus domain. Lu Zhou frowned. He was not a great venerable master. Logically, with the appearance of a great venerable master, it should have balanced out the deaths of Tuoba Siqing and Yizheng. Not only did the imbalance not get better, but it had worsened, causing the fierce beasts to migrate again to restore the balance. Why is it the Golden Lotus domain? I don't know. Mr. Third and Lu Wu have gone to guard the entrance at the Misty Forest. For the time being, no fierce beasts can threaten the Golden Lotus domain. However, there's no such guarantee for the sea beasts from the Endless Ocean, Lu Li said. There are already movements at the east of the Endless Ocean. In fewer than 5 days, they'll arrive at Penglai. I'm afraid Penglai is in trouble. I'm really curious as well. Why is the Golden Lotus domain? Lu Zhou's gaze fell on the painting on the table that Fan Zhong left behind. He could not help but think of the ancient goatskin map, which was surprisingly similar to the painting. The ancient goatskin map had revealed to him the unknown land, but it was unfortunate that there were more questions than answers. The unknown land was oval and vast. The Golden Lotus domain was small, looking like a leaf that had just sprouted not too long ago. Compared to the vast unknown land, the 9 domains were truly too small. The 9 domains surrounded the unknown land like 9 leaves. Some were bigger, some were smaller, some were far, and some were closer together. The Yellow Lotus domain was not far from the Golden Lotus domain. Lu Zhou wondered if the Golden Lotus domain was separated from the unknown land, and the Yellow Lotus domain was separated from the Golden Lotus domain. He thought this was quite likely. He wondered why the sea beasts would come to shore to attack humans every once in a while as well. After a moment, he asked Lu Li, when you were in the Black Tower Council, how did you know the Sea Beast King was making its way to the Red Lotus domain? Lu Li answered, the 3,000 Dao inscriptions on the tower aren't just for defense. The square formation at the top of the tower resonates with the power of heaven and earth. Coupled with the 3,000 Dao inscriptions, they can detect the directions of fierce beasts. However, it can only detect those at or below the stage of Beast Kings. It's useless against those fierce beasts with high intelligence. Intelligent fierce beasts know how to avoid human detection. Sometimes, I wonder if the Great Void looks down on us just like how we look down on the sea beasts. Yan Zhenlua said, that's foolish. In my opinion, sea beasts are much stronger than humans. Humans are lucky to be able to survive until now. They're on par with the land beast. Lu Li did not refute Yan Zhenlua's words. Lu Zhou said, both of you can leave. If there's anything, report immediately. Yes. After Yan Zhenlua and Lu Li left the training hall, Lu Zhou activated the power of sight again to observe Si Wuya. However, he cut the power off when he saw Si Wuya sleeping. Then, he brought out the vast sky bag and brought the Great Void Pill, the Celestial Mark Brocade Box, and Go Chen's Life Heart out. Go Chen's Life Heart isn't suitable to be used to activate the 19th birth chart. Lu Zhou muttered to himself before he returned it into the vast sky bag. Then, he looked at the Celestial Mark Brocade Box that he had obtained from the mausoleum. He wondered if he could open the box now that he had become a great venerable master. He placed his hand above the brocade box, his palm facing downward, as vitality energy surged out and buzzed before it pressed down on the brocade box. Click! A crisp noise rang in the air. The brocade box was unlocked. Lu Zhou lifted the lid. What he saw was not some powerful secret cultivation method, panacea, weapon, or treasure. Instead, it was an old beige Taoist robe. A robe! Lu Zhou really did not expect to find an article of clothing in the box. What's the use of this? However, this brocade was placed in the tomb of the late Emperor Emeritus. Would they put invaluable things in the box? Let's test it out. Lu Zhou casually waved his hand, launching a streak of karmic fire at the robe. Sizzle. The karmic fire stopped half an inch away from the robe. Could not get any closer to the robe. As expected, the robe was not just an ordinary robe. He tried to push the karmic fire closer. However, the karmic fire could not get any closer to the robe. Even if the karmic fire could not come in contact with the robe, with the distance of only half an inch between them, the robe should have been affected by the high temperature of the karmic fire. However, the robe remained safe and sound. He was reminded of little Yuaner's cloud feather raiment. The effects were rather similar. The cloud feather raiment was woven from golden and silver threads by formation masters. It did not take a genius to figure out that the beige Taoist robe in the brocade box was not simple. Lu Zhou withdrew his karmic fire and brought out Unnamed in the form of a sword. He was planning to use Unnamed to slash at the robe. However, when he thought about how even the confinement seal might not be able to withstand Unnamed, he thought better of it. He decided to try with another weapon instead. Lu Zhou brought the robe with him as he flashed outside the training hall. Then he found a sword and slashed the robe a few times. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. As expected, the robe was not damaged at all. Interesting. Ordinary weapons were useless against it. Then, he launched energy sabers and energy swords at the robe, slashing at it over and over again. Similar to before, the robe was not damaged the slightest bit. Although the Zen tunic is also capable of blocking ordinary energy sabers and energy swords, this robe should be superior to the Zen tunic. Lu Zhou muttered to himself. Then, he brought Unnamed in the form of a sword out again. After a brief moment of hesitation, he waved Unnamed. Swoosh! The distinct sound of fabric tearing rang in the air. When Lu Zhou took a look, he saw there was indeed a very small tear on the robe. He shook his head, slightly disappointed. It's useless. Since it could not withstand Unnamed's attack, it was useless. He was just about to discard the robe when something rather magical happened. He saw the tear mending itself, returning the robe to its original state. Lu Zhou was slightly surprised. Humans could heal their injuries, but robes could now also heal damages to it. He wondered what the robe was made of. Lu Zhou brought Unnamed down on the robe again. This time, a bigger tear appeared on the robe. Similar to before, the tear mended itself after a few seconds. The threads that wove the robe together seemed capable of finding each other and reconnecting. It's a treasure indeed. Lu Zhou channeled some primal qi into the robe, trying to sense something from the robe. Buzz! In just a moment, he felt as though he had fallen into a painted dream. He was in a mysterious and infinite galaxy. The universe was woven by silver threads, forming a formation. After a moment, he discovered there was actually only one silver thread. From the beginning until the end, only one silver thread weaved back and forth, with all sorts of twists and turns, forming a long Taoist robe. The faint patterns on the robe flashed with light due to the formation on it. On both sleeves there was a Taiji yin-yang diagram. Lu Zhou looked at the extremely exquisite weaving technique in admiration. The robe was spotless as well. Whenever even a speck of dust fell on it, it would be automatically repelled by the silver thread of the robe. It's a treasure, Lu Zhou murmured. Lu Zhou removed his outer robe and put the Taoist robe on. Swoosh! In just a second, he felt as though his 8 extraordinary meridians were connected to the robe, fusing harmoniously. The feeling was rather comfortable. After a moment, Lu Zhou's body began to cultivate on its own. Amazing! With this robe, even if he did not consciously cultivate, his primal qi would recover faster than before. Could even recover his divine power. Combined with the purple glazed ceramic and the pillar of impermanence, it would only take half a day to recover his completely depleted divine power. If he had an unlimited supply of divine power, it was not impossible for him to hold his ground against a saint with his current cultivation base. Amazing! It's too amazing! When he returned to the training, Lu Zhou began to cultivate immediately. It would be a great loss if the robe's effect was only temporary. Hence, it was best to take advantage of it now. Lu Zhou brought out the scripture of sermons and began to meditate on it along with the heavenly writing. The robe seemed to possess an invisible force, pulling his consciousness into the scripture of sermons. What scripture of sermons? Cultivating the Tao? They're all bullshit. I spent my entire life imparting my blood, sweat, and tears to the world, breaking the shackles of heaven and earth. It's a pity. It's truly a pity. What is evil? I've observed the world for a long time. Everyone is evil. Since everyone calls me evil, I'll show them what evil is. Buzz. Lu Zhou's consciousness seemed to have entered a dark place that was surging with killing intent. Clanging sounds and disembodied voices continuously rang in his ears. Kill! Kill! The sound of killing was ear-piercing. Cultivators from the Golden Lotus Domain, Red Lotus Domain, Black Lotus Domain, White Lotus Domain, Purple Lotus Domain, Dark Green Lotus Domain, the Jade Green Lotus Domain flew past his eyes. Each and every one of them was fierce and malicious as they brandished their weapons at him. Their faces were twisted with anger and hatred. Evil shouldn't exist in this world. You deserve to die. Is someone so evil qualified to preach? Die! At this moment, Lu Zhou's eyes suddenly flew open. He stopped cultivating immediately. A thin layer of sweat could be seen on his forehead. He was slightly surprised by this. Since he had started cultivating, he had not sweated for a long time. Under normal circumstances, cultivators would not experience the exhaustion of ordinary humans that caused sweating. He did not expect meditating on the scripture of sermons would result in him sweating. Originally, he had thought perhaps he would be able to obtain more heavenly writing scrolls and power from the scripture of sermons. However, not only did it not go the way he thought it would, but he even felt lingering fear. He had felt strong emotions such as grief, anger, arrogance, fear, and many other emotions invading his consciousness and mind. Fortunately, he was not drowned by those emotions. Is it the robe? Lu Zhou looked at the robe suspiciously. He suspected the robe and the scripture of sermons had resonated, which led to the earlier situation. The painted dream was vague and mysterious. What did the owner of the scripture of sermons experience for him to leave behind such strong remnant emotions? Lu Zhou shook his head and sighed. He felt slightly uncomfortable, as though he was a stand-in for the owner. After putting away the scripture of sermon, Lu Zhou checked his remaining lifespan. 30 days have passed? Lu Zhou frowned slightly. It only felt like a short while, but 30 days had passed? 30 days were due to the 100 times speed from the Pillar of Impermanence. Without the Pillar of Impermanence, he had spent about half a day. Lu Zhou thought about Wuxia and quickly activated his power of sight. A sky shuttle shuttled through the dark clouds. Wuxia and Xianxia stood on the deck, observing their surroundings. Are you really not going to look for Senior G first? Xianxia asked. Wuxia replied, Don't worry, I've already sent a message. All right, whatever it is, don't forget about my swords. Wuxia said with a smile, Don't worry, I won't forget them. Lu Zhou then recalled there were indeed movements from a talisman, but he was too immersed in his cultivation to pay attention to it at that time. He continued observing with his power of sight as he brought the talisman out and ignited it. The content was very simple. There's a new discovery regarding the shackles of heaven and earth. I'm going to Mount Halcyon. Don't worry, Master. Below the sky shuttle, the sea was turbulent. They were already crossing the endless ocean. Xianxia said, Turn left about 200 miles ahead, and you'll arrive at Penglai. Do you want to stop by? My master misses all of you greatly. Wuxia replied with a smile. How are Island Master Huang and Miss Jeannie doing? Very well. It's just that the sea level had risen and flooded 2 little islands. Apart from that, there's nothing much that's happening, Xianxia said. All right, let's go and have a look. Okay. It did not take long for them to arrive at Penglai. Wuxia noticed that it was just as Xianxia had said. 2 of the 5 islands had been submerged by the water. The island in the middle was still hovering in the air, so there was no need to worry for the time being. However, the rise of the sea level was quite concerning. If it continued, it would not take long before the highest island would be submerged as well. At this time, Huang Shiji and Li Jini flew up with the other disciples. After greeting each other, Huang Shiji, who had learned that Wuxia was going to Mount Halcyon, exclaimed in surprise, You're going to Mount Halcyon? That's right. I've always felt there's something strange about the shackles of heaven and earth. Mount Halcyon is the most easterly place known at present. Perhaps we can find some answers there, Wuxia replied with a nod. Li Jini smiled faintly as she said, Mister, Seventh studies the shackles of heaven and earth and regards it as his lifelong pursuit. It's really admirable. Hey, junior sister. I'm admirable as well. All right? Jiang Aijian protested jokingly. Li Jini only smiled in response. Huang Shiji said, Mount Halcyon is thousands of miles away from Penglai. It's very dangerous. Genie and I will accompany you on this trip. For a long time now, the cultivation limit of the Golden Lotus domain had been broken. They could be considered to have made some progress. However, they were still a distance away from the Thousand Realms whirling cultivators in the other domains. Even Jiang Aijian, who was quite talented, only had 10 leaves. Things were not the same as before, so Si Wuya shook his head and said, There's no need for that. I'll go with Jiang Aijian. One more person means extra strength. Don't refuse me. Brother Ji had done Penglai a great favor. If I just stand by and watch while you go to Mount Halcyon, I'll feel bad, Huang Shiji said with a smile. When he saw Si Wuya was about to refuse again, he hurriedly added, It's settled then. I won't waste your time. Let's go now. Everyone else return. Yes. The Penglai disciples returned to the island. Si Wuya looked at the submerged islands and said, Island Master Huang, you have no plans to move? Huang Shiji sighed. Penglai is my home and roots. How can a tree survive without its roots? I only hope the imbalance will end soon. Si Wuya did not say anything else. The sky shuttle continued to fly in the eastern direction among the clouds above the endless ocean. The sound of crashing waves and the roars of sea beasts rang from below. The sky shuttle creaked. Everyone be careful. Under normal circumstances, the sea beasts can't come up to such a high place. However, with the imbalance, there's no guarantee for that, Si Wuya reminded. Swoosh! In the dense fog, a sea beast leaped up in an arc. Jiang Aijian was taken aback. He said, You jinxed us. Splash! The sea beast fell into the sea again. Si Wuya did not reply. Instead, he accelerated the speed of the sky shuttle. Lu Zhou followed the direction of Si Wuya's gaze and saw a black shadow under the surface of the sea through the dense fog. The black shadow covered the entire sea. It was hard to tell how wide or long it was. Following that, Lu Zhou cut off the power of sight. Man! Swoosh! 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 Kong Wan and his brothers rushed over as soon as they heard Lu Zhou's voice. Pavilion Master, what are your orders? Gather everyone. We're returning to the Evil Sky Pavilion. Understood. Kong Wan and his brother quickly passed on Lu Zhou's orders to the others. Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong stopped sparring immediately. They did not even have time to bid little Zhou and little Wu farewell before they flew back to the training hall. When Yan Zhenluo and Lu Li arrived, little Yuaner and Conk were already at the training hall. It did not take long before everyone was gathered. Everyone was puzzled by the sudden decision to return to the Evil Sky Pavilion. This was especially true for Yu Zhenghai since he was close to his second birth trial. He had been studying ways to cross the Skyhook ropeway during this time. With their return to the Evil Sky Pavilion, it would disrupt his plan. Hence, he was the first to ask, Master, why are we suddenly returning to the Evil Sky Pavilion? Lu Zhou replied, Old Seventh has gone to Mount Halcyon. It's extremely perilous there. There are many powerful sea beasts on the route to Mount Halcyon from Penglai. He did not mention anything about the shackles of heaven and earth or the Great Void. Since his disciples possessed the Great Void seed, he would slowly help them to become supreme beings. When the time came, it would be easier for all of them to face those from the Great Void. However, he knew he could not rush things. For now, he would continue to collect clues about the Great Void. In short, it was better to progress using the tedious and long way. Yu Zhenghai said skeptically, Old Seventh has always been cautious in doing things. He would not easily place himself in danger. Why is he so impulsive and reckless this time? Even a wise man isn't exempt from making mistakes, Yu Shangrong said with a hint of disapproval. Back then, when Old Seventh was helping you out, he had also made many huge mistakes. Yu Shangrong had to forcefully swallow the words. When Old Seventh helped you to rebel. Yu Zhenghai said defensively, It's not Old Seventh's fault. He's very good at strategizing and achieving goals, but he's just not very skilled at leading a sect. At this moment, Lu Zhou interrupted the duo and said, "Since everyone's here, let's go." "Yes." Meanwhile, Qin Runyue brought the 49 swordsmen with him as he rushed over after receiving the news that Lu Zhou and the others were leaving. He was planning to persuade them to stay. When Qin Runyue saw Lu Zhou and the others had already flown into the sky when he arrived, he called out, "Brother Lu, wait. Why are you in such a hurry to leave?" Lu Zhou turned to look at Qin Runyue, who was flying over, and said, "I have important matters to attend to, so I won't stay any longer." Qin Runyue revealed a regretful expression as he said, "I haven't properly entertained Brother Lu. Since Brother Lu has something to attend to, I won't persuade you to stay." Yuan Lang. "Yes, Venerable Master Qin." Yuan Lang stepped forward. "Lead Brother Lu to the runic passage." "Yes." Lu Zhou nodded slightly and said, "I'll visit again once the matters are settled. You're welcome to visit at any time." With that, Yuan Lang led the people of the Evil Sky Pavilion to the runic passage in the Qin clan that leads to the Golden Lotus Domain. Golden Lotus Domain, 30 miles north of the Divine Capital. There was a sudden burst of light before the people of the Evil Sky Pavilion, plus Yuan Lang, appeared. Yuan Lang surveyed his surroundings. When he saw the flying beasts littered the dark and gloomy sky, he turned around and cupped his fists together before he said, "The imbalance in the Golden Lotus Domain is rather severe. Great Venerable Master Lu, if there's a need, the 49 swordsmen are willing to help the Golden Lotus Domain." Although the Evil Sky Pavilion's general strength was not bad, there were only so many of them. They could not split themselves after all. Moreover, the experts in the Black Tower Council and the White Tower Council were also limited. With the support from the 49 swordsmen, the Divine Capital would be much safer. On the contrary, the Green Lotus Domain was relatively better and did not need any help for the moment. For these reasons, Lu Zhou nodded. Upon seeing this, Yuan Lang said, "I'll bring people over tomorrow." At this moment, Ming Shiyin walked next to Yuan Lang and nudged Yuan Lang with his elbow. He said in a low and conspiratorial voice, "You're quite interesting. Are you interested in joining the Evil Sky Pavilion, Yuan Lang?" Lu Zhou turned around and said, "All right, don't waste time." With that, everyone followed Lu Zhou's lead and flew toward the Divine Capital. Yuan Lang scratched his head as he looked at the group of people who had flown away and muttered under his breath, "Was I too slow to agree?" When Lu Zhou and the others flew into the Divine Capital, many cultivators looked up curiously. No matter the time, the Divine Capital was a no-fly zone. Those who dared to do were all big shots. At this moment, the sound of a horn rang from the palace walls. The experts from the Imperial Palace rushed up to the wall, prepared to meet their enemies. Lu Zhou was just about to fly into the Imperial Palace when, swoosh, a golden arrow shot out from the sky in the depths of the Imperial Palace toward Lu Zhou. The cultivators below were not worried at all. They advanced, following the people in the sky curiously. When they saw the golden arrow, they grew even more confident. After all, the golden arrow was from the number 1 godly archer in the Divine Capital, Hua Yueshing. Over the years, Hua Yueshing had guarded the Imperial Palace and killed countless fierce beasts. She had long been acknowledged as the best godly archer by the young cultivators, surpassing godly archer Chenju of the past. Swoosh! The golden arrow arrived in front of Lu Zhou from 10,000 meters away with an ear-piercing noise. Lu Zhou raised his hand and easily caught the golden arrow. With that, the golden energy arrow dissolved into primal chi and returned to the universe. Lu Zhou and the others continued to fly unimpeded. The people from the Evil Sky Pavilion had long gotten used to such a scene, so they were all unusually calm. On the other hand, Hua Yueshing, who was hovering in the distant sky, frowned when she saw her energy arrow had been easily dissolved. She thought powerful enemies were invading the capital, so she hurriedly ignited a talisman to request help from the Black Tower Council and the White Tower Council. At this moment, Hua Yueshing, Lu Zhou's dignified voice rang from afar. Although Hua Yueshing could not recognize the person in front of him, The voice was still very fresh in her mind. She exclaimed in shock, "Pavilion Master?" At this time, cultivators and experts rushed from all directions into the sky. In order to overcome the imbalance, the Black Tower Council and the White Tower Council had long made peace. Avatars appeared one after another in the sky. Although their owners were nowhere close to approaching their second birth trials, they were still powerful figures in the Golden Lotus domain. The avatars with 7 or 8 birth charts were about 700 to 750 tall. They made for a rather spectacular sight. These cultivators were all protectors of the divine capital. With them, peace would continue to reign in the capital. Buzz! The sound of energy resonance that was far louder than the ones before suddenly rang in the air. The cultivators in the direction of the sound in unison. A dazzling golden avatar appeared. Even when they bent their heads all the way back, they still could not see the full height of the avatar. Cultivators usually judged cultivation bases based on the height and body of avatars. This dazzling golden avatar towered over all things north of the divine capital. It looked as though God had descended from the sky. Lu Zhou called out, "Zhao Yu." At this moment, a woman hastily flew out of the imperial palace. Shocked, she hurriedly kneeled in the sky and said, "Greetings, Master." Upon hearing this, cultivators on the palace walls and the capital, including those from the Black Tower Council and the White Tower Council, bowed in unison. "Greetings, Pavilion Master Lu." "Greetings, Senior G. Ding." Worshipped by 2,350 people. Reward, 2,350 merit points. The commoners in the divine capital were no fools. Upon seeing all the powerful figures in the capital bowing so respectfully, they kneeled and kowtowed as well. With the arrival of such a godlike person, the Golden Lotus domain was saved. Ding! Worshipped by 105,500 people. Reward, 105,500 merit points. Lu Zhou had only manifested his avatar to announce his return to the divine capital. He did not expect to gain so many merit points from it. Back when he helped Yu Zhenghai to take down the capital, he did not even receive so many merit points. It seems like the capital was prospering. On the streets, men, women, the young, and the elderly stood in the streets and looked at the golden lotus that looked like it was 2,000 feet tall. Previously, when the golden lotus cultivators saw the black lotus cultivators and the white lotus cultivators, the golden lotus cultivators could not help but feel inferior. However, now, when they saw the golden avatar that towered over all things, they were naturally filled with pride, admiration, and reverence. After Lu Zhou determined he was not going to be rewarded with more merit points for now, he withdrew his avatar. Instantly, the other cultivators felt as though a heavy burden had been lifted off their shoulders. "Rise and speak," Lu Zhou said before he flashed to stand in front of Zhao Yu. Zhao Yu was shocked. In the years that she had not seen her master, his cultivation base had improved so much. At this time, Hua Yueshing, who had rushed over from afar, arrived. She hurriedly kneeled in the air. "I apologize. I didn't know the pavilion master has returned. Please forgive me." At the same time, Yan Jinlua introduced, "This is Hua Yueshing, the godly archer from the Evil Sky Pavilion." Kong Wan and his brothers cupped their fists together to greet Hua Yueshing. Hua Yueshing responded in kind. She was not a fool. She could naturally tell Kong Wan and his brothers were new members of the Evil Sky Pavilion. Lu Zhou said, "Your archery has improved a lot. What's your cultivation base now?" Hua Yueshing said sheepishly, "I'm embarrassed to say my progress is very slight over the years. I've only just stepped into the Thousand Realms whirling stage." In fact, Hua Yueshing could be considered a cultivation genius. It was not easy for most people to enter the Thousand Realms whirling stage in a short 10 years or so. Many people would get stuck and take many more years to progress. Lu Li said, "In fact, there was something I discovered when I was here previously. I have been wondering about it. I noticed the Golden Lotus cultivator's speed of improvement is faster than the others. Miss Yueshing is rather talented. It's rare for others to have such speed of improvement. The Golden Lotus cultivator's speed of cultivation is faster?" "Yes, but I'm not sure about the reason. Perhaps the land and the water here nourish the people here, Luli said. Everyone only laughed, treating it as a compliment and not thinking too deep into it. Zhao Yu asked, Master, why did you return? We'll talk about this later. Yes, Master. In a hall, Li Yunzhao, the eunuch, hastily brought the Empress Dowager over when he heard about Lu Zhou's return. He did not care about the other cultivators' opinions. Lu Zhou did not plan to stay for long. He only planned to rest a while before rushing to Penglai. When he saw the Empress Dowager, he asked, puzzled, Empress Dowager? The Empress Dowager trembled before she said, I heard Pavilion Master Ji has returned. Even if I risk injuring my body, I still have to come to see you. Li Yunzhao added, Senior Ji, it's like this. The Empress Dowager has recovered a lot over the years and recalled many of her memories. She has something to ask of you. Lu Zhou nodded. Speak. Since the Empress Dowager was Zhao Yu's grandmother, he could not ignore her for no good reason. The Empress Dowager nodded slightly before she slowly asked, Zhang Aijian is that pitiful grandson of mine. Lu Chun, isn't he? Lu Zhou frowned slightly. Everyone, regardless of whether they understood the conversation or not, did not dare to interrupt. Those in the know thought that the old lady would live to the end in confusion. They did not expect her to remember such a thing. Yes, Lu Zhou said. Although the Empress Dowager already knew the answer in the depths of her heart, she still staggered back upon hearing the confirmation. Then she began to sob. Li Yunzhao hurriedly supported her. Then, he brought a chair from the side and led her to the seat as he comforted her. The Empress Dowager said, I remember everything. I remember everything now. Poor child. Where's he now? Lu Zhou said. He's living well. Then why didn't he return? I want to see him. The Emperor and I owe him. There's no need to blame yourself. The imperial family has always been complicated. It's not something you could control. He went to Penglai and became a disciple there. You should know why he didn't return, so there's no need for me to explain, Lu Zhou said. When Yu Zhenghai heard these words, he frowned and shook his head. Fortunately, those things had nothing to do with Wuxia. When the Wuqian seized the throne, the tragedy of Lu Chen's family had already happened. The Empress Dowager stopped crying and asked, If it's possible, Pavilion Master Ji, can you bring him back? Lu Zhou did not like forcing others to do things even if he knew he could make Zhang Aijin return to acknowledge his family. Upon seeing Lu Zhou's hesitation, the Empress Dowager fainted. Li Yunzhao hurriedly checked her pulse. He shook his head and sighed. Too much sorrow. Ever since the Empress Dowager remembered His Highness, she has been beside herself with sorrow and crying every day. Her health is deteriorating, and she doesn't have many days left to live. If it weren't for her determination to meet His Highness, I'm afraid she would have. Li Yunzhao naturally did not dare to finish his sentence. Lu Zhou raised his hand, sending a blue lotus toward the Empress Dowager. With the extraordinary healing ability of the blue lotus, the Empress Dowager regained consciousness very quickly. Alas, the blue lotus could not heal the sorrows in the heart. The Empress Dowager sighed. This is my last wish. Lu Zhou stood up and paced back and forth. After thinking for a moment, he said, I'll bring him back. Truly. The Empress Dowager was overjoyed. She disregarded the dignity of the imperial family and hurriedly kneeled in front of everyone. Empress Dowager. Grandmother. Lu Zhou waved his hand. A gentle energy surged out and brought the Empress Dowager back up to her feet. Your health isn't good, so there's no need for such formalities. Then, Lu Zhou glanced at Li Yunzhao and said meaningfully, Li Yunzhao. I understand. Li Yunzi hurriedly said. He stepped forward and coaxed the Empress Dowager in a soft voice before bringing her out of the main hall. Everyone sighed. Lu Zhou sat down and swept his gaze across everyone before he asked, How's the situation in the divine capital over the years? Zhao Yu bowed and replied, With the help of the Black Tower Council and the White Tower Council, everything was and is fine. Previously, third senior brother had also subdued by the Green Lotus Cultivator. The cultivators from the Black Tower Council and White Tower Councils cupped their fists together in unison. Lu Zhou said, "You've contributed a lot. If you have any requests, feel free to speak. I'll try my best to fulfill them." A cultivator from the White Tower Council raised his hand before he said, "This is our duty. The White Lotus domain and the Golden Lotus domain rise and fall together, after all. We don't dare to ask for rewards." Then, a cultivator from the Black Tower Council said in a clear voice, "Pavilion Master Lu, we appreciate your kindness. However, we did not come here to be rewarded." Lu Zhou nodded. "All right." Then, Lu Zhou brought out the Wind Spirit Bow and tossed it to Hua Yueshing. "This bow will help you. Use it well." Hua Yueshing deftly caught the bow. When she felt the mysterious and profound energy of the Wind Spirit Bow, the falling moon bow in her hands suddenly seemed lacking. She said gratefully, "Thank you, Pavilion Master." Then, Hua Yueshing retreated to the side, unable to stop herself from admiring her new bow. The Black and White Lotus Cultivators. They felt like they had been too impulsive earlier. After giving away the Wind Spirit Bow, Lu Zhou had nothing of value left to give away. Most of his things had been deconstructed. The remaining things were all high-grade treasures that he often used. Weapons, unnamed, purple glazed ceramic, infinite grade, confinement seal, fusion grade, pillar of impermanence, infinite grade. Lu Zhou could sense many people's burning eyes on him. He thought he should continue collecting weapons for the Evil Sky Pavilion. Even if he could not use them, it was not a bad idea to use them to increase the overall strength of the Evil Sky Pavilion. "Master, we should set off now?" Yu Zhenghai asked at this moment. Lu Zhou shook his head. "Let's wait first." Lu Zhou needed to confirm Si Wuya's situation first before making any plans. Yu Zhenghai nodded. "Now that I returned to the Golden Lotus domain, I miss my brothers from the Nether sect even more." Ever since Yu Zhenghai arrived at the Red Lotus domain through the Heavenly Moat, he had not seen anyone from the Nether sect. They were brothers who had gone through life and death together. How could he not see them now that he had returned to the Golden Lotus domain? Without waiting for Yu Zhenghai to finish speaking, Lu Zhou waved his sleeve and interjected, "All right, go. Come back early." "Thank you, Master." Yu Zhenghai turned around and rushed out of the main hall. Coincidentally, when Yu Zhenghai left the main hall, he ran into Qin Naihe. The duo nodded to each other by way of greeting and brushed past each other. After entering the main hall, Qin Naihe bowed and greeted Lu Zhou. "Greetings, Pavilion Master." Lu Zhou said, "You came at the right time. I've already spoken to Qin Renyue, and he has no objection regarding your matter." "Thank you, Pavilion Master Lu," Qin Naihe said as he kneeled on one knee. Lu Zhou nodded and said, "You're a free man, and you're also the cultivator closest to being a venerable master in the Evil Sky Pavilion. I think highly of your talent. Hence, I'm giving you this blue crystal that will help you advance." Lu Zhou casually waved his hand. The blue crystal that Lu Zhou had obtained from the Pillar of Destruction in Yuzhong flew over. Everyone was drooling when they saw this. The cultivators from the Black Tower Council and the White Tower Council were particularly envious. They wondered if it was too late to make a request now. Qin Naihe caught the blue crystal, greatly surprised. He naturally knew the value of the crystal. Many people risked their lives going to the unknown land just to obtain it. Although it could not be compared to the Great Void Seeds, it was the closest thing to the Great Void Seeds. Lu Zhou had 10 peerless disciples, and no matter from which angle he looked at it, he did not think it was his turn to receive such a valuable thing. Moreover, he had only joined the Evil Sky Pavilion not too long ago. Was this a test? Hence, Qin Naihe said, "Thank you for your kindness, Pavilion Master. However, I can't accept such a valuable item. The 10 disciples are all talented and need it more than I do. I hope the Pavilion Master will give it to them instead." Lu Zhou shook his head. "Since I gave it to you, you should keep it." "But, the 10 disciples..." Qin Naihe was confused. Ming Shirin interjected, "You don't have to worry about that. Since my master gave it to you, you should accept it. If you want it, then don't refuse it." I can't tell you this thing is useless to us. Kongwen knew that Mingshi had the great void seed, so he said, Brother Qin, if you really don't want it, then you can give it to me. Qin Naiha. Lu Zhou said, the blue crystal belongs to you now. Who you give it to is entirely up to you. With this, Qin Naiha hurriedly put the blue crystal in his pocket, bowed to express his gratitude, and retreated to the side. His actions were unexpectedly fast and smooth. Then, he glanced at Kongwen, thinking to himself, it's impossible for me to give it to you. Kongwen could only shake his head with a regretful expression on his face. The cultivators from the Black Tower Council and the White Tower Council wanted to speak but hesitated. They really did not dare to speak up now. Even if Lu Zhou still had more blue crystals, could they afford to ask for them? Everyone can take their leave now, Lu Zhou said with a wave of his hand. After the other cultivators respectfully left the main hall, only those from the Evil Sky Pavilion were left. Lu Zhou waved his hand and dismissed the people of the Evil Sky Pavilion as well. After everyone left, Lu Zhou cast the power of sight and observed his disciples. Duan Mushang and Lu Wu were still guarding the misty forest. All the cultivators who approached were frightened away by Lu Wu. Lu Wu was very smart as well. It would prowl the misty forest, taking the initiative to look for curious cultivators and to scare them away. Lu Zhou nodded. He was rather assured of Duan Mushang and Lu Wu. Then he looked at Yi Tianxin. Yi Tianxin was still cultivating in the White Tower Council. Over the years, the White Tower Council had accumulated quite a lot of life hearts. It was enough for her to advance in her cultivation. Perhaps it was due to Lan Shihe the White Tower Council had always been very stable. Lu Zhou wondered if Lan Shihe was also keeping an eye on Yi Tianxian and the White Tower Council. Based on the previous event, it was very likely. Then Lu Zhou observed his eighth disciple. The runic passage in the Yellow Lotus domain had long been completed, and Zhu Honggong had recovered from his injuries a few months ago. Currently, he spent most of his time mining mystic microstones and other resources. Lu Zhou did not need mystic microstones for the time being, so he was not in a hurry. Finally, Lu Zhou observed Wuxia. Above the endless ocean, the fog lingered in the sky, and the sound of waves crashing rang from below. I keep feeling like something is amiss. Why don't we retreat? Zhang Aijin asked. Wuxia asked with a smile. Do you not want the swords anymore? Stop it. You're so petty. Zhang Aijin grumbled. Li Jini stood at the deck, looking down at the sea. Since the sky shuttle was flying at a relatively low altitude, her view was rather clear. After a moment, she said, Senior brother, I feel like these sea beasts are all heading toward Panglai. Upon hearing these words, Huang Shiji and Zhang Aijin walked over to have a look as well. In the sea, countless sea beasts were indeed swimming in the direction of Panglai. Huang Shiji frowned. It's fine if Panglai is gone, but the people living nearby will suffer. Send a message back and tell everyone to evacuate. Understood. Li Jini did not waste time and sent a message back. Up ahead. Swoosh. A sea beast leaped into the air. Slow down. Zhang Aijin cried out anxiously. Wuxia's expression remained calm as he made a sharp turn. The sky shuttle made a 90-degree turn, avoiding the sea beast. Zhang Aijin looked back at the sea beast, perplexed. What the hell is that? Everyone turned to look back as well. The waves rose high into the sky as water arrows shot toward the sky shuttle. Wuxia pushed his hand out and accelerated the speed of the sky shuttle. This sky shuttle had been modified and fortified many times before. Trust me. Primal Chi shrouded the sky shuttle in the form of an oval golden barrier. Its speed increased by 100-fold in just a blink of an eye. Swoosh! The sky shuttle tore through the sky and crossed hundreds of thousands of feet in just an instant. Creak! After a while, the sky shuttle finally came to a stop. Wuxia inhaled deeply. Although the speed was fast, the consumption of primal chi was a lot as well. When they turned back to look into the distance, they saw that it was a behemoth that had caused the waves to rise into the sky. It was black and seemed to tower in the sky. It's really fucking big, Zhang Aijin exclaimed. He was shocked that his legs weakened slightly. "Let's go!" Huang Shiji flashed to see Wuya's side. He channeled his primal chi into the sky shuttle, and it sped into the distance. The sky shuttle was like a tiny golden boat caught in a storm in the middle of the sea. The four people took turns and flew for half a day before they successfully shook off the behemoth. 2 days later, the sky shuttle finally emerged from the dense fog and storm. The four people sighed in relief after surviving the disaster. "I almost ended up in the stomach of the sea beast. I really have to reevaluate the value of the swords," Jiang Aijin said as he shook his head. Si Wuya calmly said, "If you don't want them, then forget it. I'll keep them." Jiang Jin was displeased upon hearing these words. He had gone through such a disaster that if he were to give up on the swords now, would everything not be for naught? He hurriedly said, "Hey, you can't do that. We have an agreement." As soon as Jiang Aijin's voice fell, Li Jini pointed to the front and said, "Senior brother, look." Everyone looked in the direction Li Jini had pointed. A mountain that seemed like it rose from the sea and towered into the sky appeared in everyone's eyes. It was lush and seemed like springtime on the mountain. From afar, it looked like a verdant leaf floating on the sea. "We've arrived at Mount Halcyon," Si Wuya said. This is Mount Halcyon? Are you joking?" Jiang Aijin asked. Si Wuya said, "I'm not." "You've been here before?" Huang Shiji asked curiously. "I've seen it in my dreams," Si Wuya replied. Everyone thought the joke was not funny at all. Si Wuya continued to say, "Whether you believe me or not, there's no doubt I've dreamt about it many times. That's why this image lingers in my mind for so long. Sometimes it's like a fairyland, and sometimes it's like a place inhabited by demons." Jiang Aijin shrugged. "I agree it resembles a fairyland, but I just don't see it as a place inhabited by demons. Perhaps it'll look like that when night falls." These words caused the trio's hair to stand on end. At this moment, Huang Shiji sent movements from a talisman at his waist. He ignited it. A halo of light lit up before an anxious disciple appeared. He said, "Island Master, things are bad. The sea beasts are attacking Penglai Island, and we can't escape." Huang Shiji frowned and said, "Where are the sky shuttles?" "The sky shuttles are useless. The sea level is rising too fast." In the projection, they saw the sea water rising rapidly. Half of the 4 islands were already submerged. Si Wuya said decisively, "Return. Return." They had gone to so much trouble escaping the danger, and they were going to return just like that? "It doesn't make a difference if I come to Mount Halcyon later. We'll deal with Penglai's crisis first, and we'll talk about other matters later," Si Wuya said. Huang Shiji nodded. Si Wuya was just about to turn the sky shuttle around when a talisman at his waist moved. After igniting the talisman, he read the message before he said, "Penglai should be fine now." "How?" Huang Shiji asked skeptically as he walked over to have a look at the message. Then he exclaimed happily, "Brother Ji is back? That's great. With Brother Ji's help, everything will be fine." After that, Huang Shiji immediately passed the news to the disciples of Penglai, telling them to hold on until the reinforcement from the Evil Sky Pavilion arrived. With that, they relaxed and continued flying toward Mount Halcyon. Jiang Aijin stroked his chin and muttered, "I'm really curious. Why are there so many sea beasts all of a sudden?" "The imbalance has worsened," Si Wuya said as he looked at Mount Halcyon. "Then why does it look like the imbalance doesn't affect Mount Halcyon?" Jiang Aijin asked as he pointed at the calm sea and shining sun in the sky. It was rather peaceful. If it was possible, would it not be very comfortable if cultivators were to migrate to this place? Si Wuya shook his head. "It's still too early to come to a conclusion. Let's go and have a look first." Everyone nodded. The sky shuttle picked up speed as it flew toward Mount Halcyon. Penglai Island. The seawater continued to rise. The 4 islands were almost half submerged, and the cultivators had all retreated to the highest island. From time to time, sea beasts leaped from the sea. Cultivators who tried flying risked getting eaten by them. "Madam Huang, we've counted 3 people died, a disciple said grimly after stepping forward. Another disciple stepped forward and said, "We've spoken to the island master. He asked for us to hold on until the reinforcement from the Evil Sky Pavilion arrives. It's said that Pavilion Master G has returned." Pavilion Master G? Everyone was surprised. Madame Huang sighed softly. "It's a good thing the island master isn't here, and it's a good thing we have many survivors. How many people have escaped so far?" "Madame Huang, we have more than 3,500 disciples. More than 1,500 have left, so we have about 2,000 left now," a disciple replied. Madame Huang nodded. "Pass down the order. No disciple is allowed to leave without permission. Do your best to fend the sea beasts off." "Understood." Swoosh! A sea beast that was 1,000 feet long suddenly leaped up from the sea at the side, stirring up a huge wave that rose into the sky. Buzz! 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 Countless avatars appeared above the island. Bang! 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 Droplets of water, like arrows, landed on the avatars. The cultivators retreated as the sea beast fell back into the sea. "It's the Tigershark. Watch out!" The Tigershark is a beast king that can only be defeated by a cultivator with at least 5 birth charts. "What are we going to do?" Everyone was terrified. Some of the timid ones could no longer endure it and began to tremble. "Don't panic. As long as we can hold on until help arrives, we'll be fine," someone shouted. The cultivators were now on the main island of Penglai. It was also the floating island that Lu Zhou had lifted with a hand back then. Penglai had learned from their mistakes. After that incident, they had strengthened their formations. Bang! 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 The sea beasts began to attack the barrier from the formations. Everyone retreated again. "We can only hope the barrier holds." Splash! A huge splash rang from below at this moment, causing everyone to shudder. Then, several mutated red places leaped out toward the island. Red places? Attack! The cultivators manifested their avatars and rushed forward. The places were one of the sea beasts that could maintain a longer flight in the air. Although they were not as strong as a beast king, their number was high. Soon after, scarlet fishes that were hundreds of feet leaped out as well, looking like a swarm of bees. Chaos descended upon Penglai Island immediately. Madame Huang shouted, "Get into formation!" Understood. About 20 female disciples brought out their umbrella-like weapons and got into a formation in the air. Madame Huang took the lead, unleashing energy seals in the air from her umbrella. The 20 female disciples worked together. Their energy seals were like golden snowflakes as they flew out in the air. Bang! 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 The small sea beasts were all pierced by the energy seals. The larger sea beasts fell back into the sea in pain, letting out sorrowful cries that stirred up monstrous waves. It worked! At this moment, someone cried out, "What's that?" Everyone looked down and saw a huge shadow under the surface of the sea. It was even bigger than the Tigershark from before. It was bigger than the entire Penglai. Madame Huang clenched her hands into fists upon seeing this. She said grimly, "Everyone, listen up. Get ready to abandon the island and leave with me." Understood. Huge bubbles rose up to the surface of the sea as the waves grew stronger. The shadow beneath the surface of the sea began to grow clearer as well. Humans were instinctively afraid of unknown and dark things. Those who were afraid of the deep sea had already grown stiff. Madame Huang was now the backbone of Penglai sect. With her wisdom, she knew she could break down now. Hence, she could only suppress the tumultuous emotions in her heart and said, "It'd be troublesome if it's a beast emperor." The current Golden Lotus domain was no longer like the past. They were now aware of their cultivation limits, birth charts, birth trials, and fierce beasts. The expressions of the Penglai sect's disciples were slightly unsightly at this moment. Beast Emperor. Let alone a beast emperor, they could even deal with a beast king. If Senior G doesn't come, we still have the free man of the Evil Sky Pavilion, Senior Qin. Qin Naiha could not compare to Lu Zhou. but he was still leagues above them who had yet to enter the Thousand Realms whirling stage. At the mention of Luzhou, everyone turned to look in the western direction. The sky was empty save for sea beasts leaping up into the air once in a while. The sea beasts continued to leap from the sea, trying to get onto the island. Due to the height of the island, they crashed on the sides of the island with loud booming noises, causing the island to tremble. Rocks slid down the sides of the island into the sea. The roughly 2,000 members of the Penglai sect could only huddle together on the floating island, too afraid to move. Boom! 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 At this time, as though they had received some sort of instruction, the sea beasts began to crash against the floating island in a frenzy. They leaped out of the water and began to rush toward the floating island at a higher frequency. They seemed to have lost their minds and no longer cared about pain as they threw themselves against the island. With that, small cracks began to appear on the island. Everyone retreated again. They kept gulping as their hearts raced in their chests. They were extremely nervous. Crack! A huge crack extended from the edge of the islands to their feet at this moment. Some cultivators whose fears got the better of them flew out immediately. Alas, as soon as they flew off the island, several sea beasts leaped up and swallowed them. When the sea beasts' mouths snapped shut, blood splattered everywhere. It was as though the sea beasts were biting on extremely juicy dumplings. Those who were standing closer were splashed with blood. Upon realizing the graveness of the situation, someone said, "Madam Huang, we can't go on like this. While the situation is still somewhat under control, we should rush out now." "I agree. I agree as well. What's there to be afraid of?" The courageous disciples spoke up one after another, raising their hands. Upon seeing this, Madame Huang nodded. "All right, then I'll lead the way. Get ready." 2,000 people waited for Madame Huang's order with bated breath. In the sea, the huge shadow moved. Boom! Clank! The 4 chains that held the floating island clanked loudly. "Go!" Madame Huang cried out decisively. She took the lead and flew out as 2,000 people followed closely behind her. Swoosh! 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 They flew out in unison. The 20 umbrella-wielding cultivators released energy seals, opening up a path ahead of everyone. Bang! 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 Madame Huang looked to the left and right. With so many people, there were going to mistakes. A few disciples were too nervous, and the circulation of their primal chi was not smooth. As a result, their speed slowed down significantly. With this, the others could only watch helplessly as they were eaten by the sea beasts. They could save the others in time. Blood splattered in the air, fanning the fear in everyone's heart and causing them to speed up. "Don't stop. Keep up," Madame Huang said, releasing a sound wave. Although it was unfortunate, casualties were unavoidable in this situation. The 2,000 people formed a square formation and flew 100 meters away. Crack! The floating island cracked open as a deep bellow rang from the sea as though it came from hell. Waves rose high into the sky, towering among the clouds. At the same time, a pillar of water shot up into the sky. Everyone instinctively turned back to look. They saw the back of an enormous sea beast. A hole on its back was spurting out a pillar of water into the sky. They shuddered in fear at this sight. More and more sea beasts began to leap up. "Keep them away!" The cultivators did not have astrolabes, so they could only use their lotuses, forming a line in front of them. Bang! 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 The sea beasts crashed into the lotuses. The disciples of Penglai sect endured the pain from the impact and continued to hold their lotuses up. Someone finally shouted, "If we keep using our lotuses to block them, we'll die. If we don't do that, we'll die as well," someone shouted in return. Nevertheless, they knew they had to be united at this moment in order to resist the sea beasts' attacks. The golden square formation in the sky, led by Madame Huang, continued to break through the walls of sea beasts in front of them, heaving toward Great Yen. Their strong desire to survive helped them to defeat wave after wave of sea beasts. "The sea beasts are chasing after us. Don't be discouraged. Continue." The Penglai sect disciples flew with all their might. Boom! The broken floating island could no longer withstand the attack from the sea beasts and fell from the sky into the sea, stirring up huge waves. Madame Huang only took a glance. She did not stop moving. Her expression was determined, but her eyes were shining with tears. Madame Huang, I'm fine. Continue. Madame Huang suppressed her emotions and continued to lead the group forward. At this moment, a disciple pointed at something that was slashing through the sea on the right side. The tiger shark is here. In just a second, the tiger shark leaped out of the sea, arriving in front of them. All of them raised their lotuses to resist it. Boom! Painful cries rang in the air one after another. The tiger shark had bitten through hundreds of cultivators. Hundreds of lotuses dimmed in just an instant. On the other side, hundreds of disciples were sent flying back in the air. One by one, they fell into the sea, becoming food for the sea beasts. In just a moment, the seawater was dyed red with blood. No! Who could endure watching their comrades die without any emotions? Keep your cool, someone shouted. Get back into formation. Hurry up. Little Zhang, what are you standing there for? An older disciple shouted at the younger disciple who was scared silly. Little Zhang, the younger disciple, laughed mournfully. He wiped the blood off his face before he looked at the sea beast below that was about to leap up again. Then he laughed again. Little Zhang. Swoosh! The sea beast leaped out of the sea, mercilessly biting Little Zhang. The older disciple's eyes reddened immediately. He swooped down and attacked the sea beast in a frenzy. I'll fight to the death with you. He wielded a saber with both hands and brought it down at the sea beast. Bang! 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 The sea beast roared in pain as it swung its tail around, hitting the chest of the older disciple. At the same time, Little Zhang flew out of the sea beast's mouth and fell into the ocean. Upon seeing this, Madame Huang gritted her teeth and said decisively, Go! Being reckless would only get more people killed. At this time, she had to remain calm and rational. She chose to give up and continue to move forward. The remaining 1,000 disciples looked at the red seawater in a daze. They did not know what to do. I can't leave them behind. Me too. A few cultivators rushed down. Madame Huang sighed and waved her hand. She used the green bird of Penglai to sweep all the small sea beasts in the vicinity away. The 1,000 disciples spread out to avoid the sea beasts. It was utter chaos in the sky. Madame Huang and her close disciples used all their strength to save the injured disciple. Fortunately, they succeeded. Let's go. Okay. Just as the square formation was about to fly forward again, the tiger shark leaped up from the left without anyone noticing until it was too late. Its bloody mouth was enough to fit 1,000 people. A bloody thigh could be seen between one of the gaps between its teeth at this moment. Madam Huang turned around and saw the tiger shark that was nearly 1,000 feet long. Its target this time was her and the 20 umbrella-wielding cultivators. When they saw the tiger shark's bloody teeth, they were stunned. It's over. Faced with powerful fierce beasts, humans were too insignificant. They tried their best to escape, but in the eyes of the fierce beasts, their attempt was just a joke. What a cruel fate. Madame Huang did not attempt to dodge. Her disciples were the same. If they retreated, the hundreds of disciples of the right would suffer. At this time, Madame Huang shouted, All of you continue to escape. These were her final words. She would place her hope of survival on the others. At the critical moment, bang! A golden arrow tore through the sky before piercing the head of the tiger shark. The huge force dragged it back into the sea. Splash! Everyone was stunned. When they finally looked in the direction whence the arrow came from, they saw Lu Zhou leading a group of people behind him. Unnamed in the form of a bow disappeared in his hand. Lu Zhou calmly asked, Madame Huang, are you all right? This voice was likely the most beautiful sound they had ever heard in their lives. They were so overwhelmed with happiness, excitement, and relief that they could not react for a moment. They were saved. They were saved. Reinforcement was finally here. Madame Huang staggered, and 2 disciples hurriedly stepped forward to support her. She was already at the end of her tether, and when she saw Lu Zhou, she heaved a huge sigh of relief. She said excitedly, "Senior Ji, you're finally here." Lu Zhou nodded. Then he waved his hand and said, "Clean them up." "Understood." Yu Zhenghai, Yu Shangrong, Yan Zhenluo, Lu Li, Ming Shiyin, and Qi Naihe manifested their avatars and swooped down one after another. The disciples of Peng Lai sect were frozen. This had to be the strongest reinforcement team in history. This was the Evil Sky Pavilion's strength. Needless to say, the small sea beasts could not even withstand a single blow. The disciples of Peng Lai sect did not feel sorry, nor did they feel it was cruel as they watched the people of the Evil Sky Pavilion slaughter the sea beasts. Instead, they felt relieved. They clenched their hands into fists as they watched the performance of the people from the Evil Sky Pavilion. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou flashed in front of Madame Huang. Seeing her pale face, he cast his healing ability on her. Madame Huang fell to her knees and said, "Thank you so much. Peng Lai Island will forever remember Senior Ji's kindness." Lu Zhou said, "It's nothing. How's Peng Lai Island?" A female disciple hurriedly recounted what happened to the 5 islands of Peng Lai. Lu Zhou nodded. At this time, Madame Huang reminded Lu Zhou, "There might be a beast emperor. It's best to be careful, Senior Ji." Lu Zhou looked down and saw a huge shadow under the sea's surface moving slowly from the direction of Peng Lai Island. It was not the gargantuan Kuan he had seen the first time he had crossed the endless ocean. It was a monstrous whale-like fierce beast. This whale-like fierce beast was even bigger than the moon whale whose life heart he had obtained from Meng Mingshi. It was very likely the whale-like fierce beast was a beast emperor. Beast emperor's abilities were powerful. If the whale-like fierce beast was indeed a beast emperor, then it would be dangerous for the people of the Evil Sky Pavilion to rush out like this. Lu Zhou called out, "Stop! Retreat!" The people of the Evil Sky Pavilion were puzzled. Nevertheless, they did not question him and obediently returned to his side. The disciples of Peng Lai sect were puzzled as well. They did not understand what Lu Zhou was trying to do. Lu Zhou flashed forward and stood in front of everyone. Looking at the sea, he observed the whale-like fierce beast. "Senior Ji, be careful." Madame Huang cried out in alarm at this time. Dozens of sea beasts leaped up from both sides and pounced on Lu Zhou at the same time. Seeing this, the disciples of Peng Lai sect were worried. On the contrary, the people of the Evil Sky Pavilion were completely calm. Lu Zhou did not move. When the sea beasts were only a few meters away from him, his avatar suddenly appeared around before disappearing just as quickly. It appeared only for an instant. Boom! The appearance of Lu Zhou's avatar alone killed off all the sea beasts that were pouncing at him. They dropped into the sea in pieces. Is this the kind of power humans have? Lu Zhou descended and leisurely walked on the surface of the sea. However, the bloody water did not stain the hem of his robes at all. "Beast, why aren't you coming out to die?" Woo! A deep bellow rang from the sea that spread for 100 miles. Water splashed up into the sky as small sea beasts rained down. Lu Zhou looked lonely and small standing on the surface of the sea among the chaos. Nevertheless, in the eyes of the Peng Lai sect disciples, he looked heroic and bold. They all knew how dangerous it was at the surface of the sea, after all. "Senior Ji, what are you doing?" someone asked. Yan Zhenluo replied instead, "To deal with the small fry, you first have to take down their leader. Just watch." Everyone understood these words. Lu Zhou did not even activate this protective energy and allowed the water to splash freely. However, due to his special robe, the seawater was automatically repelled. Lu Zhou advanced step by step on the surface of the sea. A golden circle of light appeared beneath his feet as he made his way toward the shadow under the sea's surface. At this moment, more than 4 beast kings leaped up at the same time from all directions. The waves were monstrous, rising high up into the sky and covering the sky and Lu Zhou. Yu Zhenghai called out, "Rise higher into the sky." Everyone flew up. "Protect our friends from Peng Lai." Yu Zhenghai said again. Yes. The people of the Evil Sky Pavilion formed a human wall to protect the weak Penglai sect disciples. The Penglai sect disciples clenched their hands, and their eyes were red with excitement. At this time, swoosh, with Lu Zhou in the center, the seawater began to freeze, the ice spreading in all directions. 10 meters, 20 meters, 30 meters, 100 meters, 200 meters, 300 meters, 1,000 meters, 5,000 meters. The seawater continued to freeze. Lu Zhou walked on ice, leaving more than 4 frozen beast kings in his wake. As he walked forward, the ice continued to spread in front of him. At this moment, crack, the frozen beast kings suddenly shattered into pieces, falling on the frozen surface of the sea. Just like that, all of them died. Everyone had heard about Qin Naihe, the free man of the Evil Sky Pavilion, with his 16 birth charts. They had also heard about the legendary story of how Lu Wu, the Beast Emperor, used his Ice Seal ability to deal with the invaders from the Green Lotus domain. However, they had only heard of these things and had never witnessed them. Everyone in the Penglai sect knew the pavilion master of the Evil Sky Pavilion was very strong. He was so strong that they could only look up to him. His feat of single-handedly propping the floating island up back then had become the stuff of legends in the Penglai sect. Their horizons were constantly being broadened by the changes in the Golden Lotus domain. They knew the person who was known as the God of Great Yen was very strong, but the demonstration of his strength today refreshed everyone's worldview. His strength was completely beyond their imagination. The 4 or so beast kings were so easily frozen, and they shattered into pieces in just a blink of an eye. When their life hearts fell on the ice, the cultivators could not help but look at them with burning eyes. Naturally, none of them dared to pick the life hearts up. Their lives were much more important than life hearts, after all. Lu Zhou did not even turn back to look at the beast kings he killed. He continued to stride forward in a leisurely manner on the surface of the frozen seawater. Inwardly, he was rather disappointed he was only rewarded with 1,000 merit points for each of the beast kings he killed. However, this was within his expectations. Even after becoming a great venerable master, there were no changes in the reward. The ice was clear like crystal. Through the ice, one could clearly see the shadow under the sea's surface. The shadow swam back and forth. No one knew what it was doing. With every 10 steps Lu Zhou took, it would flash forward but sink as well. The people of the Evil Sky Pavilion maintained the distance as they followed Lu Zhou. The disciples of Penglai sect were a little scared. Upon seeing this, Yu Zhenghai said, "Don't worry. With the Evil Sky Pavilion here, you're safe." The Penglai sect disciples felt much more relieved after listening to Yu Zhenghai's words. In fact, they also wanted to see how Lu Zhou was going to kill the huge monster. The shadow showed no signs of ascending as Lu Zhou continued to move. Everyone watched in confusion when suddenly, Lu Zhou came to an abrupt stop. Boom! The sound of collision rang from under the ice. It did not take long before cracks began to form on the ice. About 100 meters in front of Lu Zhou, a 30-foot-tall narrow fin, like the Grim Reaper's scythe, cut through the ice and shot toward Lu Zhou at an unimaginable speed. Lu Zhou turned his body slightly, and the 30-foot-tall fin shot past him harmlessly, missing him by a hairbreadth. After easily dodging the fin, he bent slightly and pushed his palm down. Bang! A golden palm seal shot into the sea, leaving a hole in the ice. It was like a bright lamp illuminating the pitch-black sea. It was dazzling. Woo! A deep bellow rang from the sea again. To be safe, Yu Zhenghai said, "Rise higher into the sky. Eldest senior brother, they can't fly that high," little Yuaner said as she pointed at the Penglai sect disciples. She did not have to worry about the altitude since she was riding on Wizard. Yu Zhenghai turned to look at Penglai sect disciples. Then, a golden lotus bloomed under his feet. It kept increasing in size until it formed a lotus throne that held everyone up and slowly rose into the air. The disciples exclaimed in awe and admiration as they looked at Yu Zhenghai's birth palace. They were truly moved. Under normal circumstances, cultivators would not reveal their birth palaces easily. After all, they would be exposing their vulnerabilities by doing so. The fastest way to kill Thousand Realms whirling cultivators was to destroy their birth palaces. In fact, Yu Zhenghai brought his lotus out without much thought for two reasons. One was due to his trust in the people present. Second was due to his fearlessness and confidence. His trust was touching, and his fearlessness and confidence were admirable. With the golden lotus bringing everyone higher into the sky, when they looked down again, Lu Zhou already looked as tiny as an ant. After reaching a certain altitude, the lotus finally stopped moving. Boom! Lu Zhou's palm seal seemed to have angered the huge beast in the sea. Even from such a high place, the beast still looked huge. It was really humongous. Madame Huang, who had mostly recovered, looked down at this time and asked, Will Senior Ji be able to do it? Xianxia said, If the pavilion master can't do it, then no one can. Xianxia's words were filled with so much confidence that it boosted the confidence of the Penglai sect disciples as well. Madame Huang nodded and said, To think Senior Ji's cultivation has reached such a transcendental stage. Xianxia said, A venerable master can crush an entire domain, let alone a great venerable master. Great venerable master? The Penglai sect disciples were shocked. Xianxia asked, By the way, why do you keep referring to Pavilion Master Lu as Senior Ji? Xianxia had grown curious as he continued listening to the people around him refer to Lu Zhou as Senior Ji. Yu Zhenghai explained, The Golden Lotus domain is weak. Hence, when the Evil Sky Pavilion went to the Red Lotus domain, in order to avoid attracting unnecessary attention to the Golden Lotus domain, my master changed his surname to Lu. I see. Xianxia nodded, thinking that Lu Zhou's real surname was Ji. On the other hand, Lu Li shook his head as he looked at them. Alas, he could reveal the identity of the ancestor of the Lu clan. He thought that Lu Zhou's method to hide his real identity was truly brilliant. Now, everyone thought his surname was Ji. As the saying went, the older you get, the wiser you are. At this time, Lu Zhou looked around. Cracks began to form on the ice again. Lu Zhou turned to look at the frozen remains of the Beast Kings. He waved his hands, conjuring countless energy swords before chopping the remains into even smaller pieces. Then, their life hearts flew into the air. Keep them well. Yes, master. Everyone almost drooled when they looked at the life hearts. Apart from that, they also thought it was very convenient for venerable masters to harvest life hearts. Boom! At this moment, the huge shadow banged against the ice again, breaking the ice. Lu Zhou tapped his toes lightly and flew into the air with movements as light as a swallow. Monstrous waves rose into the sky immediately. Everyone cried out in surprise. For a moment, they admired the might of the sea. If they did not rise so high earlier, they would have been in trouble. When Lu Zhou hovered in the air, two long and narrow sea beasts that glinted with dark blue scales leaped up. The sea beasts looked like mutated eels. Those are eel kings, Kongwen said. The mutated eels were not only able to discharge electricity, but they had sharp teeth and sharp claws as well. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they rushed toward Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou frowned slightly. He pressed his hand down. Flawed perfection. Two palm seals shot out immediately, hitting the two eel kings. Boom! Boom! Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. Ding! Killed an eel king. Reward: 1,000 merit points. Ding! Killed an eel king. Reward: 1,000 merit points. Lu Zhou waved his hand, and two life hearts flew up into the sky again. Everyone was dumbfounded. In front of a venerable master, or to be more precise, a great venerable master, a beast king was no different from an ordinary fierce beast. Killing one was like a stroll in the park. Swoosh! Waves continued to rise in the sky as the beast continued to ascend in the sea. Yu Zhenghai continued to rise higher into the sky. Lu Zhou did not retreat. Instead, he advanced. He swooped down as he said, Beast, I'll take your life today. Lu Zhou shrouded his body with his divine power. The divine power flashed on his robe like lightning bolts. Woo! The whale-like fierce beast seemed to sense the approaching danger, and it began to thrash its tail wildly. Boom! The waves grew higher and higher. Bang! 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 Droplets of water comparable to energy swords shot out from the waves, hitting the bottom of Yu Zhenghai's lotus. Swoosh! Yu Shangrong flew out, unsheathing his longevity sword. Nearly 8 million energy swords appeared, forming a circular formation. It spun in front of everyone, keeping the deadly splashes from the waves at bay. The Penglai sect disciples. The evil sky pavilion was indeed the strongest reinforcement ever. The battle had just begun, but they were already overwhelmed by the sight. The whale-like fierce beast swung its tail, adjusting its position. Splash! A pillar of water shot out from the whale-like fierce beast's blowhole toward Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou did not dodge. Instead, he launched a palm seal that rapidly expanded to block the pillar of water. Bang! The pillar of water landed harmlessly on the palm seal. Lu Zhou pushed his hand out, increasing the size of the palm seal by several times before he pushed back against the pillar of water. Splash! Lu Zhou continued pushing, diving into the sea. The darkness and cold seawater assaulted his senses from all directions. Thanks to the Netherwolf King's night vision, the darkness of the sea did not hinder him. After descending for a while, he finally saw the pitch-black back of the whale-like fierce beast. Die! The palm seal that had been imbued with the divine power slammed down on the whale-like fierce beast. Woo! A thunderous bellow rang out, shaking the sea and stirring up a tsunami. The sea and the land trembled in unison. The churning and turbulent sea did not affect Lu Zhou. He floated in the sea, looking at the enormous creature. With his current cultivation base, he did not need to breathe, and he was impervious to the cold. The seawater continued to churn and surge violently. When Lu Zhou sensed the whale-like fierce beast was rapidly descending into the depths of the ocean, he swiftly cast the power of sight and the power of hearing. With that, he finally had a clear look at the whale-like fierce beast. He thought that the fierce beasts here could not be judged using common sense from Earth. The whale-like fierce beast was more than over 10,000 feet long. Apart from that, he saw many beast kings swimming around the whale-like fierce beast. There were even more beast kings rushing toward it. Naturally, sea beasts lorded over everything in the sea. When they saw humans in the sea, their eyes lit up as though they had seen the most delicious food in the world, causing them to go crazy. More and more sea beasts, under the influence of the Beast Emperor and the Beast Kings, swam over. Lu Zhou watched the descending whale-like fierce beast. It's too late for you to leave now. Lu Zhou moved like a lightning bolt toward the depths of the sea. The whale-like fierce beast seemed angered by this. It bellowed again and thrashed. Although it seemed like Lu Zhou was well under the sea, in fact, he was above the normal sea level due to the thrashing of the whale-like fierce beast. Sea beasts continued swimming over from all directions. Lu Zhou launched several palm seals at the whale-like fierce beast's body. Bang! 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 The sounds of the collision were thunderous even though they rang from the sea. Buzz! Lu Zhou manifested his avatar. A humongous golden avatar emerged from the sea, shooting up into the sky. The sea beasts were repelled by the golden avatar immediately. When the golden avatar was out of the sea, the lotus under its feet began to spin furiously and burn with karmic fire. Following that, flaming lotuses burst forth. This was the flaming golden lotus, Lu Zhou's first birth trial ability. The flaming lotuses reaped the lives of the sea beasts in the air and the ones just right below the surface of the sea. Whether they were small sea beasts, ordinary sea beasts, or beast kings, they were all either skewered by the lotuses or charred black by the karmic fire before their carcasses dropped back into the sea. The sea was truly a sea of fire at this moment. At this time, Lu Zhou flashed forward with his avatar, crossing thousands of meters in just a blink of an eye. It's too late for you to escape. Yu Zhenghai cried out enthusiastically, "Go, master!" At this time, Kongwen pointed below as he cried out, "Look, the life hearts!" There were a lot of life hearts floating among the carcasses of the sea beasts. Don't be anxious. You'll have a chance to show your skills later, Xianxia said. All right, I understand, Mr. First, Kong Wen said. Meanwhile, Xianglong withdrew his energy swords and rushed forward. If he missed out on this annual show, it would be a waste. The whale-like fierce beast was too big, so it was almost impossible for him to shake off Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou, whose avatar hovered next to him, launched palm seal after palm seal into the sea, accurately landing on the whale-like fierce beast's back. No matter what the whale-like fierce beast did, it could not escape from Lu Zhou, nor could it hide from Lu Zhou. It's afraid. It's actually afraid? Everyone felt more relieved when they saw this. Lu Zhou pursued the whale-like fierce beast relentlessly. It did not take long before he had chased it for 100 miles. Leaving the area near Penglai, he had now arrived at the open sea. At this time, Xianxia sent Lu Zhou a voice transmission. Pavilion Master, be careful. It might be trying to lure you into the deep sea. In the deep sea, there are even more powerful sea beasts. All right, I know what to do. The others continued to maintain a distance as they followed Lu Zhou. From afar, it looked as though a golden statue was cutting across the sea. At this moment, another monstrous wave rose high into the sky. The whale-like fierce beast could no longer bear Lu Zhou's relentless pursuit. It thrashed, stirring up waves, as it rose and leaped out from the sea. For the Penglai sect disciples, this was their first time seeing a beast emperor. When the fierce beast, whose body seemed capable of covering the sky, appeared in the air, the water turned into water arrows, shooting toward the people of the Evil Sky Pavilion and Penglai sect. Xianxia hurriedly flew back with the others in tow. Lu Zhou put away his avatar and flashed high into the sky, confronting the whale-like fierce beast. An enormous astrolabe bloomed in the air. All the birth charts lit up at the same time, exploding with unprecedented brilliance. With that, the power of the birth charts burst forth at the same time. Boom! When the pillars of light landed on the whale-like fierce beast, it left a shocking bloody hole. At the same time, Lu Zhou's astrolabe successfully blocked the water arrows as well. Each of his movements was fluid and smooth. Following that, Lu Zhou did something that seemed crazy in the eyes of the others. He put away his astrolabe. Then, he flashed and appeared above the head of the gigantic whale-like fierce beast. Unnamed. Lu Zhou imbued his divine power into Unnamed that was in the form of a sword. With that, energy swords burst forth, piercing the whale-like fierce beast. Avatar. When the towering golden avatar appeared, it grabbed an energy sword in each of its hands and charged forward. It successfully cut the whale's body open with a force that could tear the sky and split the earth. What was a great venerable master? With his divine power, the power of the Tao, and the heaven and earth energy, he would defy the heavens and slash the beast into pieces. The 10,000-foot-long energy sword unleashed by Unnamed that was wielded by the huge golden avatar slashed across the huge fierce beast's body swiftly and mercilessly. It cut off almost a third of the beast emperor's body. It bellowed angrily. Sound waves swept out, stirring up a storm with the sea beast emperor in the center. Lu Zhou put away his avatar and Unnamed. In just a blink of an eye, he had risen higher in the air. He lifted his hand and manifested his astrolabe, placing it in front of Xianxia's lotus. The astrolabe that seemed to be 10,000 feet in diameter completely blocked the force of the sound waves. Alas, the advantage of sound waves was that they could travel past anything. Although Lu Zhou had blocked the most destructive force from the sound waves, the remaining force still sent Xianxia and over 1,000 Penglai sect disciples flying back. They seemed to be on the verge of collapse. The thunderous bellow shook the sky and the earth. Even a venerable master would not underestimate a furious beast emperor. At this time, Xianxia manifested his astrolabe and cooperated with Xianxia and Xianglong to form a second line of defense to block the sound waves. Lu Zhou looked at the incomparably huge whale-like fierce beast. The part that he had severed had dropped into the sea, dyeing the water purplish-red. The law of the sea was that the big fishes ate the small fishes. When 1/3 of the whale-like fierce beast's body dropped into the oceans, countless sea beasts swam toward it, tearing the flesh apart and eating it. The sea continued to roil as blood continued to dye it red. It was red as far as the eyes could see. Splash! The whale-like fierce beast fell back into the sea. It thrashed around furiously, sending the sea beasts and the beast kings flying in the air. Lu Zhou thought the sea beasts had gone crazy, but when he took a closer look, he realized that was not the case. The seawater and blood droplets in the sky had formed many blood arrows that glowed with a dim light. "Wizard," Lu Zhou called out softly. Wizard was already prepared. It reared back as it let out a cry before it spat out a white light orb toward Lu Zhou. The light orb enveloped Lu Zhou, restoring his divine power almost immediately. After Wizard consumed the second beast essence, it could now restore his divine power twice without needing to rest. Apart from Wizard, Lu Zhou also had the blue avatar that could restore his divine energy. "I want to see how long you can last." Lu Zhou charged forward. At the same time, the purple glazed ceramic, which he had imbued with more than half of his divine power, appeared in his hand. The purple glazed ceramic shone dazzlingly like a moon in the night sky or a peerless pearl. With the divine power, its infinity grades ability had also been grown several times stronger. "Absolute zero?" someone asked. "It's not as simple as absolute zero." Before those people could finish speaking, their jaws dropped. They thought their eyes were playing tricks on them. The purple glazed ceramic seemed to tear the void apart as Lu Zhou held it in his hand and used the power of the Tao to stop everything. Ordinary venerable masters could only stop the flow of time for a few seconds at best. However, the time extended greatly for great venerable masters. The sea was like a frozen painting at this time. The blood arrows hovering in the air were frozen. The red seawater was frozen, and the severed limbs and carcasses floating in the sea were frozen. Everything was frozen. Lu Zhou swooped past the arrows and the sea beasts. When he came close to the surface of the water, he pushed his hand down. Then, time began to flow again. It did not affect Lu Zhou's senses very much when things returned to normal. The only thing was that he had arrived next to the sea beasts in a blink of an eye. The ice continued to spread. It was even more extreme than before. In the sky, in the sea, all the sea beasts were frozen in an instant. After the blood arrows were frozen, they fell onto the frozen surface of the sea. The frozen sea beasts shattered when they landed on the frozen surface of the sea. With just this move, Lu Zhou killed tens of thousands of sea beasts. Lu Zhou manifested his astrolabe and lifted it above his head, blocking the ice, flesh, and whatever else that were dropping from the sky. After a while, the frozen surface of the sea was littered with the sea beasts' carcasses. Lu Zhou lowered his hand. He was the only one standing indifferently and unharmed at this moment. The clouds parted, allowing the rays from the setting sun that were blood to shine down on the frozen sea's surface. Lu Zhou waited silently, listening for movements from the sea beasts. For a long time there was no sound at all. Meanwhile, the people of the Evil Sky Pavilion and the disciples of Penglai sect who were watching had long grown numb. No matter what words they used to describe Lu Zhou's might, they seemed insufficient and pale. In the end, they thought it was best to just silently watch. After another 15 minutes passed, there was still no movement to be heard under the surface of the sea. The people watching from above could no longer hold back their curiosity. "Is it dead?" Kongwen asked, puzzled. "It won't die so easily. A sea beast emperor has at least 3 hearts. However, it won't live for long. The lower half of its body has been severed and frozen. It's only a matter of time before it dies." Everyone nodded and waited patiently. Another 15 minutes silently passed by. Cracks formed on the ice again. Lu Zhou frowned slightly. The stubbornness of the whale-like fierce beast had exceeded his expectations. The seawater began to gush out from the cracks, washing off the blood on the cracks. Then, a huge crack that spanned 10,000 feet appeared. It looked like a moat. Lu Zhou continued standing with his hands on his back, completely unaffected. He looked at the sea beast through the crack indifferently as it began to surface. Finally, its humongous body emerged, breaking the layer of ice. Its head itself spanned hundreds of feet, capable of covering the sky itself. Lu Zhou slowly moved before finally coming to a halt in front of the whale-like fierce beast. The whale-like fierce beast's eyes were bloodshot. Its blood vessels were huge. Its eyeballs rolled in their sockets as it looked at the tiny human in front of it. Then it began to retreat. Lu Zhou asked tonelessly, "Why did you attack the human territory?" The whale-like fierce beast opened and closed its gigantic maw, wanting to make a sound, but it only ended up spitting out blood. Splash! Its lower jaw was still submerged in the water. The opening and closing motion of its maw stir up the seawater. Its body was dark, and its fins were like sharp knives. When Kongwen looked at the dying whale-like fierce beast, Kongwen said with a sigh, "So it's a sky-devouring whale." A sky-devouring whale? There are many types of whale-like fierce beasts. It's one of the strongest whale sea beasts. Its size is only second to the legendary Kuan, Kongwen explained. Kuan? According to ancient records, there's a beast in the extreme north that's Leviathan-sized. The size is beyond our imagination. It's called the Kuan. It's much bigger than beast emperors that are thousands and thousands of feet wide, Kongwen said. It's so big, little Yuaner exclaimed in shock. Kongwen said, "Not everyone has seen the Kuan. There are rumors that the Kuan is also an equalizer that guards the balance of the sea. However, does it obey those from the Great Void? After all, the Great Void isn't in the sea, right? Is it really impossible for it to be located under the sea?" Little Yuaner asked. Humans are ultimately humans. They can't survive under the sea for long. There are intelligent aquatic beings that learned the human language. Those that resemble humans are referred to as the merfolks. However, sea beasts will always be sea beasts. They're not humans, Kongwen said. I agree with Brother Kong, Xianxia said. In ancient times, before the Great Void vanished, humans sought common ground with many strange tribes in the Great Void. Those from humanoid tribes were far stronger than humans. They bullied the weak and tried to annihilate the human race. Xianxia's words reminded the others of the Void Chest tribe. All right, our topic has drifted too far away. Let's just watch the battle. Everyone dismissed their thoughts and looked down. The sky-devouring whale made gurgling noises before it suddenly flopped to the side. Ding! Killed the sky-devouring whale. Reward: 20,000 merit points. The sky-devouring whale's eyes dimmed. Like the saying, when the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. The sea beasts fled in all directions when the death aura of the sky-devouring whale spread for 1,000 miles. With the sea beasts gone, the sea level slowly went down. It did not take long before the sea returned to normal. The clouds parted, allowing more sunlight to shine on the sea. Due to the imbalance, the fog in the sky was not as dense as before. Lu Zhou said, "Clean them up." Now that the pavilion master's work was done, it was time for the others from the Evil Sky Pavilion to start work. Everyone's fighting spirits soared to the sky after watching Lu Zhou's fight. They rushed out toward the sea beasts that had yet to escape. With that, another bloody massacre took place in the sea again. Since ancient times, humans and fierce beasts had been unable to resolve their conflict. No matter what kind of agreement the supreme beings who were humans and fierce beasts agreed upon, nature would run its course, and conflict would arise with the passing of time. After all it took was for one side to start killing first and chaos would ensue. Although the cultivation bases of the Penglai sect disciples were not high, they worked harder than everyone when killing the small sea beasts. Their hatred and anger were enough motivation for them to do their best. On the other hand, the people of the Evil Sky Pavilion had a clear division of labor. Some of them collected the life hearts and some of them harvested life hearts from the carcasses. Some were killing the remaining sea beasts while some kept a lookout in different directions. The sky-devouring whale really isn't easy to deal with, Kongwen said. He held a large saber in his hand and tried to dissect the sky-devouring whale, but he had no idea where to start. You have almost 6 birth charts, but you can't even deal with a carcass? Yan Jinlua said teasingly. It's not like that, Kongwen said sheepishly. Then, he leaped onto the sky-devouring whale's body and brandished his huge saber. He began to search for its life hearts in earnest. Only he alone could do this job in the evil sky pavilion. He knew the most about fierce beasts among everyone present on the scene. There were always cultivators like Kong-Won in the cultivation world. They might not have the highest cultivation bases, but they were very knowledgeable about the treasures between heaven and earth, fierce beasts, and life hearts. Although the sky-devouring whale's body was humongous, with Kong-Wen's consistent dissection, part of its chest was soon cut open. Damn! Its flesh is really tough, Kong-Wen cursed as he continued hacking at the sky-devouring whale methodically. After a while, Kong-Wen drilled into the body of the sky-devouring whale like a mouse digging a hole. His brothers used energy seals to keep the seawater at bay. He expended a lot of effort before he finally found the sky-devouring whale's life hearts. Then, he grabbed the huge life hearts and flew out of the sky-devouring whale's body. He cried out, "I got it!" With that, his brothers withdrew their energy seals. Kong-Wen washed the life heart in the sea before he flew to Lu Zhou and said, "Pavilion Master, I didn't expect to find 4 life hearts. They're just a little big. Perhaps the heavens made it so. No matter how humongous the fierce beasts, at most, their life hearts would be as big as a human head." Nevertheless, it was not easy to activate a birth chart with a life heart of that size. One would need to enlarge one's lotus and endure various things that came with using such a huge life heart. Since the sky-devouring whale was huge, it was not surprising its life hearts were big as well. Lu Zhou nodded. Soon after, the people from the evil sky pavilion were done collecting the life hearts. It took 2 hours for them to complete the job. After Lu Li finished taking inventory, he said, "Pavilion Master, this time we obtained 4 life hearts from a beast emperor, 6 life hearts from beast kings, 10 high-grade life hearts, 42 middle-grade life hearts, and 155 low-grade life hearts. Finally, we have about 800 ordinary life hearts from the various small sea beasts." Upon hearing these numbers, everyone present was amazed. Even Qin Naihe had never seen so many life hearts at once. The Qin clan's venerable master, Qin Runyue, was undoubtedly strong. However, he was not confident about defeating beast emperors and had never had the chance to encounter one as well. Kong-Wen laughed. "We've hit the jackpot. Don't be so vulgar," Yen Zhenhua said, rolling his eyes. Kong-Wen laughed. "You're left envoy, Yen. I'm just so happy. I can't help it." Kong-Wen and his brothers were the happiest and most excited. They had risked their lives for so long, trying to make a living by searching for treasures. In the past, they did not even dare to dream about so many treasures. Lu Zhou nodded in satisfaction and said, "Keep them well." Understood. Kong-Wen and his brothers thought it was really great following a great venerable master. They were fed and clothed, living comfortable lives. After packing up the spoils of the battle, everyone flew up to the sky again. Madame Huang and the disciples of Penglai sect could not be happy. After all, too many people had died and Penglai Island had sunk. Even if they killed all the sea beasts in the sea, they would not be able to get back what had been lost. Back at Penglai Island. Now that the sea beasts had left, and the carcasses had sunk to the bottom of the sea level had receded as well, revealing the sunken islands. Madame Huang and the disciples of the Penglai sect sighed and shook their heads as they looked at the wreckage that was once their home. Lu Zhou said, "As long as you're alive, you can always build a new home. There's no need to sigh." Madame Huang said, "Penglai Island isn't like the evil sky pavilion. Time has passed and people have changed. I'm afraid that Penglai Island will never be able to restore its former glory as a respectable force in Great Yen. The greater the strength, the greater the ability," Lu Zhou said tonelessly. Madame Huang nodded. Penglai Island had maintained a good relationship with the Evil Sky Pavilion over the years, which resulted in the Penglai Island doing well. However, the Evil Sky Pavilion was the Evil Sky Pavilion, and Penglai Island was Penglai Island. No matter how good they were doing, it was still different when one had to rely on others. Now that Penglai Island had sunk, Madame Huang had no mood to worry about other things. After a moment, Madame Huang said, "Thank you for your help today, Pavilion Master Ji." The disciples of Penglai sect bowed to Lu Zhou as well. At this time, Yu Zhenghai called out, reminding Lu Zhou, Master, it's time for us to go. After thinking about it for a moment, Lu Zhou said, Yanjinlua, Lu Li, Kong Wan. All of you stay here to help Penglai Island. Understood. Kong Wan and his brothers were delighted. They did not like fighting and preferred to stay. They wanted to find more life hearts. It was more interesting to them. Everyone else, come with me to Mount Halcyon. Yes. Mount Halcyon. The rays from the setting sun were the color of blood. Si Wuya, Huang Shiji, Li Jini, and Zhang Aijin flew at a low altitude in Mount Halcyon. Zhang Aijin said, From afar, it looks very small. I didn't expect it to be so big. We've been flying for half a day, but we haven't even found a place to rest. The sky was about to turn dark, and they wanted to find a place to rest as soon as possible. When they arrived at Mount Halcyon earlier, they had parked the sky shuttle on the beach before they flew into the mountain. Mount Halcyon was much bigger than they had imagined. There were also strange and jagged rocks on Mount Halcyon, and there were no trees at all. Their first impression after flying in was that it was desolate and deserted. What's that? Zhang Aijin pointed at a seemingly bottomless pit nearby. Si Wuya took a look and said, It looks like a dry well. How can there be such a big dry well? Zhang Aijin shook his head, clearly disagreeing with Si Wuya. It really doesn't look like a dry well. The structure is complex. Anyway, let's keep going. They flew for a distance before they saw another black well. They took a closer look, puzzled. However, when they found nothing unusual about it, they continued to fly forward. After an hour, the sun had set, and darkness fell. Another black well. How many have we seen? This is the fifth one, right? What if it's like a gigantic hornet's nest? Zhang Aijin said. Huang Shiji stared at Zhang Aijin and said, You're really talkative. Li Jini smiled. If you think about it, it does resemble a hornet's nest. I've counted. So far, we've encountered 6 black wells. If I'm not mistaken, there'd be another one 10 miles away. I'm guessing there are many, many more. Si Wuya frowned, lost in his thoughts. Zhang Aijin asked in a low voice, Don't you dream about this place often? Can't you tell us anything? When you dream, do you remember everything? Si Wuya asked in return. Zhang Aijin scratched his head. I guess not. There, you have your answer. At this moment, Huang Shiji suddenly moved to the front. Be careful. The wind blew strongly. The night wind was much stronger compared to the day's breeze. It continued to blow as though it was trying to stir up a sandstorm, blurring their vision. There seems to be something up ahead. About 100 meters ahead, a faintly discernible shadow could be seen. It was rather tall. Si Wuya frowned and flew forward. The other 3 hurried after him. When they arrived in front of the thing, they were shocked. It was a skeleton that was 1,000 feet tall. The skeleton sat cross-legged with its hands placed flat on its knees. Its back was straight and its head was lowered. It belongs to a human? Zhang Aijin asked skeptically. Indeed, it looked like a human skeleton. How can a human be so big? Huang Shiji shook his head, perplexed. It was not strange for fierce beasts to be 1,000 feet tall, but no one had heard of a human who was 1,000 feet tall. Si Wuya nodded slowly. He studied the skeleton carefully. Its size aside, there was no doubt the skeleton belonged to a human. After a long time, his eyes shifted to the small skeletons scattered around the huge skeleton. Then, he flew forward again before coming to a stop when he was about a meter away from the skeleton. At this time, he saw a large script for fire etched on the skeleton's frontal skull. Si Wuya waved his hand, sweeping the dust and cobwebs away. The script for fire had long blackened. He could not tell what the original color was. There's something behind it, Zhang Aijin cried out. At some point, he had arrived next to Si Wuya. Then, he exclaimed, Catacombs? Catacombs? Si Wuya was puzzled. It's like the black wells from before, but this one is bigger. It might lead to catacombs. However, it seems like the entrance has been sealed, Li Jini explained. Si Wuya rushed over and saw a stone door that looked like the entrance to a catacomb. Jiang Aijin shook his head and said, "This doesn't fit my style of doing things. I want to leave. I want to go home. I've to get married." Si Wuya ignored Jiang Aijin. Instead, he stepped forward and studied the words on the door. The 3 Qi heavens of the south, the prefecture of the fire official, the palace of the red deity. The 8 stars of the eastern well in the south, the southern gate of heaven. The words at the back could no longer be seen due to the passage of time. What does it mean? Huang Shiji was confused. Si Wuya said, "I'm not sure either. Let's go in and have a look. If you're afraid, you can wait outside." Si Wuya tried to push the door open, but it would not budge at all. Compared to others, he was not one who liked using brute force to resolve matters. He looked at his surroundings, trying to find traces of a formation, but he found nothing. "It won't open?" Jiang Aijin smiled. "Forget it if you can't open it. It's so dark out here, so it's going to be even darker inside." Si Wuya flew up and circled the place before returning to his original spot again. Then he said, "I think it's an underground palace." "How do you know it's an underground palace?" "I used my eyes to look," Si Wuya replied. Then he flew up and hovered in front of the huge skeleton's skull. Then he saw a strange red light again. It only appeared for a brief moment before he pushed his hand out toward the skeleton. At this time, the script for fire buzzed and shone with a red light. Swoosh! The huge skeleton suddenly lifted its hand. Si Wuya flew up, dodging the attack. Huang Shiji, Jiang Aijin, and Li Jini hurriedly retreated. The skeleton's jaw creaked open before it swung its hand again. Swoosh! Si Wuya kept dodging, blowing away the dust on the skeleton. Soon enough, red calligraphic writings lit up on the skeleton. They were etched on every part of the skeleton. "What the hell is that?" Jiang Aijin asked. "Just dodge," Si Wuya said as he kept flying back and forth around the giant skeleton's hand. Bang! The skeleton suddenly joined its palms together, trying to catch Si Wuya. However, it missed and stopped moving as soon as the palms connected. Creak! Then the stone door slowly slid open. Si Wuya landed on the ground. After making sure the skeleton had truly stopped moving, he said, "Follow me." Jiang Aijin asked in confusion, "How do you know how to do that?" "I've dreamed about it," Si Wuya replied. "If you insult my intelligence again, I'll leave immediately," Jiang Aijin said as he followed Si Wuya in. "Leave then," Si Wuya retorted. Jiang Aijin looked at the dark sky and surroundings before he said, You can continue insulting my intelligence." Si Wuya stepped through the stone door and entered the underground palace. To be precise, it was more like an oval-shaped three-dimensional space. When they entered the underground palace, Jiang Aijin was shocked by what he saw. All kinds of swords hung on the walls. There were long ones, short ones, thin ones, and all kinds of swords one could imagine. Jiang Aijin looked at the swords with his mouth agape. The visual impact dispelled his fear immediately. He flew over to one of the walls, admiring the swords. There were all kinds of decorative scabbards and swords. Thousands of swords were buried in this underground palace for a long time, but they did not lose their radiance and charm to the passage of time. The underground was dimly lit by the crystals above them. The light glinted off the blades of the swords. "We found treasures," Huang Shiji said as he looked at gold, silver, jewelry, jade, night pearls, and all sorts of treasures on the ground. There were not only swords here. There were all kinds of weapons like sabers, spears, rods, and halberds as well. All of them were strangely intact, and each one of them was a treasure. Even the lowest grade weapon was at the earth grade. Si Wuya moved to stand next to Huang Shiji and nodded. Indeed. However, why are these treasures in Mount Halcyon? Cultivators have long left behind the pursuit of common material things. What's the use of hiding these things? Si Wuya was clearly not interested in these things. He tapped his toes lightly and flew into the depths of the underground palace. Then he saw an even more surprising thing. He saw a tall sculpture with its wings unfurled as though it was ready to take flight. Wuxia's gaze moved to the middle of the wings. He had expected to see a fierce beast of some sort, so it was out of his expectations when he saw that the wings belonged to a person. The statue was truly lifelike, clearly the work of a highly skilled sculptor. It was like a human had been coated with a layer of gray cement. The statue's eyes were slightly closed, and its arms were hanging down. Its wingspan was wide. The passage on either side of its body was narrow and square. Wuxia fell into a daze briefly before he shook his head to wake himself up. He had to think rationally. He looked to the left and right before he began to search. He looked around the statue but found nothing noteworthy. At this moment, Zhang Aijin finally arrived and saw the statue. He was so shocked that he could not close his mouth for a long time. It was even more shocking than the treasures he had just seen. "What's this?" Zhang Aijin's exclamation drew Huang Shiji and Li Jini over. When they saw the statue, they were impressed as well. They had never seen such a sculpture, so they did not know what it was supposed to be. 3 pairs of burning eyes looked at Wuxia, eagerly waiting for an explanation. Wuxia looked up, down, left, and right. Then, he shook his head and said, "If I said I don't know, would you believe me?" "Yes," the trio replied in unison without any hesitation. "It seems like I've overestimated myself." Wuxia sighed. "Halcyon bird. Mount Halcyon. This should be the Halcyon divine bird's habitat." Wuxia could still remember when he saw the Halcyon divine bird at the White Tower Council. No one knew that when the Halcyon divine bird looked at him, a light flashed in its eyes. In its eyes, he had seen a picture of a lone island in the endless ocean. When he returned to the Sky Martial Academy, he had pored through many ancient books. When he was done, he even asked for people to search for more ancient books in the respective royal palaces in the Black Lotus domain and the White Lotus domain. He needed to find some clues. Halcyon divine bird? Is this supposed to be the Halcyon divine bird? Zhang Aijin asked doubtfully. Wuxia shook his head. No. So this is supposed to be the Halcyon divine bird's nest. But this isn't the Halcyon divine bird. This statue is of a birdman, Zhang Aijin said as he looked at the stone statue and the wings on its sides. Wuxia was speechless. Zhang Aijin nudged Wuxia and said, "Hey, did you notice the way its wings are unfurled is a little similar to yours?" "Me?" Wuxia furrowed his brows. "You know, when you use your peacock plume," Zhang Aijin said. Huang Shiji immediately said reproachfully, "What nonsense are you speaking? Some things can't be casually joked about." "It's fine. I have a very good relationship with Mr. Seventh," Zhang Aijin said as he stepped forward and slung his arm across Wuxia's shoulders. Wuxia pushed Zhang Aijin's arm away and murmured, "It does slightly resemble. Alright, so this isn't the Halcyon divine bird. However, how can humans have wings?" Zhang Aijin asked. Wuxia replied confidently, "In ancient times, the distinction between humans and fierce beasts wasn't as clear as it is now. In the Great Void, there's Xianxia who possessed a human face and a horse's body. There are also mermaids whose upper bodies are that of humans, but their lower bodies are that of fishes. There are also those from the 6 great deformed tribes. The land split and the 9 domains were born. The Jade Green Lotus domain appeared first, followed by the Dark Green Lotus domain. Then, the 3rd and 4th to appear were the Black Lotus domain and the White Lotus domain. The 5th and the 6th were the Red Lotus domain and the Purple Lotus domain. The 7th was the Golden Lotus domain, and the 8th was the Yellow Lotus domain. They didn't appear at the same time? Zhang Aijin asked, slightly surprised. Wuxia shook his head. "I'm just speculating. This is also why I came here. Mount Halcyon has been here for more than 10,000 years. What does it have to do with the unknown land or the Great Void?" Zhang Aijin asked. Wuxia asked, What if Mount Halcyon is a part of the Great Void?" Zhang Aijin, Huang Shiji, and Li Jini were shocked. They were thoroughly shocked by Wuxia's conjecture. They were not too knowledgeable about what happened before the land split. In their minds, Mount Halcyon was likely just a piece of land that drifted off to the sea when the land split. Jiang Aijian's expression grew solemn as he asked, "Do you have any evidence?" "No evidence. It's just a wild guess," Wuxia replied honestly. 1. The trio was speechless. Jiang Aijian flew around the underground palace again. Apart from the treasures and the weapons, there was nothing unusual. At this time, Wuxia called out, "Step back." The trio stepped to the side immediately. Jiang Aijian asked, "Don't tell me you think this is the entrance to the Great Void?" Wuxia glanced at Jiang Aijian before he said, "I do have this suspicion." After saying that, Wuxia pushed his hand out. A palm seal landed on the statue, but the statue remained unscathed. "It's quite sturdy." Jiang Aijian drew Dragon Song and slashed it across the statue. Bang! Sparks flew, but not even a scratch could be seen on the statue. "Wow! It's so sturdy that it can even withstand a strike from my desolate greatsword." Jiang Aijian found this hard to believe, so he stepped forward and slashed at the statue again. Bang! Similar to before, not even a scratch could be seen. "Enough!" Huang Shiji stopped Jiang Aijian. "If it's so easy to break, how could it stay here for tens of thousands of years without showing signs of decay?" Time was the nemesis of all things, after all. Stones were no exception and could be eroded by time. "Master has a point," Jiang Aijian said as he sheathed Dragon Song. "Then, if this isn't the Halcyon Divine Bird or a birdman, then what is it?" Wuxia said, "I've seen the Halcyon Divine Bird before. His body is red, and it's not too big. If I'm not mistaken, this stone statue should be of the Vermilion Bird King." "Vermilion Bird?" Huang Shiji said, "I don't doubt that you've read a lot of books and are knowledgeable. However, as far as I know, the Vermilion Bird doesn't resemble humans at all." "What if it gained a human form?" Wuxia asked before he continued to say, "The words at the stone door speak of the fire deity, the Vermilion Bird." Whoosh! A gust of cold wind blew in from the entrance, causing everyone to shiver. The experienced Huang Shiji's expression changed slightly as he said, "Someone's approaching." The four of them looked at the entrance at the same time. Thud! 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 The Halcyon Divine Bird walked in at this moment. Next to the Halcyon Divine Bird was a thin and weak man dressed in a black robe. "Halcyon Divine Bird?" Wuxia frowned. The Halcyon Divine Bird looked to the left and right before it looked at the four humans in front of it curiously. Then, the thin and weak man said, "They're here. Heavens!" Jiang Aijian hurriedly moved to stand behind Li Jini. Wuxia's intuition told him something was amiss. He looked at the Halcyon Divine Bird warily as he asked, "Did you lure me here?" "You're smart," the thin and weak man said. "What's your purpose?" "This is Mount Halcyon, home to the Halcyon Divine Bird. You should know why." The thin man bowed slightly as he said, "I'm Yang Lianxing, a beast tamer from the Great Void." Wuxia remained silent. Yang Lianxing continued to say, "You're young, so you may not know a lot of things. Let me explain." Yang Lianxing paused for a moment to place his hands on his back before he said, "The stone statue behind you is that of Ling Guang, the Vermilion Bird or the Fire Deity." Wuxia, Jiang Aijian, Huang Shiji, and Li Jini inhaled sharply as they instinctively turned to look at the statue. Yang Lianxing continued to say, 100,000 years ago, the land split, shaking heaven and earth. Ling Guang traveled from the Great Void to the east and landed on Mount Halcyon. "Wait," Wuxia interjected. "When the land split, Mount Halcyon had yet to be found." Yang Lianxing shook his head and said, "Mount Halcyon existed even earlier than the 9 domains." Wuxia was speechless. He had subconsciously thought that the 9 domains and the other places only formed after the land split. He did not expect Mount Halcyon to have existed way before then. Yang Lianxing looked at Wuxia and continued to say, "Ling Guang was ordered to leave the Great Void to search for the lost Great Void seeds. It was suspected that the Halcyon clan took them away. In the end, the Halcyon clan was slaughtered." Jiang Aijian, The ominous feeling in Jiang Aijian's heart grew even stronger. He could already see the killing intent burning in the halcyon bird's eyes. Si Wuya said, "The 10 great void seeds were only lost 300 years ago. The timeline doesn't match." Si Wuya almost said that his master had taken all of them. Yang Lianxing chuckled and said, "Young man, the great void seeds mature once every 30,000 years. In the past 100,000 years, 30 great void seeds have matured, and 18 were lost." Out of his desperation to survive, Jiang Aijian had to forcefully stop himself from saying that the people from the Great Void were really a bunch of trash for losing more than half of something so precious. Si Wuya smiled and said, "The Great Void seeds hold the power of heaven and earth, their shackles, the power of the Tao, and the essence of the heavens, earth, sun, and moon. Since when did it belong to the Great Void? I don't think you should use the word lost. It's more appropriate to say that the Great Void took 12 of what should have belonged to everyone in the world." Si Wuya really would not rest until he shocked people to death. After inwardly giving Si Wuya a thumbs up, Jiang Aijian thought to himself, "This is brilliant. It's also a logical explanation. The Great Void is so powerful, so how could they have lost so many Great Void seeds? It's more appropriate to say that they took 12 Great Void seeds and couldn't find the others." As expected, a frown appeared on Yang Lianxing's face as he sized Si Wuya up. Then he chuckled and said, "In any case, that's not important anymore. All you have to know is that it's true that Ling Guang massacred the Halcyon clan." "Huh?" Jiang Aijian asked, puzzled. "What does that have to do with us?" Yang Lianxing slowly raised his hand and pointed at Si Wuya. "You're the descendant of the fire deity. The heaven has dictated that it's time for you to pay off your ancestors' debt." Swoosh! Jiang Aijian, Huang Shiji, and Li Jining turned to look at Si Wuya in unison. They expected to see a shocked expression on Si Wuya's face. However, they discovered that he looked calm and not very surprised. Si Wuya sighed and asked, "How did you know?" "Sense of smell," Yang Lianxing said as he pointed at the halcyon bird. The halcyon parted its beak slightly and looked down at the 4 people with eyes shining with arrogance and contempt. It raised its sharp claws and placed them on a huge rock. Crack! The huge rock crumbled into pieces easily under the weight of the halcyon bird's claws, as though it was a piece of tofu. Jiang Aijian froze. Si Wuya asked, "So you want to kill me to avenge the Halcyon clan?" Yang Lianxing shook his head and said, "If it was just revenge, you would have died long ago. Hatred will eventually blind you. Ling Guang didn't have a good ending as well. He was sealed here to guard Mount Halcyon for the Halcyon clan for 100,000 years." Si Wuya turned to look at the stone statue and asked, "And then, do you know why the Halcyon clan placed so many treasures in the underground palace?" Yang Lianxing asked. Si Wuya shook his head. Yang Lianxing said, "Humans have a fatal weakness, and that is greed. These treasures can cause even courageous humans to throw their lives away. Their blood essence will serve to nourish Ling Guang's consciousness. Only with this, it can guard Mount Halcyon for a long time to atone for its sin. No wonder there were skeletons scattered outside." Yang Lianxin let out a long sigh before he said, "The Halcyon clan has imprisoned Ling Guang forever. As for you—" He paused and pointed at Si Wuya's abdomen before he said, "Hand over the Great Void Seed, and you can leave." Jiang Aijian, Huang Shiji, and Li Jini turned to look at Si Wuya in unison again. The same thought appeared in their minds. "The Great Void Seed is in his body?" Si Wuya smiled and said, "My master has a good relationship with Lan Shiha. Halcyon bird, are you sure you want to do this? You don't have to worry about this. The Halcyon divine bird has lived for 100,000 years, and its time is running out. Only the Great Void Seed can prolong its life. Today, by saving its life, you can atone for Ling Guang's sin. I believe Ling Guang would be at peace if he could see this." Si Wuya remained silent. Yang Lianxing said, "It doesn't make a difference whether you're willing or unwilling." With just a flash, the Halcyon bird appeared in front of Si Wuya. It flapped its wings. Bang! Si Wuya was sent flying back, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Bang! He crashed against a huge rock and slid to the ground. He could not resist at all. Jiang Aijin, Huang Shiji, and Li Jini froze. The halcyon bird's strength was self-evident. Yang Lianxing chuckled and said, "You should know what the halcyon bird is capable of since you've witnessed its strength." Si Wuya clutched his chest. The pain was excruciating. The halcyon bird stepped forward and swept its gaze across the trio. Yang Lianxing said, "All of you should stay here together." "This isn't right," Jiang Aijin protested. "Only the dead can keep secrets," Yang Lianxing said as he waved his hand. A purple palm seal shot out at the trio immediately. Bang! 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 The palm seal was big enough to hit the trio. They were also helpless and unable to withstand the attack. They landed on the wall and slid to the ground. "Stop," Si Wuya said, raising his hand. "Do you still have something to say?" Yang Lianxing asked. "If I die, the great void seed will be destroyed. Let the three of them leave. Otherwise, I'll destroy the great void seed now," Si Wuya said as he tore off the top of his robe, revealing his abdominal muscles. Then, he placed his hand on his Dantian sea of qi. Yang Lianxing frowned. Halcyon bird. The halcyon bird spread its wings that spanned hundreds of feet. The space seemed to freeze as time continued to flow. Bang! Si Wuya did not know when the halcyon bird appeared in front of him. It flapped its wings and sent him flying again. This time, he crashed against the stone statue, bleeding heavily. The halcyon bird's control over its strength was impeccable. It was worthy of being a divine beast. You don't even have the strength to commit suicide now. Anyone who makes an enemy of the great void won't have a good ending. You and Ling Guang are both too self-righteous. From today onward, the halcyon underground palace will be Ling Guang's and your grave," Yang Lianxing said as he raised his hand. Si Wuya was lifted into the air. From the beginning to the end, the four of them were helpless. They did not have the strength to resist at all. The gap between their strength was too wide, so it was meaningless to resist. Si Wuya used all his strength to raise his head. His eyes were red as he said, "You dare!" Si Wuya's voice was dignified and courageous. Crack! Si Wuya's voice caused a crisp cracking noise to ring from the stone statue. The sound drew everyone's attention. When they looked over, they saw that Si Wuya's blood had seeped into the stone statue and now into the cracks. Upon seeing this, Yang Lianxing's expression changed slightly. He said, "Let's go." The halcyon bird turned around and flew out. Yang Lianxing grabbed Si Wuya and without thinking, he turned around and cast his grand technique. Crack! With this crack, the layer of stone around the statue had broken completely. The wings that spanned an unimaginable width burned with flames. With just a flap, everything in its reach crumbled and collapsed. Its eyes emitted flames as it flapped its wings again and soared into the sky, destroying the underground palace. The fire deity had returned to the world again. Mount Halcyon and the island trembled. In just a blink of an eye, Ling Guang had flown out of the underground palace. His wings left a 30,000-meter-long flaming ditch on the ground. When he flew into the sky, he lit up the entire island. Nothing could stand in his path as he swooped forward. In just a breath's time, it appeared above Si Wuya, Yang Lianxing, and the halcyon bird. Flames burned in the night sky as Ling Guang flew past Si Wuya, Yang Lianxing, and the halcyon bird. Arg! In just a moment, Yang Lianxing was swallowed by the flames. Mount Halcyon was drowning in a sea of fire in just a moment. The rocks sizzled as they burned. Liang Guang folded his wings and looked down at everyone with burning eyes. Yang Lianxing continued crying out in pain. The flames at his clothes and flesh. His body was charred black. Swoosh! Yang Lianxing endured the pain and flew up into the sky. Ling Guang, you're truly a demon. Ling Guang did not say anything. He looked like a shooting star as he shot out and punched with his flaming fist. Bang! Arg! My arm! Yang Lianxing's arm broke. The flames on Ling Guang's body were different from the fire phoenix that was bathed in flames. Ling Guang's flames only burned around the edges. Smoke rose in the sky as flames continued to burn as Ling Guang flew up, down, back, front, left, and right around Yang Lianxing. Each of his attacks landed on Yang Lianxing's vital points. In less than the time it took to finish a pot of tea, Yang Lianxing's body was already riddled with bloody holes. Flames devoured him as he fell to the ground. Ling Guang flashed again and arrived above the halcyon bird. He still did not speak. He glanced at Si Wuya, who was untouched by the flames, before it looked at the halcyon bird. The halcyon bird let out a strange cry. It spread its wings slightly and said in human language, "Ling Guang." Ling Guang finally spoke. "Why? You've been sealed for so many years. Do you think you're as powerful as before?" Swoosh! The halcyon bird spread its wings and flew into the sky toward Ling Guang. Meanwhile, Si Wuya, who was surrounded by flames, looked at the battle above him. If the halcyon bird had used only 10% of its strength at the White Tower Council, it was using all of its strength to fight now. With his cultivation base, Si Wuya could not fully capture the duo's movements. He could only hear the sounds of collisions and the sound of the void ripping. Flickering flames sometimes appeared on the left, right, up and down. The entire sky was the battlefield for Ling Guang and the halcyon bird. This greatly overturned Si Wuya's worldview. He suddenly realized how insignificant humans were. It was as though everything in the world was stronger than the humans. He had heard Mingshi Yin describe their master's battle with the divine beast, the fire phoenix. He could also imagine how magnificent it must have been when the fire phoenix unleashed its ultimate move. However, witnessing the battle before his eyes made him shiver. So this is the vermilion bird deity? Si Wuya's eyes burned bright as images from his dreams flashed in his mind. Flames, wings, the fire deity. Death, corpses, and rivers of blood. Bang, 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 bang. After some time, the dark sky was once again lit up by Ling Guang's wings. When he flapped his wings, flames fell down like a waterfall. The island and the mountain burned along with the halcyon divine bird. The halcyon bird cried out sorrowfully, "Ling Guang!" The flames burned the halcyon bird's feathers off, angering it to the extreme. Swoosh! All of a sudden, silence and darkness returned. Ling Guang and the halcyon bird were nowhere to be seen. What's going on? Si Wuya was puzzled. Even if Ling Guang and the halcyon bird's powers were beyond his understanding, they could not have disappeared so suddenly without him noticing. He struggled to sit up as he waved his hand over the flames. He discovered the flames did not harm him. Could it be that those dreams were real? Si Wuya frowned, unwilling to believe it. He raised his head to look at the empty sky and muttered, "It doesn't make sense." As soon as Si Wuya's voice fell, a loud bang resonated in the sky. Ling Guang and the halcyon bird reappeared again, fighting in the sky. The halcyon bird was on the left. It emitted a golden light as a huge bird-like avatar filled the sky. This? Si Wuya felt his hair stand on end. Ling Guang stood on the right with an avatar that shone dazzlingly. Aren't avatars unique to humans? Boom! The duo collided again before flying back for 10,000 feet at the same time. Despite being in a sorry state, the halcyon bird's eyes gleamed with undying killing intent. You're no longer the Ling Guang of the past. You're no longer the halcyon bird of the past as well, Ling Guang said indifferently. Then, he seemed to have turned into a shooting star as he shot toward the halcyon bird. It was determined to destroy the halcyon bird this time and make sure it could not return to life. However, Ling Guang did not expect that the halcyon bird did not fight back. Instead, it swooped toward Si Wuya. Die! Ling Guang unfurled his wings that shone brilliantly. When he flapped his wings, blood dripped down from his body, turning into a rain of flames. The space seemed to have frozen. Ling Guang had used his life as the price and used a technique from the Great Law to forcefully freeze space so he could arrive in front of the halcyon bird. Bang! As the halcyon bird flew back, it felt its bones shattering. A gurgling noise rang from its mouth. Bang! The halcyon bird landed on the ground and slid back, leaving a 10,000-foot-long ravine. You crazy! The halcyon bird said before it stopped abruptly. It no longer moved. The battle did not last long. However, every time they attacked, the force shook the world. It made people shudder and sigh in amazement at the same time. Wuxia suppressed the shock in his heart as he looked at the back of Ling Guang's tall and muscular figure. Ling Guang did not move for a long time. When the flames on Ling Guang's body suddenly went out, Wuxia finally realized that something was wrong. He endured the pain and dragged himself until he arrived in front of Ling Guang. His eyes widened when he saw Ling Guang seem to have turned to stone again. Ling Guang stood unmoving with his fist raised in the air. Wuxia crawled forward and said agitatedly, "No, you can't die. You can't die." Wuxia forcefully spat out a mouthful of blood and smeared on Ling Guang's body. Seeing that it did not work, he spat out another mouthful of blood again. Finally, he saw a weak light flickering in Ling Guang's eyes. After a moment, Ling Guang unclenched his hand and pointed at Wuxia. The weak light in his eyes gradually dimmed as he said, "Don't waste your energy. You're the Vermilion Bird King and the Fire Deity, right?" "Who am I?" Wuxia asked. One of the reasons he came here was to look for the answer to this question. Ling Guang stared at Wuxia. At this time, he was slowly turning into stone again, starting from his feet. Wuxia said anxiously, "Hurry up and answer me. Who am I? Where's the Great Void?" At this time, the petrification had already spread from Ling Guang's waist to his chest and to his back. Wuxia was unwilling to give up. He made a cut on his wrist, smearing blood on Ling Guang again. Ling Guang shook his head slightly as his eyes slowly turned lifeless. He said, "Good. Very good. Live on." Then, Ling Guang's right hand fell on top of Wuxia's head. At this time, he completely turned to stone again. Crack! Ling Guang crumbled and turned into a pile of sand and dust on the ground. Ling Guang's large hand was still pressed on top of Wuxia's head. When Ling Guang's hand slid down his head, it left terrifying bloodstains on his head before it turned into dust. Wuxia was stunned. He quickly tried to grab Ling Guang but only managed to grab a fistful of sand and dust. Mount Halcyon was dark and silent. The moon that hung high in the sky dispelled a little of the darkness, and it reflected beautifully off the surface of the sea. Wuxia bent down, going through the pile of sand and dust, but he found nothing. There was nothing. He hurriedly rose to his feet, forgetting about the pain as he rushed toward the Halcyon bird. He grabbed the Halcyon bird and shook it angrily as he shouted, "Tell me what's going on?" The Halcyon bird could not move. Wuxia saw the bloody holes on the Halcyon bird's body. Its blood was purplish-black under the moonlight, not bright red. The Halcyon bird's beaks that were tightly shut suddenly parted. Its head tilted to the side as it exhaled its final breath. Wuxia kept shouting, "Answer me! Answer me!" His voice echoed through Mount Halcyon and into the distance. In the lonely and cold night, it sounded unusually weak and desolate. "No one can answer my question." With this thought, Wuxia, who was famous for rationality and maintaining his composure, seemed to have gone crazy. He raised his hand and formed an energy knife before he slashed at the Halcyon bird's body in a frenzy. He tore it into thousands of pieces. When Wuxia was exhausted, he finally stopped and sat on the ground limply in a daze. The sound of the waves, the cries of the beasts, and the blowing night wind gradually pulled him back to his senses. He lifted his head and looked at the pieces of the Halcyon bird's corpse and the pile of sand and dust that used to be Ling Guang. Then, he saw 3 life hearts lying quietly among the Halcyon bird's remains. 2 of them were already damaged, likely from Ling Guang's violent attacks. As for Ling Guang, there were no life hearts or anything but a pile of sand and dust. Humans' cultivation was based on killing fierce beasts and taking away their life hearts. Fierce beasts occupied a large territory, absorbing vitality energy and the world's essence. Moreover, they ate humans as well. Ling Guang did not behind any life hearts. This indicated that he was human. Wuxia recalled the words from earlier as he muttered to himself, "Am I the descendant of the fire deity?" After a moment, he inhaled deeply and rose to his feet. After collecting the life heart, he made his way to the underground palace. However, when he walked past what remained of Lingguang, he froze. If what he heard earlier was true, then Lingguang should be properly buried, right? The dead was important. Even if he had no relationship with Lingguang, there was no doubt that Lingguang had saved him with his life, and he was only alive due to Lingguang's grace. Thinking of this, Si Wuya turned around. Just as he was about to collect the sand and dust, a gust of wind blew past, scattering the sand and dust into the air. Si Wuya fell into a daze for a moment. He hurriedly collected his thoughts and rushed to the underground palace. When he arrived, he saw the huge skeleton waving its hand around, attacking 3 people. Huang Shiji flew above the skeleton and unleashed energy seals. Bang! 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 Not only was the skeleton safe and sound, but it even managed to send Huang Shiji flying. Master! Zhang Aijin flew out and caught Huang Shiji. At this time, Li Jini collided with the huge skeleton. Bang! 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 Unfortunately, the trio had not entered the Thousand Realms whirling stage yet. They were sent flying, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Si Wuya cried out, "Let me deal with it!" Si Wuya tossed the peacock plume out. Then, it landed on his back, and a pair of golden wings unfurled in the air. The trio was shocked when they saw how much Si Wuya resembled the fire deity at this moment. Zhang Aijin chuckled and said, "You really look like Lingguang." Si Wuya flapped his wings and flew to the top of the skeleton. Then, he manifested his astrolabe and pushed it down. Bang! 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 The power of 2 birth charts landed on the skeleton. 2 birth charts? Brother, come on. You can do it. Zhang Aijin kept nagging at the side. Si Wuya flew in the air before he released countless golden needles from his wings. Bang! 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 The skeleton was again unscathed. Huang Shiji clutched his chest and said, "It's guarding the entrance of the underground palace. It's very powerful. Don't fight it head-on." Si Wuya put his astrolabe away. He flapped his wings and flew into the distance. Then he said, "Island Master Huang is right. Zhang Aijin, destroy the stone tablet behind the skeleton." "All right." Zhang Aijin unsheathed Dragon Song and flew toward the stone tablet. Boom! The stone tablet with a flash of light. Following that, golden scripts appeared on the skeleton before disappearing just as quickly. Then it stopped moving. Si Wuya brought out his astrolabe again. "Be careful. It might still spring to life. Make way." The trio dragged their injured bodies to the side. Si Wuya kept bombarding the skeleton until nothing was left. After he landed on the ground, he sighed in relief and asked, "Are all of you okay?" "We're fine. It's all thanks to the fire deity. Otherwise, we'd all be dead," Huang Shiji said as he endured the pain. "It's really scary. I won't do this kind of work next time no matter the incentive," Zhang Aijin said with a smile. "It'd be unfair if you don't give me all the swords in the Sky Martial Academy." "I'll give them to you," Si Wuya said with a smile. "However, don't you want the swords in the underground palace?" "Of course I want them. I almost forgot about them," Zhang Aijin said. Then, he flew above the underground palace and brought out a black box. When Zhang Aijin was about to put the swords away, a glooming voice rang from the distance. "What a pity. Lingguang is a fool." The 4 of them spun around and looked in the direction of the voice. They saw a charred Yang Lianxing crawling over. His face was a mess of charred flesh, and he had lost his lower body. "Yang Lianxing." Si Wuya retreated. "He's still alive?" Zhang Aijin felt nauseous. "After Lingguang massacred the Halcyon clan, I was thinking of ways to deal with his true fire. I didn't expect that he still had it," Yang Lianxing said. Then, his voice was filled with hatred as he continued to say, "You could have lived, but now, I want you to die with me." Following that, Yang Lianxing smacked his hands on the ground and shot out like an arrow toward Si Wuya. Si Wuya flapped his wings and flew back, dodging Yang Lianxing's attacks. Upon seeing this, Yang Lianxing's voice was filled with even more hatred as he said, "The descendant of the fire deity, huh? As Si Wuya manifested his astrolabe, he said, "You're just like an arrow at the end of its flight. Why bother?" Yang Lianxing scoffed. "You underestimated me. I've passed the second birth trial, you know? Even if Ling Guang reduced my cultivation base to that of someone who has only based the first birth trial, I'm still superior to trash like you." When Yang Lianxing landed on the ground, he smacked his hand on the ground and propelled himself towards Si Wuya again. An energy seal and an astrolabe appeared at the same time in front of him. 7 or 8 birth charts on the astrolabe were dimmed, burnt by the flames. The remaining 3 or 4 birth charts that were still shining looked as though they were on the verge of shattering. Upon seeing this, Jiang Aijin sighed and thought to himself, "He's really fucking tenacious." Si Wuya did not try to fight Yang Lianxing. Instead, he used his wings to dodge. His goal was to exhaust Yang Lianxing to death. He thought to himself regretfully, "If only I'd brought Di Jiang." Yang Lianxing chased after Si Wuya for a while before he realized Si Wuya's cunning. With that, he immediately switched targets and flew toward Jiang Aijin, Li Jini, and Huang Shiji. He cried out, "He has wings, but all of you don't." The first person Yang Lianxing pounced on was Huang Shiji. Buzz! Huang Shiji instinctively summoned his avatar. Bang! Yang Lianxing crashed into the avatar. A hole appeared on the avatar's body as Huang Shiji flew out, crashing against the entrance of the underground palace. His clothes was drenched in blood. Li Jini and Jiang Aijin cried out, "Master! Don't mind me. Go!" Huang Shiji shouted. "None of you can leave." Yang Lianxing laughed. Although he had lost his lower body, his upper body was strong and his hands were dexterous. His attacks were tricky to deal with as well. He pounced toward Huang Shiji again. Li Jini flew out horizontally. Then, she cast the Penglai's green bird technique, which managed to block Yang Lianxing for a short moment. However, Yang Lianxing broke through Li Jini's defense like a hot knife through butter. When he arrived in front of her, he pushed his hand out. "Junior sister, dodge." Li Jini spun to the side as Jiang Aijin leaped up and held Dragon Song up to block in front of him. Bang! When Yang Lianxing's hand hit Dragon Song, it hit Jiang Aijin's chest, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Yang Lianxing's killing intent rose. At this moment, Si Wuya swooped down from the sky. How could he just watch when the trio was in trouble? He unleashed tens of thousands of energy needles that pierced Yang Lianxing's body. Yang Lianxing remained unmoved and continued to pounce on Huang Shiji and the others. Si Wuya could only land and retract his wings. Then, he used his peacock plume to fight an intense battle with Yang Lianxing. Bang! 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 Out of the 4 of them, only Si Wuya could fight Yang Lianxing. Although they were both injured, Yang Lianxing's injuries were more serious. Nonetheless, the battle was highly intense. The 2 of them fought for a long time. An hour later, when Yang Lianxing felt death creeping up on him, he roared. Blood-red energy seals burst forth from his body towards Si Wuya. Si Wuya retreated and brought Huang Shiji with him. Li Jini leaped and landed in the underground palace. "Don't worry about us. Go!" Huang Shiji grabbed Li Jini, and the 2 of them flew backward. "You want to escape?" Yang Lusheng leaped into the air as more blood-red energy seals burst out from his body. Si Wuya could only turn the peacock plume into wings again. He flapped his wings, unleashing countless energy needles in an attempt to stop red energy seals. Bang! 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 Alas, despite their number, the needles were small, and there were too many energy seals. The energy seals like spider webs snaked down from all directions and quickly wove an inescapable net around the space within a radius of 1,000 meters. The rocks, treasures, and swords that came in contact with the energy seals were immediately stuck to them. Yang Lianxing laughed like a madman. His expression was fierce as he said, "Ling Guang, I hope you're watching as I kill your descendant." The energy thread snaked toward the 4 of them. Swoosh! 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 Si Wuya felt as though tens of thousands of ants were gnawing on his body. Sweat broke out on his forehead due to the excruciating pain. His wings vanished, and he dropped to the ground. His body was tightly bound by the red energy thread. Huang Shiji raised his head and cried out, "Si Wuya!" Li Jini was also helpless. Jiang Aijian was lying on the ground, unable to extricate himself from the red energy threads. They were cornered with no way out. Si Wuya chuckled before he began to laugh. As he laughed, tears streamed down his face. Yang Lianxing said angrily, "What are you laughing at?" "I'm laughing at you for being pitiful, pathetic, and for not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth. Do you really think you can kill me?" Si Wuya said. His eyes were faintly suffused with a red light at this time. It seemed to boost his will and strength. It was as though he was the fire deity. Yang Lianxing said, "Brat, have you forgotten what this place is? This is Mount Halcyon. You're in the underground palace where Lingguang was sealed for nearly 100,000 years. Who do you think you are? Die!" A red energy thread pierced Si Wuya's chest, and the red light in his eyes dimmed by a third. He said fiercely, "You dare! You can rage all you want. It's just the struggle of the weak. Now die!" Another red energy thread pierced Si Wuya's chest. Blood slid down his chest. Yang Lianxing knew the descendant of the fire deity would not die so easily. He mobilized thousands of red energy threads, clearing the rubble and debris. With that, the runes in the underground palace lit up. The place where they had first seen Lingguang was shining as well. At this time, Si Wuya's consciousness became a little clearer, and his entire body erupted with light as he wrestled with Yang Lianxing. The red threads were pulled taut. It all depended on who gave up first. Willpower was the key to deciding the outcome. "If I die, you'll have to die with may deserve to die." Yang Lianxing gritted his teeth before laughing wildly. At this moment, Jiang Aijian swung Dragon Song with all his might. Bang! 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 After cutting off the red energy threads, he spat out a mouthful of blood and said, "Let him go." "What? You're going to stop me?" Yang Lianxing sneered. Whoosh! A red energy thread flew toward Jiang Aijian, but he swung Dragon Song expressionlessly, cutting off the energy thread. Ha! Yang Lianxing felt something was amiss at this moment. Jiang Aijian stabbed Dragon Song into the ground. He inhaled deeply before he brought a black box out. Upon seeing this, Huang Shiji cried out anxiously, "Jiang Aijian, put that away." Jiang Aijian grinned and said, "Master, it's fine. You're not in the Thousand Realms whirling stage. Why you can't control the sword box? Eldest senior brother?" Li Jini's eyes were red as she kept shaking her head. Jiang Aijian grinned at both of them and said, "I said it's fine. Master, let me tell you a secret. Earlier, I broke through to the Thousand Realms whirling stage." Buzz! Jiang Aijian's avatar appeared around him. His aura suddenly changed as his vitality energy fluctuated. With that, his cultivation base soared immediately. The sword box thrummed. At the same time, all the swords in the underground palace thrummed and buzzed before they clanked against each other, sounding like the bells that rang in the summer wind. The black box in front of Jiang Aijian began to rattle violently. Yang Lianxing, who had lost his lower body, looked at Jiang Aijian with a frown. He said, slightly surprised, "You just entered the Thousand Realms whirling stage, but you can already control a sacred relic?" There were two kinds of sacred relics, ones with different grades and ones without. An example of a sacred relic with a grade was the Pillar of Impermanence. It had powerful auxiliary functions and could also be used as a weapon. An example of the second kind without a grade, which was an object with only auxiliary functions, was the green cicada jade. No matter what kind of sacred relic, in order to unleash its full power, one would have to be in the Thousand Realms whirling stage at least. The higher one's cultivation base, the more power one could be able to unleash. The sword box belonged to the first type of sacred relic. It had auxiliary functions and could also be used as a weapon. While Jiang Aijian prepared to unleash his attack, Yang Lianxing tugged on the red energy threads, while Si Wuya tried his best to resist. They continued with their tug-of-war before reaching a stalemate. With this, a twisted expression appeared on Yang Lianxing's face, causing a piece of burnt flesh to fall off his face. After a moment, he laughed ominously. His laughter reverberated in the underground palace as he said, "Ignorant fools! All of you will die today. Don't bother wasting your energy." Buzz. The sword box began to rattle more and more violently. At the same time, Zhang Aijin spat out a mouthful of blood. His vitality energy roiled against his Dantian sea of qi that was unable to withstand the powerful pressure. Huang Shiji roared, "Stop! I order you to stop this instant." Not only did Zhang Aijin did not stop, but he even rolled his eyes at Huang Shiji as he said, "Master, since you have so much energy left to shout at me, why don't you lend me a hand?" Zhang Aijin looked at Si Wuya and wondered inwardly, "We both have masters, but why are our masters so different? His master protects him while I not only have to protect my master, but I have to let him nag me as well. This is so exhausting." "You bastard!" Huang Shiji was frustrated. He roared and stomped his feet, struggling. How could he have the strength to help his disciple now? He had suffered 2 attacks from Yang Lianxing. It was good enough that he could still speak. Li Jini looked at Zhang Aijin with a complex expression as she said, "Eldest senior brother, if you continue this, your cultivation base." Blood trickled out of the corner of Zhang Aijin's mouth as he said, "It's just a small matter. Just watch how I deal with him." Zhang Aijin joined his palms together. Clack! The black sword box burst forth with a golden light before swords flew out one after another, forming a long dragon. All the swords were wrapped in energy swords. They looked incredibly dazzling. They flew up, occupying the air in the underground palace. Si Wuya looked at the sword box in surprise before he said, "I was wondering why you like to collect swords so much. So it's all because of this box? Not bad. You kept this secret quite well." "You flatter me," Zhang Aijin said with a grin. Then he held his breath and focused his mind, controlling all the swords he had collected over the course of his life. Swoosh! 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 The swords glinted with a strange light due to the sword box's effect as they flew toward Yang Lianxing. Hundreds and thousands of swords slashed at Yang Lianxing's body one after another. Yang Lianxing roared, "Get lost!" Hundreds of energy swords were repelled, but the remaining ones attacked Yang Lianxing in a frenzy. Bang! 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 Zhang Aijin and Yang Lianxing battled it out until Yang Lianxing, who only had his upper body left, was riddled with bloody holes. Yang Lianxing could no longer deal with Zhang Aijin since he had to restrain Si Wuya as well. He knew this could not go on, so he shouted, "I'll take your life first." With that, the red energy threads vanished, and Si Wuya was freed. Yang Lianxing broke through the sword formation and pounced on Zhang Aijin. "Zhang Aijin!" Si Wuya swooped down to save Zhang Aijin. Bang! Yang Lianxing forcefully withstand the sword's attacks and rushed up to Zhang Aijin. He managed to land a hit on Zhang Aijin's shoulder. Zhang Aijin flipped back in the air and spat out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, the thrumming noise from the sword box came to an abrupt stop, and all the swords in the air fell to the ground at once. Just when Yang Lianxing pounced at Zhang Aijin again, Si Wuya arrived. He held his astrolabe in front of himself and unleashed the power of his birth chart. Bang! Bang! 2 beams of light hit Yang Lianxing, breaking one of his arms. Alas, he did not seem to feel pain at this moment. He waved his other hand, sending a palm seal out at the astrolabe. Bang! The astrolabe caved in. It flew back and hit Si Wuya before it continued flying out until it hit the bloody wall of the underground palace. When Yang Lianxing landed on the ground, he smacked his hand on the ground. Like before, the red energy threads wove an inescapable net again, entangling Si Wuya. Si Wuya could not move. At this moment, Yang Lianxing, who had the upper hand now, panted as primal qi leaked out. He knew if he did not kill Si Wuya now, he would no longer have a chance to do so later. He wrapped the red threads around his broken arm before he tugged them. Arg! The red energy threads that bound Si Wuya immediately cut into his flesh, drawing blood. Li Jini shook her head repeatedly. This desperate situation had caused her faith to collapse. She had never been like this before when killing her enemies on the battlefield. Finally, She clenched her teeth and slapped her Dantian sea of qi, causing it to burn. Senior brother. Then, Li Jini flew toward Zhang Aijian, transferring her primal qi to Zhang Aijian. Zhang Aijian looked at her with widened eyes. What are you doing? Senior brother, we can only depend on you now, Li Jini said with a small smile as she sat limply on the ground. Zhang Aijian was stunned. When he recovered his senses, he lowered his head to look at her and said, You're crazy. Compared to you, I'm not crazy, Li Jini said as she looked at Yang Lianxing. Zhang Aijian nodded and dismissed all the complex and distracting thoughts in his mind. Then, he looked up at Si Wuya and said, You have to give me the swords you promised me. Then Zhang Aijian charged out and pushed his hand out. At this moment, Yang Lianxing no longer had any means to attack. His Dantian sea of qi had long been burned beyond recognition. It was difficult for him to even manifest his astrolabe or launch energy seals. He had to rely on his foundation to hold on now. When he saw Zhang Aijian rushing over, he said in a deep voice, Very well. Once something is started, one should do whatever it takes to see it through. Then Yang Lianxing suddenly severed his broken arm. Bang! The broken arm wrapped in red threads shot at Zhang Aijian before it pierced the stone wall. Then Yang Lianxing turned to face Zhang Aijian. Crack! Zhang Aijian's eyes widened as he looked at the charred and ferocious Yang Lianxing in a daze. His hand! Thud! Then Zhang Aijian fell to the ground. Senior brother! Lu Chun! Si Wuya's heart trembled, and his eyes were red. Zhang Aijian grunted slightly when he fell to the ground. His expression was a little unsightly, but he did not feel much pain, surprisingly. His body seemed frozen and numb, and he felt his consciousness slowly seeping away. Yang Lianxing looked at Zhang Aijian and said, To be able to fight with me for so many rounds, you can die in peace. Zhang Aijian spat out a large mouthful of blood. He groaned as his chest rose and fell heavily. He looked at the shocked expressions on Huang Shiji and Li Jini's faces and the treasured swords he had loved and cherished lying on the ground and hanging on the wall. Then, he looked at the moonlight streaming into the underground palace through the cracks. He saw smiling faces in the air, and he saw his grandmother lying on the sickbed with a kind smile on her face. He suddenly shook his head with all his might before he said, I'm fine. He struggled for a moment before he managed to rise to his feet. Then, he used his left hand to wipe the blood off the corner of his mouth. Yang Lianxing's eyes widened as he looked at the young man in front of him. He had faced many enemies who were much stronger than him, but this was the first time he had met someone with such tenacious willpower. There was clearly a huge gap between their strengths, and he had clearly struck at the other party's vital points, seriously injuring the other party. The other party was clearly an ant that could be easily crushed to death, so why was the other party still standing? Yang Lianxing retreated. His instinct told him to retreat. He used one hand to crawl toward the direction of the severed arm. He planned to use the last of his strength on the red threads. At this time, Zhang Aijian raised his hand, summoning his avatar. A pitifully weak Thousand Realms whirling avatar shrouded his broken body. Huang Shiji closed his eyes while Li Jini turned her head away. Upon seeing the duo's ugly expressions, he said with a smile, Can you not be such downers? Look at me. Aren't I smiling until the very end? Senior brother. Li Jini was at a loss for words. Zhang Aijian forced a smile on his face and said, Watch carefully. Then Zhang Aijian pushed his hand down. The sword box burst forth with a dazzlingly bright light. It spun and expanded until it looked like a coffin. With that, the swords that Zhang Aijian had collected and the swords in the underground palace began to spin as well. The sword box flew out swiftly, bringing the swords with it and slashing the red threads. Bang! 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 When the red threads broke, the swords fell in unison. With that, Si Wuya was freed. Zhang Aijian laughed self-deprecatingly before he said, I'm useless. It all depends on you now. Zhang Aijian staggered backward. When he felt the blood rushing up his throat again, he forcefully swallowed them down. At the same time, The sword box fell in front of Zhang Aijian. Yang Lianxing was enraged. He knew he had lost a great opportunity. He gritted his teeth as anger and unwillingness surged in his heart. He channeled all his energy into his severed arm before he threw it at Zhang Aijian. Damn it! Swoosh! Zhang Aijian no longer had any strength left at this moment. He did not dodge and only smiled at Yang Lianxing as he said, I love to see how exasperated and helpless you are. Bang! The severed arm hit Zhang Aijian's chest and fell to the ground. At this moment, Wuxia swooped down. He spread his wings that shone with a dazzling golden light. He punched Yang Lianxing and sent him flying back. Bang! 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 When Yang Lianxing landed on the ground, Wuxia's fist smashed Yang Lianxing over and over again. He did not stop at all, and he had lost track of the number of times he had punched Yang Lianxing into a pit. The sound of fist hitting flesh rang in the underground palace for a long time before it finally came to a stop. When Wuxia regained his senses, he hurriedly flew to Zhang Aijian. Huang Shiji and Li Jini no longer had any strength left to move. They could only look at Zhang Aijian helplessly with eyes tinged with sorrow. Wuxia helped the unconscious Zhang Aijian sit up and lean against the wall. He used his energy and tried his best to heal Zhang Aijian. When he took off Zhang Aijian's top, he saw Yang Lianxing's arm had left a huge gaping hole on Zhang Aijian's body. Obviously, Zhang Aijian's internal organs had been badly damaged. Wuxia's mind went blank. He shouted, Zhang Aijian. He used whatever technique that came to mind and treated Zhang Aijian with all his might. He had almost squeezed out all the vitality energy in his Dantian Sea of Qi as he channeled it into Zhang Aijian's 8 extraordinary meridians in a frenzy. Zhang Aijian grunted and opened his eyes at this moment. He inhaled deeply. Wuxia fell back and sat limply on the ground. He looked at Zhang Aijian silently and expressionlessly. After Zhang Aijian regained consciousness, he tried his best to tilt his head before he saw Li Jini. He saw Huang Shiji as well. Wuxia was also here. They were all here. Even his beloved swords were all here. After the battle, the underground palace was very quiet. The stars continued to twinkle in the night sky. If the future was as peaceful as it was now, how good would it be? The 4 of them did not move at all. They lay where they were, resting. After an unknown amount of time had passed, Wuxia broke the silence first. He asked, Aren't you afraid of death? Of course. I've always been afraid of death. Zhang Aijian replied in a slow voice. Then, why did you insist on fighting to that extent? Wuxia was puzzled. Zhang Aijian did not directly answer Wuxia's question. Instead, he said casually, More than 1,000 people die in a sea of fire in Jinghe Palace. In fact, they could have lived. Do you regret it? Wuxia asked. Regret my ass. Zhang Aijian laughed. If I were my courageous, then perhaps, I'd be the one who died, not them. Wuxia shook his head. You regret it. You're speaking nonsense, Zhang Aijian said. His voice was as soft as a buzzing mosquito. Wuxia leaned against the wall next to Zhang Aijian and sighed before he said, You can see the starry sky from here. People say that every time someone dies, a star would dim and fall. Look at how the stars are twinkling so brightly for you. You're really lucky. Zhang Aijian remained silent. Wuxia continued to say, Do you know how annoying you are? You're so cowardly. You're not like a man at all. You'll have to face the past eventually. Remember that the past is the past. Time would never stop flowing, and some things could never be forgotten. Zhang Aijian laughed at himself for feeling melancholic like a young man. When Wuxia saw Zhang Aijian was still silent, he looked outside the underground palace and said, I'll bring you back to Great Yan's imperial palace. I'll bring you back to see your grandmother. What do you think? Then, he inhaled deeply before he said, Hey, big man. Why are you dawdling? If you want to go, can you go quickly? There was silence for 2 seconds before an extremely weak voice sounded by Wuxia's arms. All right. Then the hand slid down to the ground. The stars continued to twinkle as though telling them it was over. Li Jini could suppress her grief and began to sob softly. At dawn, voices rang from the underground palace. About 5 or 6 cultivators walked in one after another. The leader of the group had graying hair at his temples. He surveyed his surroundings and saw something that resembled meat paste in a deep pit. The pieces of remains from the halcyon bird, the fallen skeleton, and the missing stone statue. Did you unseal Ling Guang? Did you kill the halcyon bird and Yang Lianxing? The leader asked sternly. He could barely suppress his anger that was about to erupt as he looked at the people in the underground palace. Wuxia shook his head. Another danger had come so quickly. Perhaps it was his fate and his time was up. In the end, he raised his head. His expression was cold, and his eyes gleamed with determination. He said, "Yes, very good. Bring them away," the leader said. As soon as the leader's voice fell, another voice rang from outside the underground palace. "Who dares to hurt my disciple? Who dares to hurt my friends?" The sound waves swept through the entire Mount Halcyon, resounding across the sky. Wuxia, Huang Shiji, Li Jini, and the others were shocked. They all looked at the entrance of the underground palace in unison. Soon enough, a figure dressed in a long gray robe appeared before everyone's eyes. He had an overbearing and heroic aura. His manner was like that of an immortal as he looked down on everyone. Wizard, who bathed in auspicious qi, looked gentle and elegant as it stood next to him. Lu Zhou had traveled at full speed the entire night. The others could not keep up and were left far behind. Lu Zhou did not know if he had arrived too early, too late, or at the right time. Naturally, he preferred to be early after he saw some terrible scenes through the power of sight. Like now, he saw Wuxia covered in wounds, Huang Shiji seriously injured, and Li Jini whose face was covered in tears. The ground was drenched in blood and messy. 5 or 6 people stood at the side with fierce expressions and pointed gazes. The leader, an old man, was already angry to begin with. He pointed at Lu Zhou and said, "You!" Swoosh! Palm seal flew over. Lu Zhou had decisively shattered a deadly strike card. The palm seal shone with a golden light. The script for flaw shone in the middle of the palm seal. Flawed perfection. The palm seal tore through space, and in just a blink of an eye, it appeared in front of the old man. Boom! The palm seal expanded and landed on the old man with the force of a mountain, sending him flying back. He raised his arms to block the attack. Despite the fierce expression on his face, he could not conceal the shock in his eyes. He felt as though the palm seal was causing him to drown in a sea of despair. It was as though death itself had arrived. Venerable Master Yang! Boom! The underground palace shook. The old man crashed against the wall, creating a human-shaped hole. Before he could use his avatar, protective energy, astrolabe, or weapons, he had already been defeated. The underground palace was as quiet as a graveyard. The remaining 5 white-clad cultivators looked at Lu Zhou angrily as their hearts raced in their chests. The person in front of them sent their leader flying with just one move before their leader could even react. Just how powerful was he? Lu Zhou stood with his hands on his back as he swept his eyes across the cultivators. Then he asked, "Let me ask you again. Who hurt my disciple?" The white-clad cultivators' expressions were grim. They hurriedly retreated to the side and helped the old man up. The old man, Venerable Master Yang, coughed violently as he looked at the person in front of him. He looked at his chest, thinking about the puppet he had painstakingly cultivated for so many years being destroyed with just one move. Who was he? He gulped and dismissed his question. However, his arrogance prevented him from completely suppressing his displeasure. He said, "He killed the beast tamer, Yang Lianxing, and the Halcyon divine bird. This is the Halcyon clan's territory. Sir, don't you think you're being unreasonable?" Lu Zhou ignored the old man and walked until he was 10 meters away from Wuxia. Wuxia struggled to his knees. He said expressionlessly, "I've made a big mistake which resulted in an accident with Jiang Aijian. I beg Master to punish me." Lu Zhou's eyelid twitched. He moved his eyes to Jiang Aijian and sensed his condition. Jiang Aijin's body temperature was low. His breath was no longer there. His Dantian sea of qi had been shattered, and his internal organs were also shattered. There was no way to save him. Lu Zhou suddenly waved his sleeve. Bang! Si Wuya flew out and crashed against the wall. He let out a muffled groan before he spat out a mouthful of blood. He was not angry at his master at all. Instead, he felt slightly relieved. He tidied his hair and wiped the blood off the corner of his lip before he moved to kneel in front of Lu Zhou again. Then he said, "Please punish me severely, Master." Venerable Master Yang suppressed his anger before he chuckled and said, "It seems like you can still distinguish between right and wrong. It's all a misunderstanding. As long as you punish these 3 people, we can discuss this matter." As soon as his voice fell, Lu Zhou turned around and sped forward like a bolt of lightning. Time and space seemed to have frozen as he struck at Venerable Master Yang. Boom! Lu Zhou left afterimages in his wake as he charged at Venerable Master Yang. Boom! Venerable Master Yang widened his eyes when he felt the oppressive force from the power of the Tao. Once again, he was sent flying into another human-shaped pit. He spat out another mouthful of blood. Just like before, he could not fight back at all. He was completely crushed. Although he was furious, he was more shocked and nervous. The force of the attack earlier. Venerable Master Yang raised his head. His eyes looked as though they were about to pop out of their sockets. Great Venerable Master? The other 5 people inhaled sharply and began to retreat. They looked at Lu Zhou as though they were facing a great enemy. Lu Zhou looked at the 6 people coldly and said, "Do you think you have the right to interfere in my affairs?" The 5 people immediately dragged Venerable Master Yang out as they said in low voices, "Let's go, let's go." The person in front of them did not follow common sense and acted as he pleased. It was better not to provoke such a person. "Stop," Lu Zhou said as he looked at the backs of the 6 people. Great Venerable Master, what do you want? Did I say you can leave?" Lu Zhou frowned. No one knew how angry Lu Zhou was at the moment. The 6 people trembled and shrank back, not daring to move. Lu Zhou's expression was solemn, and his gaze was deep as he turned around and returned to stand in front of Si Wuya. He asked, "So you know your mistake?" Si Wuya remained kneeling as he said, "It's my mistake for thinking so highly of myself. I came to Mount Halcyon without asking for permission. You've seen the Halcyon bird at the White Tower. You know its strength very well. Did you think it helped you at that time, so you dared to come to Mount Halcyon?" Lu Zhou asked. Si Wuya lowered his voice that held a hint of sorrow as he said, "All these years, I've been having strange dreams. I can't sleep well at night, and I can't eat well. Bastard. How dare you give me such flimsy excuses?" Swoosh. A palm seal shot out and Si Wuya was sent flying again. Si Wuya endured the pain and did not resist nor protest. He knew his master was right. Even if he could produce a good excuse, it would be nothing when faced with the truth. Si Wuya remembered his master had once asked him if he was hiding anything. But he hesitated because he was not sure. In the end, he did not say anything. Now it was all useless. Si Wuya kneeled again. "I beg master to punish me severely. Are you threatening me?" Lu Zhou mobilized his primal qi. Thousands of swords trembled and clanked against each other. Lu Zhou raised his hand and launched another palm seal at Si Wuya. Swoosh! Si Wuya did not dodge nor did he close his eyes. Instead, he raised his head. "Brother G. Senior G." The palm seal stopped half an inch from Si Wuya's face. The dazzling golden palm seal stung the nerves of Venerable Master and the other 5 people. What kind of show were they watching? Why did he suddenly stop? Huang Shiji coughed before he said with a sigh, "It's not his fault. My disciple had always been a coward, but he was true to himself at the end. Things have already happened. There's no need to make it worse." Lu Zhou did not say anything. Si Wuya looked at Lu Zhou and said, "If it's possible, I want to pay with my life." "Pay with your life?" Lu Zhou frowned. "I have the ability to bring the dead back to life." Lu Zhou's surprise could not be seen on his face. He paced back and forth with his hands on his back as he said, The dead can't be resurrected. This has been the case since time immemorial. What ability do you have to bring the dead back to life? Wuxia said, I've once discussed this matter with the people from the Sky Martial Court. Indeed, there's no true way to resurrect the dead. However, there's a way to prolong one's life. Heaven gave all living things different abilities. For example, the Wuxia clan can be resurrected from the dead, and the fire phoenixes can rise from the ashes again. He paused for a moment before he said, I'm a descendant of the fire deity. Perhaps I can save him. Fire deity? The scene of the fire deity shooting out of the underground palace shining with a dazzlingly bright light appeared in Lu Zhou's mind. During his journey here, he had been observing the situation here. However, his perspective was not comprehensive enough. Moreover, there were times when he had to cut off the power of sight, and there were times when Wuxia lost consciousness. Hence, he missed a lot of crucial information. What? Venerable Master Yang frowned. He's the descendant of the fire deity? Lu Zhou turned around and looked at the 6 people. Who are you? Venerable Master Yang suppressed his anger and replied, I'm Yang Jinhong. The deceased is my younger brother. The halcyon bird was raised by my younger brother. In the past, the fire deity Lingguang massacred the halcyon clan. One of the cultivators next to Yang Jinhong chimed in, We're from the Great Void. The halcyon bird went missing, so we were ordered to capture it and bring it back to the Great Void. Although Lu Zhou had been looking for clues regarding the Great Void, he was angry. He said, So you secretly released the halcyon bird and came here to make things difficult for me people? Yang Jinhong was slightly startled. Secretly released? Make things difficult. Lu Zhou said in a deep voice, You came from the Great Void, so you think you can bully the weak. Don't tell me that's not true. It was indeed the truth. When Yang Jinhong recalled Lu Zhou's strength, he did not dare to rashly reply. After thinking for a moment, he said, In any case, Yang Lianxing and the halcyon bird are dead. What Yang Jinhong meant was since the duo was dead, what was there to pursue? Moreover, it was good enough that he did not pursue this matter. Yang Jinhong considered using the Great Void to take advantage of the situation, but if the other party was ruthless and killed him to silence him, it would be bad. In such a situation, it was better to wait and see. Lu Zhou pointed at Zhang Aijian, who was leaning against the wall, and asked, Who will pay for his life then? Yang Jinhong was slightly wary. Based on Lu Zhou and Wuxia, he knew they were master and disciple. Nonetheless, he still said, Didn't your disciple say he'll pay for it? Lu Zhou shook his head and bluntly said, I think you people from the Great Void should pay for it. You! Yang Jinhong and the 5 cultivators retreated. Then, he tried to persuade the person in front of him by saying, Let's discuss this properly. If I'm not mistaken, you're a great venerable master. If it weren't for the imbalance, the scales of justice would have sensed your existence. Once the imbalance ends, the Sacred Hall will definitely send people to welcome you to the Great Void where you'll be among the best. What do you think? Be among the best? Lu Zhou raised an eyebrow. Yang Jinhong said, Since ancient times in the cultivation world, the strong have always preyed on the weak. There has never been fairness in regard to this. You, a great venerable master, should understand this. Are you teaching me? Lu Zhou asked. Yang Jinhong retreated again. He felt like the person in front of him was very hard to deal with. It was as though his brain was not working very well. After retreating to the side, he pointed at Zhang Aijian and said, There is indeed a way to bring the dead back to life. Seeing that it was useless to talk about principles, Yang Jinhong switched tactics. Lu Zhou said, Speak. He's the descendant of the fire deity. His blood can extend life. Ling Guang, the fire deity, was sealed here for 100,000 years. There are 3 ways to bring him back to life. First, connect their lives, Yang Jinhong said as he pointed at Wuxia and Zhang Aijian. Second, seal his consciousness, and let him be reborn into a new vessel. There's someone who lived using this method at one of the pillars of destruction. He's called Lord Jinan. Third, you can refine a new body for him. Wuxia said, None of them are desirable. The first method of linking their lives together and binding them was not worth it. As for the second and third methods, could Zhang Aijian still be considered human after using those methods? Si Wuya remained expressionless as he continued to say, "There's another way, the blood exchange and rebirth technique." Huang Shiji said in surprise, "Blood exchange. Give him my blood, seal it in, and nourish it with the essence of the sun and moon. With that, he'll be reborn." The fire deity is similar to the fire phoenix in regard to this ability, Si Wuya said. Si Wuya turned to look at Zhang Aijian, whose eyes were closed, before he kowtowed to Lu Zhou and said, "I beg for master's permission." Lu Zhou turned around. He tried to use his healing ability on Zhang Aijian. He had used the concealment card before coming to Mount Halcyon. When the healing ability was cast, Zhang Aijian still remained motionless. Lu Zhou had always thought that if his healing ability was a few times stronger, he might be able to bring the dead back to life. Unfortunately, it was impossible at this moment. What was more unfortunate was that Zhang Aijian was not Yu Zhenghai and did not possess the ability of the Wuxia clan. Once Zhang Aijian died, he was really dead. After a moment, Lu Zhou asked, "What are the chances like?" Si Wuya raised his head before he lowered it again. He did not answer immediately. After thinking for a moment, he finally said, "About 90% chance of success." Before Lu Zhou could speak, Si Wuya continued saying, "Since I was young, I've always acted on my own. I've had successes and I've had failures. When I was young, you took care of me. When I was older, eldest senior brother and second senior brother took care of me. I've always thought that I was incapable of making mistakes. In fact, I've made a lot of mistakes, fatal mistakes. However, you, eldest senior brother and second senior brother, made up for a lot of my mistakes." Si Wuya's voice grew lower and lower as he said, "Now, I've made another mistake. However, this time I want to make up for my mistakes. No, I want to correct my mistakes." Lu Zhou frowned. He understood those words, but at the same time he did not want to understand. He felt like launching a few more palm seals at Si Wuya so Si Wuya would return to his senses. But Si Wuya's words had also dispelled much of his anger. Although Lu Zhou's merit points increased by quite a bit, he was not in the mood to be happy at this moment. He sighed. In the end, Si Wuya was his disciple. How could he bear to be ruthless to Si Wuya? There were some things that he could not help his disciple with and that his disciple would have to bear on his own. Lu Zhou sighed, waved his hand, and turned away from Si Wuya. Si Wuya understood his master's meaning. He respectfully kowtowed to Lu Zhou 3 times. Huang Shiji wanted to say something but stopped in the end. He wanted to stop Si Wuya, but in the end he did not. Si Wuya raised his head and said, "Master, please keep a lookout for me. Zhang Aijian is a cultivator. His body temperature is still okay, and his 8 extraordinary meridians are still circulating. The further this drags on, the more dangerous it would be." Lu Zhou glanced at Si Wuya but did not say anything. Instead, he clasped his hands on his back and stared at Yang Jinhong and the others. Si Wuya turned around and moved Zhang Aijian with a weak energy seal. Then he moved to Zhang Aijian's back. A faint red light shone in his eyes again as he raised his hand and sliced his palm with a golden energy seal. When blood seeped out of the cut, he clenched his hand. The blood turned into blood energy and shrouded Zhang Aijian before sweeping out in all directions. "What a strong blood energy!" Huang Shiji exclaimed. The blood energy spread like a mist in the underground palace. The light streaming down from above made it look even more mysterious. The blood energy that fell on the ground formed red calligraphic letters. With Zhang Aijian in the center, they formed a circle around him. Si Wuya frowned. At this moment, his back was glowing faintly. A pair of wings was vaguely discernible, flashing with golden light. As the blood energy churned, a ball of blue light emerged from his Dantian Sea of Qi. Yan Jinhong exclaimed, "Great Void Seed! It's really the Great Void Seed!" Yang Jinhong clenched his hand, shattering the jade thumb ring on his thumb. It dissolved in spots of light. Lu Zhou's figure flashed before he launched a huge palm seal. Bang! Yang Jinhong flew backward and spat out blood. The other 5 people quickly flew back and formed a human wall in front of Yan Jinhong. Yang Jinhong clutched his chest as killing intent flashed in his eyes. Bullying the weak? Lu Zhou put his hands on his back and asked, "Do you covet the great void seed?" "No. You should be honest." "You." Lu Zhou lowered his head and looked at the powder from the jade ring on the ground. If it was the collective teleportation jade talisman, they would have escaped. Now that they knew about Si Wuya's great void seed, he could not allow them to leave. After a while, Lu Zhou asked, "Where's the great void?" Yang Jinhong inhaled deeply before he leaped to his feet. His expression seemed strange as he chuckled and said, "Everyone in the world fears the great void, and everyone yearns for the great void. The people from the great void want to leave while the people outside want to go in." This one word from Lu Zhou sounded very threatening. "In the sky," Yang Jinhong said. "In the sky." Lu Zhou, the transmigrator, looked at the empty sky in confusion. Where was the great void? He could not even see the shadow of the great void in the sky. Yang Jinhong said again, "Ordinary people can't see the great void. Only the great void can find others, but others can never find the great void. Even if I told you it's in the sky, you won't be able to find it. The universe is vast and boundless." Lu Zhou asked, "Why did the great void leave the unknown land?" Yang Jinhong was slightly stunned. He did not expect the person in front of him to know that the great void originated from the unknown land. After a moment he said, "I don't know either. It's been 100,000 years since the land split. Even Ling Guang couldn't escape from birth, aging, sickness, and death." Lu Zhou did not believe Yang Jinhong. "There are so many experts in the great void. Don't tell there's not even one person who has lived for more than 100,000 years." Yang Jinhong seemed more willing to speak about this topic. He said, "Of course there are. There are at least 12 saints in the great void. They're all extraordinary. However, they live in the extreme north and south, so it's not easy to see them. As you know, the great void originates from the unknown land. It's even more vast than the unknown land." Lu Zhou fell into deep thought. If it was bigger than the unknown land, then it should be very obvious. However, up until now, no one from the 9 domains could find the great void. Since the great void originated from the unknown land, it should not be too far away. Was it hidden by some powerful formation? After thinking about it, it was the only reasonable explanation. Lu Zhou said, 10 great void seeds mature every 30,000 years. Who knows how many 30,000 year cycles have passed? Those who obtained the great void seeds will definitely end up at the great void. Isn't there even one supreme being in the vast great void? Yang Jinhong frowned and said indignantly, "Of course, there is." After Yang Jinhong said these words, he observed the changes in Lu Zhou's expression. After hearing about the existence of 12 saints and a supreme being, he believed no cultivator would be able to remain unafraid. While Lu Zhou was lost in his thoughts, Mount Halcyon began to tremble. Just as Lu Zhou was thinking, Mount Chongming started to tremble. Yang Jinhong looked around and frowned. It still happened. Lu Zhou was puzzled. What happened? You should have seen Mount Halcyon when you came. It can be considered a corner of the Great Void and was known as the Lost Land. Since the Halcyon clan discovered this place, they changed its name. Even Mount Halcyon couldn't escape the imbalance. Lu Zhou felt there was an invisible force connecting everything between heaven and earth together. The 9 domains, Mount Halcyon, the Great Void, they were all one. Then what kind of force was controlling everything? Splash! The sound of waves crashing against the land rang from afar, followed by the cries of sea beasts. The sea beasts were here. Lu Zhou said in a deep voice, "If anyone dares to move without permission, I'll take their lives." Lu Zhou flashed and looked at Si Wuya and Jiang Aijian. Then, he manifested a 10-meter-wide golden lotus and pushed it toward Huang Shiji and Li Jini. In just an instant, the surging vitality energy from the golden lotus healed their injuries. Although Huang Shiji was severely injured, with the golden lotus's vitality energy, he quickly recovered. Li Jini's shriveled Dantian's sea of qi that she had burned up was restored. Not only was her Dantian's sea of qi restored, but the vitality energy coursed through her 8 extraordinary meridians before filling her sea of qi. With that, she vaguely felt like she was on the verge of a breakthrough. She immediately sat cross-legged and began to cultivate. Upon seeing this, Huang Shiji nodded and said, "Thank you, Brother Ji." "It's nothing," Lu Zhou replied. Then, he waited for Si Wuya's blood exchange to be completed. He did not know how long it would take. All he could do was ensure the duo was not disturbed during the process. Lu Zhou stood with his hands on his back at the entrance. He was like a huge mountain, blocking all dangers. His long robe fluttered slightly in the wind as his aura seemed like it was one with heaven and earth. Yang Jinhong and the others continued standing. They did not dare to move. Great venerable masters had a higher comprehension of the law and the power of the Tao. They were not his match at all. Yang Jinhong glanced at the jade powder on the ground near Lu Zhou's feet before he looked at the sky. His eyes flashed briefly with killing intent. After an hour, woo! A sea beast with horns appeared before everyone's eyes. Following that, sea beasts and flying beasts appeared in the sky. They were like spaceships that covered half of the sky as they slowly approached. Yang Jinhong said in a low voice, "They're here. You called for reinforcements?" Lu Zhou turned around, and his gaze turned cold. Yang Jinhong crossed his fingers and spat out a mouthful of blood as he shouted, "Great teleportation technique!" The 6 of them flashed and appeared 1,000 meters away. Yang Jinhong did not dare to confront Lu Zhou head-on. He had been waiting for this moment. He said smugly, "What can you do? The jade ring I shattered earlier is a signal. Unfortunately, you found out too late." Lu Zhou raised his head and looked at the countless sea beasts in the sky. Above the sea beasts was a unique flying chariot. The overall strength of this group of sea beasts was much stronger than that of the wave of sea beasts at Penglai Island. "The Great Void controls the sea beasts?" Lu Zhou asked. Yang Jinhong said, "That's the responsibility of beast tamers. It's not just now. The previous large-scale attacks by sea beasts in the 9 domains were also the works of beast tamers. Difficult times give rise to heroes, after all. When humans become complacent, it's not conducive to the growth of cultivators." "What?" Lu Zhou frowned. The anger that had already cooled down was ignited in an instant. "Very well. Today, I will start a massacre." Lu Zhou stomped his feet, causing the earth to tremble. When he rushed forward, space and time froze. Although Yang Jinhong had expected this, he was still surprised by the power of the Tao of a great venerable master. His subordinates and the sea beasts in the sky were frozen. Even his body was frozen, but his mind was not. He tried his best to mobilize the power of the Tao, trying to break free from the frozen state. Alas, it was in vain. The strength of a great venerable master was not something he, an ordinary venerable master, could compare to. In just 3 breaths, Lu Zhou appeared in front of Yang Jinhong. Then, he pressed his hand down on the top of Yang Jinhong's head. "No!" Yang Jinhong roared inwardly. His body was still frozen in place. Boom! Yang Jinhong was sent flying as blood gushed out from his head. Time and space unfroze at this moment. The other 5 cultivators were also severely injured by the powerful shockwave. All of them spat out blood one after another. Ding! Destroyed on birth chart. Reward: 1,000 merit points. Ding! Destroyed 1 birth chart. Reward: 500 merit points. Ding! Destroyed 1 birth chart. Reward: 500 merit points. Ding! Destroyed 1 birth chart. Reward: 500 merit points. Ding! Destroyed 1 birth chart. Reward: 500 merit points. Ding! Destroyed 1 birth chart. Reward: 500 merit points. At this time, Lu Zhou no longer cared about merit points. He flew toward Yang Jinhong again, leaving golden afterimages in his wake. Yan Jinhong hurriedly manifested his astrolabe. The power of his birth charts exploded and shot toward Lu Zhou. Bang! 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 Although the attacks landed, Lu Zhou continued flying unimpeded toward Yang Jinhong. His body was translucent like the water due to the life-heart ability he had used. This is the strength of a great venerable master? Yang Jinhong was in shock and disbelief. Huang Shiji and Li Jini were drawn by the commotion. They rushed to the entrance and were shocked by the scene before them. They stayed on Penglai Island all year round and studied how to sprout the 8th leaf, 9th leaf, and 10th leaf before entering the Thousand Realms whirling stage. However, when they saw the battle before their eyes, they were stunned. I feel like the sky is about to collapse. When Lu Zhou arrived in front of Yang Jinhong, a blazing white pillar of light that flashed with faint blue lightning bolts suddenly shot out of the flying chariot. As the huge lightning bolt was about to strike, someone cried out, "Retreat!" Bang! Lu Zhou instinctively used the astrolabe to block. A familiar and paralyzing power swept across his body. He flew back and landed in front of the underground palace. Then, a voice rang from above. "Freeze!" Another light pillar landed on the ground before it turned into electric arcs that spread in all directions. Huang Shiji, Li Jini, Yang Jinhong, his men, the sea beasts, and even Wizard froze. They looked like statues at this moment. Is it a saint? Lu Zhou wondered. He instantly mobilized his divine power. Buzz! Lu Zhou's consciousness grew clearer, and his 8 extraordinary meridians began to circulate again. But he still could not move. Again, Lu Zhou increased the output of his divine power. It coursed through his 8 extraordinary meridians. When his fingers moved, the electric arcs zapped him, freezing him again. At this time, a lazy voice rang from the flying chariot. "Venerable Master Yang, what happened? Did the great void seed appear or something?" Thud. Yang Jinhong regained mobility. He was overjoyed as he said to the flying chariot in the sky, "Greetings, Saint Yu. Don't speak carelessly. I'm not a saint yet. I just have a useful demonic relic from the Unholy One." The person in the flying chariot replied, "Who doesn't know it's only a matter of time before you become a saint?" Yang Jinhong said with an ingratiating smile, "I like the way you talk. Your words are very pleasant to the ears." The person said, "However, with the demonic relic in my hands, I'm really unafraid of ordinary lesser saints." The person in the flying chariot was Yu Qi. He was one of the lead beast tamers in the Great Void. Yang Jinhong nodded and said, "Of course. Look at this person. He's a great venerable master as well, and yet, with just one move of yours, he can't move at all." "Great venerable master?" "That's right. Otherwise, I wouldn't have crushed the jade ring," Yang Jinhong said as he kneeled on the ground. "I beg great venerable master you to seek justice for the Halcyon clan. This person killed the Halcyon bird and the beast tamer Yang Lianxing. Yang Lianxing had followed you for a long time, so you know him best." The flying chariot was silent. Yang Jinhong continued to say, "We really did find the great void seed." "What?" The originally lazy voice sounded a little excited. Yang Jinhong pointed in the direction of the underground palace and said, "It's inside." Yu Qi said, "Very good." Yang Jinhong was well-versed in the laws of survival. He said, "The great void seed will now belong to you." The flying chariot descended. After a moment, Yu Qi said, "You can kill him. I'll bear all the consequences." "Thank you." Yang Jinhong's shadow flashed, and he rushed toward Lu Zhou. His expression was ferocious. The hatred and anger in his heart were revealed on his face. He said through gritted teeth, "So what if you're a great venerable master? Faced with the great void, you're just like an ant trying to shake a tree. I'll return your attacks tenfold." Yang Jinhong launched a palm seal toward Lu Zhou. It looked as though it could tear the void. Bang! Lu Zhou remained unmoving and unharmed. Yang Jinhong frowned, puzzled. He raised his hand and struck fiercely. Bang! Lu Zhou was still as steady as Mount Tai, unmoving. Yang Jinhong refused to accept this. Just as he was about to strike again, Lu Zhou said, "Are you done?" "Ah! If you're done, it's time for you to die." Lu Zhou's hand struck out like a snake as he grabbed Yang Jinhong's wrist. pulling Yang Jinhong back. Crack! With the divine power, Lu Zhou managed to sever Yang Jinhong's arm with just a tug. As Yang Jinhong was sent flying, Lu Zhou waved his hand, launching palm seals after palm seals at Yang Jinhong. Bang! 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 Yang Jinhong did not have the strength to fight back at all. He kept retreating as the ground and sky shook. Lu Zhou launched 100 palm seals consecutively, all of them hitting Yang Jinhong's abdomen, or to be more precise, his Dantian Sea of Qi. Finally, he came to a stop. Yan Jinhong was drenched in blood as he flew 1,000 meters away. Ding! Destroyed a birth chart. Reward: 1,000 merit points. 10 similar notifications rang consecutively in Lu Zhou's mind. With 10 palm seals, Lu Zhou destroyed 1 birth chart. Just like that, he demoted a venerable master. Lu Zhou placed his hands on his back and looked at the sky before he stomped his feet on the ground. The divine power played a huge role at the critical moment. When the divine power and the paralyzing electric arcs collided, Lu Zhou regained mobility. Although he only had 18 birth charts, with the addition of the divine power, the treasures he possessed, and the great law that he comprehended, how could Yang Jinhong be a match for him? An ordinary venerable master was just an ordinary venerable master after all. Boom! After Lu Zhou stomped on the ground, a huge ripple spread out in all directions like a huge wave. It broke the restraint on Li Jingyi and Huang Shiji. Then, Lu Zhou looked at the flying chariot and said in a deep voice, "Come down." Snap! The sound of someone snapping their fingers rang from the flying chariot. With that, the sea beasts in the sky began to rush toward the underground palace again. Subsequently, the sound of applause rang in the air. I really didn't expect someone would be able to break free from the unholy one's demonic relics shackles. Interesting. Xiao Ning, invite the great venerable master up, Yu Qi said lazily. Then, a delicate-looking woman in a long white dress flew out of the deck and descended from the sky. She looked otherworldly, like she did not belong to the mortal world. Her cultivation base was not low either, but in the great void she was just an attendant. How strong was the great void exactly? After the woman landed, she sized Lu Zhou up before she made a welcoming gesture and said, "Little brother, great venerable master Yu invites you up there." Lu Zhou was not surprised by the way she had addressed him. On the contrary, Huang Shiji felt extremely awkward. Everyone knew the pavilion master of the Evil Sky Pavilion was an incredibly sly old fox. Who would dare to address him as little brother? Seeing the calm expression on Lu Zhou's face, the woman said, "If you're able to go to the Great Void, you might be able to advance further in your cultivation. Little brother, this is an opportunity given to you by great venerable Master Yu." There was a hint of arrogance and superiority that could not be concealed in the woman's eyes. She was born with this sense of superiority that could not be imitated, and her every movement spoke of this superiority. Lu Zhou frowned and extended his right hand, launching a palm seal that was like the giant claw of a flood dragon. It flashed with a golden light as it shot toward the woman. The woman's face turned pale immediately as she retreated. Yu Qi's voice rang from the flying chariot again. Lu Zhou's palm seal moved as fast as a lightning bolt as it grabbed the woman's neck. It destroyed her protective energy, and the powerful palm seal dragged her up until her feet left the ground. Then Lu Zhou lifted one leg. Bang! It hit the woman's abdomen. The fairy-like woman flew out before crashing to the ground with a loud thump. The atmosphere in front of the underground palace suddenly became tense. Clearly, Lu Zhou did not distinguish between men and women. They were all equal. There was no such thing as being soft-hearted or tender toward women. The woman groaned as she lay on the ground. The excruciating pain and the dust on her body shattered her arrogance and superiority. Her eyes were filled with nervousness and fear as she looked at Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou stood with his hands on his back. "Do you still not understand?" The woman was dumbfounded. She really did not take him seriously earlier. However, when she recalled what just happened, she began to feel awkward when she recalled she had addressed him as little brother earlier. Lu Zhou raised his head slightly and said, "I'll say it again. Come down." This time, a sound wave swept out toward the flying chariot. Swoosh! The flying chariot swayed. The sound of a zither being played rang in the air as Yu Qi said in a dark voice, "I tried to be considerate, but you're too shameless. You're not worthy to fight me. Get past them first." The melody from the zither suddenly turned storm-like, agitating the fierce beasts, flying beasts, and the sea beasts. Their body glowed with a weak light as their fangs and claws glinted under the sky. Lu Zhou stepped on the ground and flew toward the flying chariot as he said, "Impudent!" Lu Zhou's hand had been imbued with the divine power, forming a streamlined energy seal as he flew toward the flying chariot. The fierce beasts pounced at Lu Zhou with no regard for their lives. The melody from the zither grew more and more urgent. It surged like the undercurrent of a tsunami and was laced with killing intent. Soon enough, the melody generated sound waves in the air. The entire sky was darkened by the black sound waves. Black Lotus Cultivator? Based on this, it could be seen that the Great Void was an independent place, and staying there for too long would not cause one to assimilate regardless of the color of one's lotus. A golden lotus bloomed under Lu Zhou's feet, shooting out golden energy seals in all directions. With just this move, the fierce beasts were sent flying back. The sky was filled with golden and black energy seals. The golden energy seals spun like a fierce hurricane, exploding with primal chi. Boom! 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 Hundreds of flying beasts exploded, raining down severed limbs and bits of flesh and blood. Huang Shiji and Li Jini retreated. I understand what Master wants to say. I can only say that Senior Ji is long beyond our understanding, Li Jini said. Then, she asked, "Master, can you see his movements clearly?" Huang Shiji shook his head and said, "I can't see clearly. I can't see clearly either." In the sky, after Lu Zhou defeated hundreds of flying beasts with his heavenly writing power, he flew toward the side of the flying chariot. "Xiao Ning, stop him," Yu Qi said disdainfully. "Understood." The female attendant who had been injured by Lu Zhou's kick shot up to the sky and attacked from the back. At the same time, the flying chariot rose higher into the sky, while Yu Qi released sound waves in an attempt to block Lu Zhou. Under the effect of the sound waves, the female attendant's cultivation seemed to soar. When Lu Zhou turned around and saw the hatred and anger burning in her eyes, he said, "It seems like I was too merciful earlier." Ha! While the female attendant was briefly stunned, Lu Zhou brought out Unnamed in the form of a sword and launched tens of thousands of energy swords. Swoosh! 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 More and more energy swords out, covering the sun and the sky in a radius of 10,000 meters. Almost the entire sky above Mount Halcyon was covered by Unnamed's energy swords. The energy swords converged before they swooped down like a dragon, drowning the female attendant in just a blink of an eye. The female attendant let out a miserable cry. She could not fight back at all. Bang! After a moment, she crashed to the ground. Ding! Destroyed 15 birth charts. Reward, 7,500 merit points. Ding! Killed a target. Reward, 2,000 merit points. Domain bonus, 500 points. The sound waves exploded. Yu Qi was furious. His 10 fingers plucked the zither's strings in a frenzy, and the sound wave's force increased by several times. The fierce beasts attacked again. Lu Zhou looked over and saw a long and slender sea beast. Its body emitted a strange light, and its eyes seemed to flash with lightning as he flew over. Bang! Lu Zhou launched a palm seal to block it but was pushed back. The palm seal shattered following that. Meanwhile, the 5 cultivators on the ground charged over with red eyes. It seemed like they were under the enchantment of the melody as well. What a tyrannical sound technique. When the 5 people were about 100 meters below Lu Zhou, they began to shout, "Kill him! Kill!" The 5 people fought without any regard for their lives. Lu Zhou frowned. He cast the power of past lives and manifested the Golden Buddha's body. Buzz! The 5 people brought out their lotuses and exploded as though they had gone berserk. Primal chi surged as energy seals collided in the air. The explosion killed quite a number of fierce beasts and caused the underground palace to shake and crack. Huang Shiji and Li Jini hurriedly entered the underground palace to help defend. If this place was not once used to imprison Ling Guang, the fire deity, the earlier explosion would have destroyed it. At this moment, the melody from the zither came to an abrupt stop. The flying chariot hovered high up in the sky. After an unknown amount of time, when the primal chi storm dissipated, and the visibility returned to normal, Yu Qi heard the other party's voice. Wizard. Wizard let out a cry before it spat out a white light orb that landed on Lu Zhou, completely restoring his divine energy. Despite the calm expression on Lu Zhou's face, his eyes shone with killing intent as he flew toward the flying chariot. I told you to come down, so you have to come down. Lu Zhou flashed and appeared above the flying chariot. Yu Qi was surprised by Lu Zhou's power of the Tao. Moreover, 5 people self-destructed at the same time, but the other party was fine. At this time, a palm seal fell from the sky. Boom! The flying chariot shattered and fell down. Boom! Yu Qi stomped on the ground, leaving 2 deep pits behind. His body felt numb. He glared at Lu Zhou as he thought to himself, he's so powerful? How many birth charts does he have? Yu Qi did not dwell on the questions in his mind. Instead, he hurriedly left. At the same time, Lu Zhou felt the strange movement from the unique energy again. It was much stronger than Yizhang and Tuoba Siqing's power of the Tao. He could feel everyone was slowing down. Slowing time. Lu Zhou circulated the divine power through his 8 extraordinary meridians to dispel the effect. Under the effect of the slowed time, his reaction, perception, vision, and movement had all slowed down a few beats. Yu Qi reappeared on the back of a sea beast and began to play the zither again. The melody spread out in all directions. As he plucked the strings of the zither, he said with a scoff, "You're stronger than I expected." As the melody continued to ring in the air, the fierce beasts grew more and more agitated. At this time, Lu Zhou suddenly flew up and appeared in front of Yu Qi in just a blink of an eye. He launched countless palm seals in the air. Bang! 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 The palm seals and sound waves collided. The duo's figures could only be vaguely seen as they fought fiercely. They fought until the sky darkened, and the debris and rubble piled up. The sea beasts in the vicinity were like headless flies as they flew back and forth in the sky, unable to capture their target. The tremors from the earth-shattering battle outside could clearly be felt in the underground palace. The sounds of explosions, the sounds of corpses falling to the ground, and the cries of beasts wafted into the underground palace as well. Huang Shiji and Li Jinyi looked out of the cracks and saw energy seals occupy the sky. They could not go out now. With their cultivation bases, they were no different from ants if they joined such a ferocious battle. At this time, the formation inscriptions on the wall lit up in the underground palace. Huang Shiji looked at Si Wuya and Jiang Aijian before he said, "Brother Ji is fighting strong enemies outside. What we can do now is to guard them. We can't make any mistakes." Okay. Both of them had experienced life and death, so they were fearless. What they were most worried about was whether Si Wuya could successfully complete the blood exchange technique. At the same time, the blood energy shrouded Si Wuya and Jiang Aijian and circulated in their bodies. Their bodies were drenched in sweat and blood. Huang Shiji shook his head and sighed when he saw Si Wuya's furrowed brows and slightly pale face. The sounds of fighting outside became more and more intense, and it lasted for more than an hour. Mount Halcyon shook violently as though it was a small boat being tossed about by the waves. In the sky, the sound wave permeated everywhere. During this time, Lu Zhou had been depending on his own cultivation base and a little bit of his divine power to fight Yu Qi. Boom! The duo collided again as 2 circles of light, on the left and right respectively, appeared. As Yu Qi flew back, he manifested his avatar. He sneered and said, "As it turns out, you only have a deeper comprehension of the power of the Tao. You don't have enough birth charts at all." After fighting for so long, he had already figured out the source of Lu Zhou's confidence and strength. When experts fought, most of the time, They only needed to exchange one move to understand their opponent's strength. Let alone Yuqi, who had been fighting Lu Zhou for such a long time. The difference between a great venerable master and an ordinary venerable master was their understanding of the power of the Tao. Since both of them were great venerable masters, then what determined victory and defeat was the number of birth charts. Buzz. Yuqi's black astrolabe shone in the air. He deliberately made his birth charts more distinct. 24 birth charts shone on the astrolabe. One of them was slightly dimmer. It seemed like he had just activated it not too long ago. The show is about to begin. Lu Zhou looked at the astrolabe and thought to himself, no wonder Yang Jinhong said he's most likely to become a saint among the other great venerable masters. At this time, a black beam of light shot toward Lu Zhou. He could sense the power of the Tao in the beam of light. He brought Unnamed in the form of a shield out and held it in front of him. Bang! When the beam of light landed on Unnamed, a faint sizzling noise rang in the air. The force from the beam of light was stronger than expected. Pushed against Lu Zhou and Unnamed. Lu Zhou increased his output of the divine power, and Unnamed shone brightly with a golden light. He continued blocking the beam of light. Ha! Yuqi raised an eyebrow. The two struggled against each other as the sea beasts pounced over. At this time, the long and slender strange sea beast attacked at lightning speed. It was not big, and its strength should be between that of a beast king and a beast emperor. Don't forget that I'm also a beast tamer. Goodbye, Yuqi said with a smile. Lu Zhou's expression darkened as he bellowed thunderously, "Get lost!" Lu Zhou shattered a deadly strike card. Boom! The Buddhist's great Vajra hand sign flew out and landed on the long and slender sea beast. How dare you launch a sneak attack? Since you don't care about being fair, I won't hold back either. Boom! The long and slender sea beast was smashed to the ground by the great Vajra hand sign. Its flesh split open, and its innards spilled out from the hole on its stomach, exposing its life heart. Ding! Killed a target. Reward, 2,000 merit points. A Buddhist. How dare you kill the beast I carefully raised? Yuqi shouted furiously. He had completely lost his calm from before. He put away his astrolabe and roared. His eyes bulged as black mist rose from his body. I want you to pay with your life. Yuqi used his demonic relic again as he flew toward Lu Zhou, shining with a faint blue light. He looked like a demon at this moment. Upon seeing this, Yang Jinhong, who was lying limply on the ground, laughed as his eyes shone with fervor. Great venerable master, you're finally getting serious about the fight. The dignity of the great void is inviolable. Yuqi shot out like a meteor. Lu Zhou raised his hand. When he was about to stop Yuqi, he discovered he did not have much divine energy left. Hence, he descended. How could Yuqi let go of such a good opportunity? Freeze! A faint blue circle of light expanded immediately. Once again, Lu Zhou felt the familiar and powerful freezing energy. However, this time he was not affected. He looked at Yuqi, who was charging toward him, and said with a flick of his sleeve, "Get lost!" Lu Zhou unleashed the Buddhist's great Vajra hand sign again. Boom! When the palm seal hit Yuqi, his vicious smile froze on his face. It was quickly replaced by shock when he discovered the force of the palm seal was beyond what he could bear. Boom! Yuqi was sent flying back. He fell in an arc before he crashed to the ground. Yang Jinhong felt his heart stop. Yang Jinhong was bewildered when he looked at Yuqi, who was as magnificent as a rainbow just a while ago but was now as miserable as sin. Without a beast tamer's control, the sea beasts were like headless flies, crashing against each other. Lu Zhou strode toward Yuqi at a leisurely pace. The item card did not destroy his birth chart. Clearly, Yuqi had a puppet or something. Could be a magical beast body as well. Considering Yuqi was a beast tamer, it was more likely the latter. Swoosh! Yuqi leaped to his feet. His eyes were red. Alas, he had just gotten to his feet when Lu Zhou sent another palm seal over. He saw a strange script for lightning in the middle of the palm seal. His instinct told him to dodge, and he did. However, it seemed to be locked onto him. Boom! Yu Qi flew out and slid back on the ground for about 100 meters. Yang Jinhong. Lu Zhou continued striding forward until he arrived in front of Yu Qi. He said, I haven't even gone all out yet, and you already can't endure it? You! Lu Zhou shook his head. He was not very satisfied with the Thunderblast card this time. Yu Qi scoffed coldly. Then he smacked the ground with one hand before he vanished into thin air. Then, Lu Zhou felt an unprecedented pressure bearing down on him as Yu Qi's figure appeared everywhere. You've successfully angered me, Yu Qi roared as he pounced over. Lu Zhou silently activated his power of smell before he shook his head expressionlessly. You're foolishly fearless. Lightning struck Yu Qi again. The clones vanished and his real body fell. This time he spat out a mouthful of blood, severely injured. Yang Jinhong? Yang Jinhong rubbed his eyes and wondered if the person in front of him was really great Venerable Master Yu. Lu Zhou looked down at Yu Qi from above just like what Yu Qi did to Lu Zhou before. He watched as Yu Qi lay on the ground and spat out blood as though he had lost the energy to fight. He nodded in satisfaction before he asked, Are you convinced now? This question was undoubtedly a great insult to Yu Qi, who came from the Great Void and was used to lording above everyone else. Black blood trickled down the corner of his mouth as he said with a chuckle, I won't lose my birth charts. As a beast tamer, I've long refined my birth charts into one. In order to become a saint, I have made preparation for thousands of years. In order to become a saint, I've endured many years of pain and suffering. In order to become a saint, I imprisoned myself in the Great Void Sky Lake for 500 years. Do you know how I lived those 500 years? Lu Zhou thought about Tianwu when he heard these words. Tianwu had fused her birth charts and formed the Divine Soul Pearl. To become saints, humans could also do this to protect their birth charts. Did becoming a saint meant returning to simplicity and the path of an ordinary cultivator? Yu Qi continued to cackle. Lu Zhou was rather disgusted by Yu Qi's laughter. It sounded particularly grating to his ears. He frowned and asked, I'll ask you again, are you convinced? Yu Qi struggled to stand up. When he succeeded, he said with a smile, I have to thank you for your help. Thank you for helping me become a saint. Black mist surged out of Yu Qi's body erratically like the sea during a thunderstorm. It was only at this moment Lu Zhou discovered the person in front of him was not the real Yu Qi. Swoosh! An immense force shot toward Lu Zhou from the front at this moment. Boom! Lu Zhou slid back for 1,000 meters. His body was numb, and he struggled to stabilize his footing. Yu Qi became a saint? This time, Lu Zhou felt he had gone too far. He did not have much divine energy left, and his number of birth charts was fewer than his opponent. How was he going to face a new saint? Yang Jinhong struggled to his knees before he said, Congratulations on becoming a saint. Great Venerable Master Yu. No, I mean Saint Yu. Buzz. A black astrolabe appeared and covered the sky. Darkness fell immediately, and the sea beasts became restless. They flew over from all directions in the sky. Beams of black light shot toward Lu Zhou relentlessly. Lu Zhou kept dodging. His movements were agile. At this moment, a voice rang from above. I've become a saint. Killing you is as easy as slaughtering livestock. Bang! 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 Beams of light kept falling from the sky as Lu Zhou continued to dodge them. Yang Jinhong felt incredibly relieved at this moment. He retreated, afraid that he would be a casualty of the fierce battle. He would wait for the right time and rush out to deal the killing blow. With that, he would be able to get rid of the hatred and anger from losing his birth charts. Meanwhile, shrouded in black mists, the sea beasts rushed toward Lu Zhou in a frenzy. Lu Zhou cast his first birth trial ability, the Flaming Golden Lotus, and killed hundreds of sea beasts. However, the sea beasts kept coming like a never-ending stream. Yu Qi said again, You're stronger than most great venerable masters. I'd like to see how long you'll be able to last. The black beams of light continued to fall. Boom! 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 The ground was riddled with deep pits. Lu Zhou stomped on the ground and rose into the sky. The purple glazed ceramic released its ability, and the sea beasts within a kilometer radius were instantly frozen before they fell to the ground. Yang Jinhong kept flying out of the range of the freezing energy. When he landed, he inhaled deeply before he turned to look at the sky and muttered to himself, "Is he really just a great venerable master?" Lu Zhou put away the purple glazed ceramic. He could feel the pressure growing heavier, and he had used up his trump cards. He searched left and right using his power of smell. Soon after, he caught a strange smell from behind him, and he spun around. The black astrolabe was already close to him. Die! With the black astrolabe so close to him, Lu Zhou saw the 24 birth charts were all connected into one. Was this why saints could not be demoted? Before he could organize his thoughts, he was already sent flying back. He saw he was missing one critical block card. When Lu Zhou stabilized his footing, Yu Qi silently appeared behind him. He said, "You didn't lose your birth chart? Interesting, interesting. I'm becoming more and more interested in you." Bang! Lu Zhou manifested his golden Buddha's body to resist. However, the back of the golden Buddha's body was dented. It could not withstand the strength of a saint. He felt his blood and qi surged when he flew back. Is the gap between a great venerable master and a saint that big? Can 24 deadly strike cards defeat his 24 linked birth charts? Let me show you the power of a saint. The black astrolabe bloomed in the sky again. Boom! The power of the birth charts burst forth. The underground showed signs of collapsing at this moment. Lu Zhou glanced in the direction of the underground palace, slightly worried. The power of a saint was not something Si Wuya and the others could withstand. Boom! A beam of black light fell on the underground palace. With that, blood energy seeped out of the underground palace. Yu Qi sniffed the blood energy greedily before he said, "A descendant of the fire deity? The smell of the great void seed? I hope he didn't die." Yu Qi put away his astrolabe. If Si Wuya died, the great void seed would be destroyed after all. Yu Qi did not waste time and flew into the underground palace. This time, ding! Your disciple, Si Wuya, has met the requirements to complete his apprenticeship. Would you allow him to complete his apprenticeship? Through the cracks, Yu Qi saw Si Wuya, Huang Shiji, and Li Jini in the underground palace. He said, "Descendant of the fire deity, come here." Yu Qi waved his hand, and Si Wuya, who was lying on the ground, slowly rose up. Si Wuya's eyes were tightly closed, and his body was drenched in blood. He rose into the sky through the cracks. Yu Qi could barely contain his excitement as he raised his hand and reached for Si Wuya's abdomen. He was about to obtain the great void seed. Bang! Just as Yu Qi's hand was about to touch Si Wuya's abdomen, an immense force blocked it. Yu Qi looked up in surprise. He did not know when Lu Zhou had arrived next to him. It's time to end this. Lu Zhou's hand that was grabbing Yu Qi's hand burst forth with divine power. As Lu Zhou fiercely tightened his grip around Yu Qi's wrist, Yu Qi let out a miserable cry and burst forth with the power of a saint before he flashed away. Lu Zhou remained unmoved. He flashed toward an empty space, and as soon as Yu Qi reappeared, he launched a palm seal. Bang! Yu Qi flew out. His eyes widened in shock. What is he? A saint. Since Yu Qi had just broken through and became a saint, he did not know much about a saint's power. In his opinion, how could Lu Zhou be so powerful if he were not a saint? As Si Wuya dropped from the sky, Lu Zhou said, "Look after Si Wuya." Lu Zhou sent Yu Qi flying with another palm strike before Yu Qi vanished again. Along with the golden Buddha's body, Lu Zhou cast the power of smell, the power of sight, the power of infinite deduction, the power of concealment, the power of past lives, and the other heavenly writing powers. At this moment, it was as though Buddha himself had descended to the mortal world. The power of the saint dissipated when it touched Lu Zhou. He was completely unharmed. Yu Qi paled with fright as he shouted, "Demonic relic! Go!" When the blue electric arcs drew close to Lu Zhou, it avoided the golden light from the golden Buddha's body. Upon seeing this, Yu Qi exclaimed in shock, You unholy one! Lu Zhou arrived in front of Yu Qi and said expressionlessly, "Take this palm seal." Bang, 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 bang. 100 palm seals filled with the divine power landed on Yu Qi's body. His body bent backward before he dropped to the ground. Lu Zhou did not stop. He launched another 100 palm seals that landed on Yu Qi accurately again. Bang, 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 bang. Yu Qi spat out blood. With the bilateral heaven card, who could stand up to Lu Zhou? When the black astrolabe shot up to the sky, Yu Qi vanished into thin air. Lu Zhou turned around and flashed 1,000 meters away. His hand seemed to be grabbing at the empty air. Soon enough, it looked as though Yu Qi was sending his neck to Lu Zhou's hand when Yu Qi suddenly reappeared. With the golden bluish light from the golden Buddha's body shining down on him, Yu Qi trembled as fear assaulted his heart. He pleaded, "I surrender. I surrender. I surrender. Our release." Crack. Lu Zhou tightened his grip, breaking Yu Qi's neck. Yu Qi's avatar appeared and disappeared again. "He didn't die yet? I want to see how long you can hold on," Lu Zhou said as he launched a huge palm seal over to Yu Qi. Yu Qi used all his strength to dodge the attack. He manifested his clones and continued to dodge. Lu Zhou manifested his clones as well. He always appeared at Yu Qi's position in advance as though he could read Yu Qi's mind. Bang, 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 bang. Every palm strike landed on Yu Qi's Dantian's Sea of Qi. Buzz. Finally, Yu Qi's lotus was forced out by Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou seized the chance and brought Unnamed in the form of a sword out. He used all his divine power as he brought Unnamed down on Yu Qi's birth palace. The force of the strike was enough to split heaven and earth. Crack. Yu Qi's birth palace was cleaved into two. The remaining force from the strike split the ground open, forming a deep ravine. Arg! Yu Qi cried out in pain. Primal Qi storm began to brew before it swept out in all directions, stirring up the endless ocean. At this time, Lu Zhou flashed and landed at the entrance of the underground palace. He cast the power of past lives. The golden Buddha's body sat in front of the underground palace. It was nearly 2,000 feet tall, and it shone dazzlingly. It blocked the raging primal Qi storm effortlessly. At the same time, it turned around to face Si Wuya, Huang Shiji, Li Jinyi, and Zhang Aijian, unleashing the power of healing. In just a blink of an eye, the four people's injuries vanished without a trace. Not long after, the primal Qi storm died down, and the golden Buddha's body vanished as well. Lu Zhou cut off the multiple heavenly writing powers he had cast as well. Silence descended on Mount Halcyon. The entire place was in a mess. There were shards of ice, corpses, rubble, and debris on the whole riddled ground. The underground palace was on the verge of collapse. Lu Zhou walked over to Yu Qi, who was lying on the ground. He stood at Yu Qi's side and looked down at him coldly. He asked, "Well?" Yu Qi's eyes were almost lifeless. Fear had crushed his confidence. The destruction of his lotus had crushed his confidence. He had lost all means and strength to put up a fight. He had painstakingly cultivated for so many years and suffered hardships and pains to become a saint. But now everything was gone. He had only been a saint for less than an hour. To a cultivator from the great void, this was a great humiliation. Finally, he said, "I submit." "It's too late to submit," Lu Zhou said tonelessly. Yu Qi was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. "Too late? Too late? Did this mean if I had submitted much earlier, he would have let me go? No matter what you do, you're no different from a dead person in my eyes." Yu Qi grunted as more blood trickled out from the corners of his mouth. He struggled as he said, I'm from the Great Void. I'm Great Void's beast tamer. I'm the Sacred Hall." Bang! Lu Zhou stomped his feet, and Yu Qi's voice came to an abrupt stop. "How noisy! Ding! Killed a target. Lesser Saint. Reward, 50,000 merit points. Domain bonus, 5,000 merit points." Lu Zhou removed his foot and looked at Yu Qi's lifeless body. Huang Shiji and Li Jini stood outside the underground palace, shocked by what they had seen. Lu Zhou brought out the golden Taishu mirror and shone it on Yu Qi's corpse before he nodded and put the mirror away. Then, he brought out Unnamed in the form of a sword and stabbed Yu Qi's corpse with it a few times before putting Unnamed away. When he saw the cylindrical object next to the corpse, he picked it up. Ding! Obtained the hourglass of time. Huang Shiji. Huang Shiji sighed inwardly. He thought that the rise of Lu Zhou's cultivation base did not mean a change in Lu Zhou's temperament. As expected, Lu Zhou was still the same old demon Ji. Yang Jinhong was petrified. His legs trembled as he watched with eyes widened in fear. When Lu Zhou arrived in front of him, Yang Jinhong fell to the ground. Swoosh! 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 From the sky in the distance, many cultivators flew over. Lu Zhou looked up. This time it was his people. In the sky, Yu Zhenghai, Yu Shangrong, Qin Naihe, Yan Jinluo, Lu Li, Little Yuaner, Conk, and the others looked at the ground with wide eyes speechlessly. Blood drenched the ground. Not a single corpse was intact. Little Yuaner could not stand the gory sight and quickly covered her eyes. Conk frowned and said in a low voice, "Senior brother, W seem to be late." "Seems to be late? We're definitely late." Yu Zhenghai said. "Master is over there." Yu Shangrong said, "No, we're not too late." "What do you mean?" Yu Zhenghai was puzzled. Yu Shangrong flew on an energy sword toward Yang Jinhong and said, "Master, let me deal with him." Yang Jinhong seemed to have lost his mind. He would rather die than surrender. He tried to flee, but how could he flee when he was severely injured? Lu Zhou shook his head as he watched the energy swords pierce Yang Jinhong's body. After everyone landed, Lu Zhou glanced at the carcasses of the sea beasts before he gave Kong Wen a look. Kong Wen said excitedly, "I'll get to work immediately." Lu Zhou walked toward the underground palace while the others quickly surrounded Huang Shiji and Li Jini. "Island Master Huang, what happened?" "To this. Huang Shiji gestured with his hands. He suddenly could not find the words to describe the magnificent battle. He felt the words he knew could not do justice to the battle he had witnessed. "Tell me. I'm dying of anxiety," Little Yuaner urged impatiently. Huang Shiji gave Little Yuaner a thumbs up and finally blurted out, "Your master is too fucking awesome." "Is that all you can say?" Everyone looked at each other. Was there a need to tell them something they already knew? At this time, Li Jini stepped up and said, "Senior Ji appeared and defeated a powerful enemy. To be honest, the battle is beyond my understanding. Please forgive me for not being able to describe it." "What a pity." In the underground palace, Lu Zhou checked Si Wuya's pulse and sensed the changes in his body. He frowned before he cut Jiang Aijian's wrist. At this time, everyone walked in. Huang Shiji and Li Jini sighed and lowered their heads. Lu Zhou checked Si Wuya's pulse again. After a while, he shook his head and said, "How can this be? Master, what happened to 7th senior brother?" Little Yuaner asked. Lu Zhou raised his hand. When he raised it, there was an obvious tremble. Lu Zhou stood up. He silently chanted the mantra for the power of healing. 2 golden lotuses flew out. Although they were small, they contained rich vitality energy, which amazed everyone. They slowly descended before they landed and entered Si Wuya and Jiang Aijian's bodies respectively, nourishing their 8 extraordinary meridians. Everyone could clearly see the wounds on their bodies vanishing. However, the duo did not show any signs of waking up. Lu Zhou was not willing to accept this. He raised his hand again. Another 2 golden lotuses entered the duo's bodies, but there was still no movement. Lu Zhou cast the power of healing over a dozen times, but the results were the same. There was still no movement. Everyone watched in fear and nervousness. All of them were aware of Lu Zhou's powerful healing technique. As long as one still had a breath left, he would be able to pull one out of the gates of hell. However, after casting the healing technique so many times, there was still no movement. The expressions of Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong, who had long understood what was going on, changed drastically. Yu Zhenghai seemed particularly affected. His brows were tightly knitted together, and his eyes were burning. He had to try very hard to suppress his turbulent emotions. When he finally heard his master sigh, he pounced over. He came to Si Wuya's side and grabbed Si Wuya's wrist. He did not believe it. There was no pulse. The 8 extraordinary meridians were no longer circulating, and the Dantian sea of qi was deathly still. "Wake up!" Yu Zhenghai roared. Si Wuya remained motionless. Yu Zhenghai roared again. "Wake up!" Yu Zhenghai pulled Si Wuya up, shaking Si Wuya. Alas, there was still no movement. "Eldest senior brother," Yu Shangrong called out in an attempt to calm Yu Zhenghai. Yu Zhenghai spun around and asked, "How did this happen?" Among the Evil Sky Pavilion's 10 disciples, Si Wuya was the closest to Yu Zhenghai. When Yu Zhenghai was still running the Nether sect, Si Wuya had helped him out the most. At that time, apart from his brothers in the sect, he trusted Si Wuya the most. The person who supported him was Si Wuya. How could he accept it now that something had happened to Si Wuya? Yu Shangrong stepped forward and placed a hand on Yu Zhenghai's shoulder as he said, "Eldest senior brother, calm down." "How can I calm down?" Yu Zhenghai waved Yu Shangrong's hand away before he channeled his primal qi into Si Wuya. Li Jini sighed and explained, "Mr. Seventh wanted to come to Mount Halcyon to find clues about the Great Void. But he didn't expect to meet the Halcyon bird and Yang Lianqing here. Ling Guang came to live and perished along with the Halcyon bird. This is the Halcyon bird's life heart." She pointed at the life heart before she continued to say, "None of us expected Yang Lianqing was so tenacious that he managed to live even after being attacked by the fire deity. Eldest senior brother, Mr. Qi fought him to the death." Tears began to brim in Li Jini's eyes again as she spoke. Yu Zhenghai said angrily, "Very good. The Great Void. Is it? I'm going to make them pay for this. I'm going to find them." "Eldest senior brother, where are you going to find the Great Void? We don't even know where it is. Moreover, there are as many experts there as there are clouds," Ming Shirin said as he grabbed Yu Zhenghai. Yu Zhenghai pushed Ming Shirin back, forcing him back. "Why do you undermine your people and speak greatly of others? You're a coward." Ming Shirin's arms were numb after being pushed by Yu Zhenghai. He said, Fine. I'm a coward." "Exactly. You're nothing but a coward," Yu Zhenghai said angrily. Ming Shirin was naturally affected by the current situation as well. The more he heard, the angrier he became. He retorted, "Do you think you're the only one who cares about 7th junior brother? I'm cowardly? What? So you're saying I don't care? Presumptuous." Yu Zhenghai flashed and struck with his palm. Bang, bang, bang. The duo began to fight fiercely. They were actually on par. Ming Shirin's movements were nimble. He was always able to avoid Yu Zhenghai's heavy blows. On the other hand, Yu Zhenghai was experienced and skilled. Although the duo was furious, they still greatly restrained themselves. Nevertheless, more and more energy seals filled the air, causing rocks to fall from above. "Master," little Yuaner called out anxiously, looking for her master for help. Lu Zhou flashed and appeared between his 1st and 4th disciples. Then he lifted his left hand and right in unison, pushing Ming Shirin and Yu Zhenghai back respectively. Bang! Bang! The duo was sent flying without any suspense. "Impudent!" Lu Zhou roared. The duo immediately froze. "Master, Yu Zhenghai wanted to say something but could not finish his words. "Get out!" Lu Zhou waved his sleeve. Yu Zhenghai and Ming Shirin stood up, bowed to their master, and left the underground palace. Lu Zhou swept his gaze over the others. The others nodded and left the underground palace as well. Finally, Lu Zhou was the only one left in the underground palace. It was completely silent. He turned to look at Jiang Aijian and Si Wuya. He raised his hand and looked at it before letting it fall again, sighing. He suddenly remembered that Si Wuya had kowtowed 3 times before he performed the blood exchange. He shook his head. Obviously, Si Wuya was aware of the risk of performing this exchange and was prepared to pay with his life. How could Si Wuya be 90% certain? How could Si Wuya truly correct his mistakes so easily? They were just lies. Wicked disciple. Lu Zhou was frustrated by his disciple's actions. When his gaze shifted to Zhang Aijian, he sighed again. I hate people who don't keep their promises the most. I promised the Empress Dowager to bring you back. You can't die. He looked at Zhang Aijian and see Wuxia silently again. When he saw the sword box, he brought it into his hand using an energy seal. He saw two small words carved into the side of the box. Lu Chun. He suddenly recalled when he first met Zhang Aijian. He remembered Zhang Aijian's despicable attitude and greedy expression when he saw Unnamed. One truly could not judge a book by its cover. Lu Zhou saw Dragon Song and many of Great Yan's famous swords on top of the treasured swords that were already here. This place seemed to be prepared for Zhang Aijian. The place he had dreamed of. Lu Zhou gently pressed on the sword box. Buzz! The sword box vibrated and hummed. Swoosh! 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 All the swords in the underground palace flew toward the sword box. They entered the box one by one. Those who loved swords regarded them as their lives. With another light press, the sword box stopped moving. Outside the underground palace, Mingshi Yin bowed to Yu Zhenghai and said, I apologize, eldest senior brother. I didn't mean to offend you. I hope you'll forgive me. Yu Zhenghai sighed before he stepped forward and patted Mingshi Yin's shoulder. Then he said, I was rude first. Don't take it to heart. Mingshi Yin nodded and stood next to Yu Zhenghai. He inhaled deeply and did not say anything. After an unknown amount of time had passed, Lu Zhou walked out of the underground palace. Everyone surrounded him. Before they could say anything, he said, Bring them back. Understood. Little Yuaner could not help but ask, Master, what happened to them? Lu Zhou glanced at little Yuaner and said, People are born, they age, they fall sick, and they die. No one can escape the cycle. Little Yuaner was stunned. Yu Zhenghai asked, Master, there's clearly still a force in their bodies. Is there really no hope at all? Lu Zhou shook his head. That was the divine power. Even the great venerable master could not bring them back to life. At this moment, Qin Naiha said, I have something to say, but I don't know if I should say it. Speak. Qin Naiha said, I heard that powerful saints have the ability to resurrect the dead. Why don't Pavilion Master seek the help of a saint? Everyone looked at Qin Naiha in unison. The difficulty of this was no different from ascending to heaven, right? Lu Zhou asked, You're talking about the Great Void? Qin Naiha replied, You can either seek help from the saints in the Great Void or seek help from Saint Chan in the Twin Lotus domain. Lu Zhou looked at the sky and pointed at it as he said, Do you think you can find the Great Void? Qin Naiha shook his head. Naturally, he could not find it. No one knew where the Great Void was. He said, Even the people from the Great Void can't tell you where the Great Void is. My ancestor had said the people there relied on runic passages and jade talismans to enter and leave the Great Void. Those things can't tell you direct location. Yu Zhenghai asked, Where's the Twin Lotus domain? I'm not quite sure. They've isolated themselves, after all. After Saint Chun suppressed them, he drew a line with the Great Void, agreeing not to interfere in each other's affairs. However, it's not hopeless. Pavilion Master, you can speak to Venerable Master Qin about this matter, Qin Naiha said. To be honest, he was not really happy to stab his former employer in the back. But the current situation necessitated him to do so. Lu Zhou raised an eyebrow. Qin Runyue knows? Qin Naiha remained silent. Lu Zhou understood Qin Naiha's thoughts, so he said, Don't worry. Qin Runyue won't blame you, and I won't make things difficult for you. Everyone else returned first. Qin Naiha, you'll accompany me to the Southern Mountain Training Hall. Understood. Half a day later, the White Palace was quiet and peaceful. The blue-clad female attendant's expression was unsightly when she arrived. She bowed and said, Master, please punish me. Lan Shiha opened her eyes and asked, What's wrong? The halcyon bird and the beast tamer, Yang Lianxing, left the Great Void, and now, something has happened. The blue-clad female attendant said as she lowered her head. Her body trembled slightly. What happened? Lan Shiha asked again. They're dead," the blue-clad female attendant said nervously. Xianxia rose to her feet. She flashed and arrived half a meter in front of the blue-clad female attendant before she said, "The halcyon bird is a divine beast. Who can kill it? The jade-green lotus domain's Chun-Fu." The blue-clad female attendant did not dare to lift her head at all as she replied, "It's Ling Guang from the underground palace in Mount Halcyon." Xianxia was stunned. After a long period of silence, the blue-clad female attendant said tentatively, "Yang Lianxing's brother, Yang Jinhong, and Yu Qi are also dead." Xianxia frowned. Yu Qi is close to becoming a saint, and he had demonic and sacred relics. How could he? Xianxia trailed off. All those things meant nothing in front of Ling Guang after all. After a moment, she asked, perplexed. Ling Guang had been sealed for such a long time. Who released him? To this, I don't know. The Sacred Hall has sent Mr. Ouyang to investigate, the blue-clad female attendant said. Go and inquire. If you can't find out why, there's no need for you to return to see me, Xianxia said. Yes. The blue-clad female attendant left nervously. A day later, at the sacred hall that was like a magnificent mountain, a huge scale stood in the middle of the hall. It seemed capable of measuring everything between heaven and earth and guiding the force of the world. It shone brilliantly as though it could illuminate the 9 heavens. It was called the Scales of Justice. Currently, one side of the scales was lowered while the other side was raised. It was not balanced as it should be. At this time, an old man waited outside of the sacred hall. After a while, a low and calm voice rang from within. Ouyang, have you investigated the matter? Ouyang Ziyun bowed and replied, I've investigated it thoroughly. The initial conclusion is that Yang Jinhong and Yang Lianxing secretly brought the halcyon bird back to Mount Halcyon. After unsealing Ling Guang, both sides perished. Thank you for your hard work. The voice was still calm. It's my duty. During the period of imbalance, keep an eye on everyone in the sacred temple. Make sure they don't leave the great void without permission. Anyone who violates this rule will be punished with the destruction of 3 birth charts. I'll pass down the order immediately, Ouyang Ziyun said before he left. When Ouyang Ziyun was about to leave the sacred temple, a black-clad cultivator appeared out of thin air about 50 meters away. He said with a smile, Mr. Ouyang, I really admire you for your diligence. Ouyang Ziyun glanced at the black-clad cultivator before he asked, Why did you come to the sacred hall? What? You're not allowed to come here, but I'm not? Don't you think that's unreasonable? Ouyang Ziyun scoffed and ignored the black-clad cultivator, turning around to leave. The black-clad cultivator said with a dark voice from behind, The matter at Mount Halcyon isn't as simple as you said, right? Ouyang Ziyun stopped his tracks and said without turning back, If you're suspicious, you can go and investigate it on your own and report your findings to the hall master. That's not what I mean, Mr. Ouyang. You've misunderstood me. Please go ahead, the black-clad cultivator said. After Ouyang Ziyun left, the black-clad cultivator still maintained the smile on his face. In the Green Lotus domain, at the Qin clan's southern training hall, Qin Runyue looked at Lu Zhou and Qin Naihe in shock. Brother Lu, you're planning to look for Chun-Fu? Lu Zhou said, Only Chun-Fu knows how to resurrect the dead. Moreover, I have questions about the Great Void as well. If you know where Chun-Fu is, you shouldn't stop me. Qin Runyue shook his head and said, How can I stop Brother Lu? It's just that Chun-Fu has never cared about worldly affairs. As for the Twin Lotus domain, it's really isolated from the world. The people there are hostile to outsiders. If you go over like this, I'm afraid it'll be dangerous. If I was afraid, I wouldn't have asked you about his location, Lu Zhou said. Qin Runyue nodded. All right, since you've made up your mind, Brother Lu, I'll help you this time. If you head to the extreme west of the Green Lotus domain, it'll lead you to the Lost Land. At that place, there's a runic passage there that leads to the Twin Lotus domain. Lu Zhou nodded. Qin Runyue said again, Ordinary cultivators won't set foot in the Lost Land. The environment there is similar to the Unknown Land. Please be careful once you're there. However, since your cultivation base is profound, Brother Lu, you shouldn't have much of a problem. The Lost Lands terrains are complicated and steep. It's not inhabitable for humans and fierce beasts alike. I don't know how it became that way. Is Chun Fu a great saint? Lu Zhou asked. Qin Renyue shook his head. It's said that he's a true great saint, but I can't be sure. I've never met him before, and I've only heard of his legendary stories. As for his temperament, I'm not sure about that either. All right, I'll look for him, Lu Zhou said before he rose to his feet and walked out. Qin Renyue was stunned by Lu Zhou's decisiveness. Qin Naihe's expression was rather awkward as he bowed to Qin Renyue. Qin Renyue looked at Qin Naihe with a complex expression before he sighed. Naihe. Qin Naihe fell to one knee. Venerable Master Qin, I understand, and I don't blame you. Cultivate well with Brother Lu. The doors of the Qin clan will always be open to you, Qin Renyue said. Qin Naihe was touched. He bowed to Qin Renyue quietly before he left the Southern Training Hall. Over the past 3 days, Lu Zhou had recovered his divine power. With that, he rode on Wizard and flew toward the Lost Land in the extreme west. Lu Zhou was still not very familiar with the Green Lotus domain. After all, he had only been to Xianxia City and the Skyhook Ropeway. Hence, he still needed Qin Naihe to lead the way. During the journey, Qin Naihe followed closely behind Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou glanced at Qin Naihe before he asked, "Did Qin Renyue lecture you?" Qin Naihe shook his head and said, "Venerable Master Qin is still the respectable Venerable Master Qin of the past. He didn't say anything out of line. It's a pity that we can't change the past." Lu Zhou said, "Do you want to return to the Qin clan?" Qin Naihe was stunned by this question. When he regained his senses, he hastily shook his head and said, "No, I'm loyal to the Evil Sky Pavilion. I have no other intentions." Lu Zhou did not continue speaking. He accelerated Wizard's speed and flew forward. The duo, one in front and one at the back, flew through the sea of clouds and above countless mountains and rivers. Then they flew past human cities. Although the Green Lotus domain was also affected by the imbalance, it was much more stable compared to the Golden Lotus domain. If it weren't for the Black Tower Council and the White Lotus Council helping Great Yan's 9 provinces to resist the fierce beasts, the humans at the Golden Lotus domain would have been annihilated. Lu Zhou recalled Yu Qi's words about the sea beasts' attacks being manipulated by the beast tamers from the Great Void, and the implication that the halcyon bird belonged to Lan Shihe. Why did Lan Shihe do such a thing? Lu Zhou could not figure it out. Yi Tianxin was the tower master of the White Tower Council now. If Lan Shihe was truly such a vicious person, did that mean Yi Tianxin was now in danger? With this thought in mind, he activated his power of sight to observe Yi Tianxin. Yi Tianxin was in the training hall at this moment. She looked at an elder of the White Tower Council and asked, "Have you confirmed the information you obtained?" "Yes. Mr. First and Mr. Second of the Evil Sky Pavilion brought the corpse back to the Golden Lotus domain." Corpse? Yi Tianxin's expression was a little unnatural when she heard these words. The elder immediately corrected himself. "I didn't mean that. What I mean is that from the perspective of an ordinary person, there's nothing else that could be done. However, I heard that the pavilion master is seeking the method of resurrection." Yi Tianxin was not angered by the elder's choice of words. Instead, she rose to her feet and shook her head before she said with a sigh, "I'm going to the Evil Sky Pavilion tomorrow." Understood. Lu Zhou cut off the power of sight after determining Yi Tianxin should be safe for the time being. However, to be even safer, he used a talisman to send Yi Tianxin a message, telling her to stay in the Evil Sky Pavilion and not to return to the White Tower Council for the time being. After 3 days of flying, Lu Zhou and Qin Naihe finally arrived at the extreme west. It was sparsely populated and desolate. Qin Naihe pointed at a nearby mountain and said, "This mountain is called the Lost Mountain. In the past, Venerable Master Qin and Venerable Master Yi used to discuss the Tao here and spar. Since this place is far from human cities, it's a good place for Venerable Masters to spar." Spar? Lu Zhou did not think they were sparring. Qin Naihe said awkwardly, "Something like that. I guess you can say they were mostly competing." Later, when the environment here got worse, they moved to Clear Sky Mountain. After a pause, he said, I haven't been to the Golden Lotus domain in a long time. If I have to pick, I'd say I prefer the peace and quietness of the Golden Lotus domain. Why do you say that? Lu Zhou asked. He did not expect this from Qin Naihe. After all, Qin Naihe was from the Green Lotus domain. Qin Naihe said with a smile, I had a dream. In the dream, I told the frog at the bottom of the well that the world is very vast. I said that it would not be able to see anything if it stayed at the bottom of the well, so it would be better for it to leave the well. With that, it could broaden its horizon and see the world. Then the frog said that I was lying. It said that it was living comfortably and happily at the bottom of the well. Why would it leave the well and face the unknown? Then, he sighed before he continued to say, The unknown brings uneasiness and fear. I can't refute the frog. Lu Zhou said, You have a point, but you made a huge mistake. What is it? Qin Naihe asked as he scratched his head. You didn't kill the frog. With that, Lu Zhou swooped down on Witzard's back. Qin Naihe was stunned. For a moment, he could not figure out Lu Zhou's meaning. After a moment, realization dawned on him. He looked at Lu Zhou's back and muttered to himself, The pavilion master has a point. In the Lost Forest, Lu Zhou, Qin Naihe, and Witzard flew at a low altitude. The rugged terrain and harsh environment made Lu Zhou frown. There should have been a large-scale battle in the past, resulting in the destruction of the land here, Qin Naihe said. Lu Zhou looked at the ground. Then, where did the destroyed land go? Perhaps, it drifted out to the endless ocean. Qin Naihe replied. There was no meaning to this conversation. Lu Zhou's goal was to find the runic passage. The duo flew deeper into the forest. During this time, they had encountered a few fierce beasts. However, Qin Naihe easily dealt with all of them. There was no challenge at all. In this regard, the Lost Land was not like the Unknown Land. There were not many powerful fierce beasts here. It should be up ahead, Qin Naihe said as he pointed ahead. Soon enough, the duo landed near the Lost Mountain stream. Qin Naihe used his energy swords and slashed at a patch of vines, revealing the runic passage. Lu Zhou asked, perplexed, Since they decided to isolate themselves, what's the point of having a runic passage? Qin Naihe smiled as he replied, People like holding on to things, after all. Just like some men who claim they're loyal, but they're secretly thinking about the girl next door. Lu Zhou nodded. You seem to have a deep understanding of yourself. Qin Naihe. It took a while to clear the fallen leaves and dirt from the runic passage. When it was done, Lu Zhou walked ahead and said, You don't have to come with me. It's not very appropriate, right? It's not convenient for you to come with me, Lu Zhou said as he waved his hand. Qin Naihe nodded helplessly and said, All right, I'll wait for Pavilion Master's return. After Witzard walked into the runic passage, Lu Zhou activated it. A beam of light shot up into the sky, and when the light disappeared, Lu Zhou and Witzard were nowhere to be seen. About 15 minutes later, a beam of light shot up into the sky from a pile of leaves. Witzard let out a cry as it shook its body to get rid of the leaves on its body. Lu Zhou flew up into the sky on Witzard's back and muttered under his breath. So this is the twin Green Lotus domain? He hovered above a forest and surveyed his surroundings before he said, A little higher. Witzard flew higher into the sky. When they were above 1,000 meters high, Lu Zhou frowned when he saw the seemingly boundless forest. How was he going to find Qin Fu? He was surrounded by forest in all directions, and he had no one to ask for directions from. Witzard, which way do you want to go? You choose, Lu Zhou said. Witzard let out a bleat. All right, since your head is pointing in this direction, let's go this way. If you're wrong, I won't forgive you, Lu Zhou said. Witzard. Witzard flew forward, obeying Lu Zhou's order. After consuming 2 beast essences, its speed had increased by leaps and bounds. When it flew with all its might, its speed was not inferior to a free man's. Most importantly, it did not need to expend vitality energy to fly. Lu Zhou and Wizard continued flying for another 2 hours before Lu Zhou finally saw a village. He lowered his altitude. As long as he found someone, he would be able to ask for directions or something. At the entrance of the village, an old man leaned against a tree with his eyes closed. Lu Zhou flashed and appeared in front of the old man. He called out, "Old man." The old man opened his eyes, a little nervous and scared. He stammered, "See, Cultivator. You don't have to be afraid. I don't have any ill intentions. Do you know where Chenfu is?" "Ah." The old man's face turned pale. "How can you address the saint by his name?" Lu Zhou had forgotten Chenfu was a saint in the Twin Lotus domain. Naturally, Chenfu was a prominent figure here, someone whom everyone respected. Hence, he asked, "Where is the saint now?" I don't know." It seemed like he had asked this question in vain. Lu Zhou asked again, "Are there any cultivators here?" It was better to speak to cultivators than ordinary folks. Ordinary folks knew very little about the cultivation world, after all. Moreover, their lifespans were short, so even the news they had was stale. The old man pointed to a mountain in the north of the village, said, "There should be one there." "Thank you," Lu Zhou said before flashing away, vanishing into thin air. With that, the old man's eyes rolled back, and he fainted. At the foot of the mountain, 2 cultivators were practicing with their swords. "Senior brother, I'm on the brink of breaking through to the nascent divinity tribulation realm. You better watch out. I've already sprouted the 3rd leaf in the nascent divinity tribulation realm. Junior brother, you better work hard." The 2 continued to spar as energy swords sailed in the air. Looking down from the sky, the Twin Green Lotus domain was incredibly vast. It should be the vastest among all the domains. With this, Lu Zhou knew it would not be easy to find Chenfu in a short time. It was no wonder the Great Void could not find the Great Void Seeds. If his disciples were exposed and went into hiding, even if the 12 saints of the Great Void made a move, it would be difficult to find them. Swoosh! Lu Zhou appeared near the 2 cultivators. He called out, "Young men." The duo's reaction was no different from that ordinary old man. They were shocked by Lu Zhou's sudden appearance. Lu Zhou sensed their cultivation bases. With such a big gap between their cultivation bases, unless they had a sacred relic, it would be difficult for them to hide from him. "Why you? Who are you?" the older cultivator asked. "Where's Saint Chen?" Upon hearing that, the cultivator said, "Are you joking? How would people like us know where the saint is?" "Then, do you know where he usually frequents?" Lu Zhou asked. The cultivator shook his head and said, "I'm sorry, I really don't know. However, you can go to Feng'an in the eastern capital or Luoyang in the western capital. There are many important people there, so you might find out a thing or two." Lu Zhou nodded. "All right. If I may ask, are you an admirer of Saint Chen?" the cultivator asked. I heard from a senior that there are many people who want to see Saint Chen. You're wasting your time looking for him." Lu Zhou naturally did not take those words to heart. He looked at the sword in the older cultivator's hand and said, "There are 3 types of swords: the commoner's sword, the Lord's sword, and the Son of Heaven's sword. Your basic skills are relatively shallow. You'll need to work harder." Then Lu Zhou pointed at the other cultivator and said, "As for you, your basic skills are passable, and you can start learning advanced sword skills. However, you still need to work on your temperament. Your weaknesses are obvious, and you're not flexible enough." The 2 cultivators were stunned. Lu Zhou continued to say, "You can start by practicing your control over energy swords. If you practice for 6 hours every day, you'll definitely see results in 6 years. I hope both of you will remember my words. If you do, you'll definitely become experts of a generation. Farewell." With that, Lu Zhou stomped his feet and flew up into the sky and vanished in a blink of an eye. Wizard waited high up in the sky for him. The 2 cultivators scratched their heads in confusion. Who's he? He really knows how to act important. However, his words make sense. You only think so because his words to you are favorable. How can I not know what your basic skills are like? At this moment, A middle-aged cultivator dressed in a long robe rushed over from afar and landed next to the two cultivators. "Why are both of you arguing again? Master, a lunatic showed up earlier. He even gave us a few pointers and said that we'll be experts of a generation if we follow his advice." Then the older cultivator repeated Lu Zhou's words to his master. After listening to his disciple, the middle-aged man's eyes widened slightly as he cursed, "Lunatic! In the future, if you encounter such people, don't bother with them." Understood. The world was as such. It was almost impossible for people to believe that there were others who knew what was good for them. Lu Zhou, who thought he had put on a good show, flew forward happily. After a moment, he seemed to have recalled something. "Wizard, I seem to have forgotten to ask for directions to the eastern and western capitals." "Wizard." Lu Zhou turned back again. The two cultivators were still practicing with their swords. Lu Zhou leaped down and called out again, "Young men." The two leaped back in shock. They pointed at Lu Zhou and asked, why are you here again? "Where's the eastern capital?" Lu Zhou asked. "In the east." The older cultivator pointed east angrily. Lu Zhou nodded. Then he said, "Let me tell you about my sword path." No. It's best you don't blindly give us pointers. If my master finds out, he'll beat us to death. You better leave." "Lu Zhou." He sighed helplessly and shook his head. The younger cultivator said, "Senior, why don't you show us your move?" At this time, the middle-aged cultivator rushed over again from the mountainside. "Take this." Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The middle-aged cultivator's sword technique was rather sharp. However, Lu Zhou remained standing with his hands on his back. He was able to dodge at just the right time. The middle-aged cultivator struck more than 100 times in a row, but none of his strikes landed. He was flustered and exasperated. As soon as he released his energy swords, Lu Zhou moved as fast as lightning as he reached out and held the middle-aged man's sword with 2 fingers. With a flick of his wrist, crack, the sword broke. Then, Lu Zhou pushed his hand out, launching a palm seal that hit the middle-aged cultivator's chest. "Master!" The two cultivators paled with fright. Lu Zhou only pushed the middle-aged cultivator back and did not attack mercilessly. Then he lifted his hand. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. At this time, every blade of grass flew up, looking like swords. However, not a single energy sword could be seen. The grass swords that seemed to cover the sky flew out in all directions. Bang, 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 bang. The trees in the surroundings were all pierced by the grass swords. Many people dream of me giving them pointers, but the two of you don't know how to appreciate such a favor. Some people are just beyond help. Lu Zhou's voice echoed in the air long after he vanished from sight. The trio sat on the ground dumbfounded as they looked at the trees that were riddled with holes and recalled the grass swords. Lu Zhou was a great venerable master, after all. Moreover, he was flying at a high altitude. With this, it was difficult for ordinary cultivators to discover him. According to the information he previously obtained, the overall strength of the Jade Lotus domain should be above that of the Green Lotus domain. Even then, there was only one saint. In other words, apart from Chun Fu, Lu Zhou was not afraid of anyone else. Although there were likely other venerable masters in this place, they valued their birth charts greatly and would not simply make an enemy out of Lu Zhou. After flying for a day, Lu Zhou finally came to a stop above a mountain. Eastern capital or western capital? Lu Zhou muttered under his breath. Where was Chun Fu? The eastern capital and the western capital were the two largest cities here. A saint might not live in a bustling city. However, there was also the possibility that the saint was hiding in the city. Lu Zhou had long seen a sect on the mountain. Based on the architecture of the place, it was likely not a small sect. He decided to ask for directions there. Lu Zhou told Wizard to wait in the sky before he flashed and appeared at the sect's entrance. He restrained his aura and looked for the person with the highest cultivation base. As he walked, he saw many disciples coming and going. Lu Zhou shook his head. These were people with low cultivation bases, he would not be able to get anything useful out of them. This time, "Who are you? Why haven't I seen you before? Oh, wait. Are you a new outer sect disciple?" Lu Zhou turned around and saw a man who looked about his age and nodded. He thought it would be best for him to use his disguise card next time. He would not be so lucky every single time after all. The person shook his head and said with a frown, "That's not right. Our Sunset sect hasn't recruited disciples for a long time now. Who are you?" "Lu Zhou." The person had just turned away when he realized a huge palm seal had already grabbed him. Lu Zhou knocked the person unconscious and shoved him into a corner. Then, he used his disguise card and changed his appearance to that of the person he had just knocked out. With that, Lu Zhou moved unimpeded. However, when he arrived at a hall, he heard someone say, "Zhou Tian, halt your steps." Lu Zhou turned around and saw another older cultivator. He sensed the other party's cultivation base was about. A voice came over, "Who are you? Why haven't I seen you before?" "Oh, a new outer sect disciple, right?" Lu Zhou turned around and saw a disciple who was about his age, so he nodded. Next time, it would be more convenient to use a disguise card. It was impossible to be so lucky every time and let others think in a reasonable direction. With that thought in mind, that person quickly shook his head. "That's not right. Our Sunset sect hasn't recruited a disciple for a long time. Something is wrong with you, Lu Zhou." He stretched out his 5 fingers. Just as that person was about to leave, he realized that Lu Zhou's large hand was like the Grim Reaper, grabbing onto him. He pushed him forward, knocking him unconscious and pushing him into a corner. Lu Zhou then used his disguise card and changed his appearance according to this person's appearance. Then he turned around and left. Lu Zhou's path was smooth. No one stopped him. Only when he arrived at the Sunset Hall did someone say, "Zhou Tian, don't trespass." Lu Zhou turned around and saw that it was an older cultivator. He sensed that the other party should have passed his first birth trial. He finally met someone with a decent cultivation base. Since he did not recognize the other person, he did not react. The person came up to him and said, "Didn't you hear what I said? The sect leader is cultivating in seclusion." Lu Zhou echoed, "The sect leader is cultivating in seclusion? Zhou Tian, enough is enough. Leave," the person said, slightly unhappy. "I have a way to help the sect leader," Lu Zhou said, slightly awkward. He had gotten too used to his manner of speaking that it took a little more effort to change the way he spoke. "This feels awkward, but let's put on an act for now." The person's expression changed slightly as he looked at Lu Zhou and said, "Zhou Tian, what's wrong with you today? It's good enough if you don't help." "How do you know I won't be able to help if you won't let me try?" Lu Zhou asked. "Is that so?" That person was about to raise his hand when Lu Zhou raised his hand as well. Bang! 2 palm seals collided. The person was pushed by an immense force in just an instant. A horrified expression appeared on his face as he stammered, "Zhou Tian, you. How's this possible?" Lu Zhou walked forward. As expected, a dignified voice rang from within the hall. "Let him in." "Understood." The other person looked at Lu Zhou with a complicated expression. He scratched his head in confusion as he left. When Lu Zhou entered the hall, he saw an old man with a head full of black hair sitting cross-legged on the ground. The old man was Yen Mu, the sect master of the Sunset sect. Yen Mu asked, "You've disguised yourself as Zhou Tian. What do you want?" Lu Zhou was slightly surprised. "You're quite smart. I'm very familiar with Zhou Tian's cultivation base. You can fool the others, but you can't fool me. I'm sure you didn't come to the 3 Treasures Hall for no reason. If you have anything to say, say it." Lu Zhou said, "I came to ask about someone." "Who is it?" "Chun Fu." Yen Mu laughed before he asked, "Are you joking? The saint is so elusive. Do you think it's so easy to meet him?" Yen Mu said. Lu Zhou said, "You just need to tell me where he is." Yen Mu thought about it for a moment. He thought no one in this world could threaten Chun Fu anyway, so he said, "It's said that Saint Chun appeared in Luoyang 3 days ago. You can go there and have a look." Lu Zhou fell silent for a moment before he said, "Why don't you be my guide?" Lu Zhou thought it would be much more convenient if he had a guide here. He would not have to run around like a headless fly that way. Yan Mu was slightly taken aback by Lu Zhou's suggestion. He frowned and said stiffly, "Did you come to insult me? You want me, the sect master of Sunset Sect, to be your guide. You're not willing? Very well. If you come with ill intentions, then don't blame me for reciprocating," Yan Mu said. He did not believe a stranger would break into the sect just to ask about Chen Fu. Lu Zhou looked at Yan Mu and said, "You're seriously injured. Your internal organs are damaged, and your Dantian Sea of Qi also show signs of damage." Yan Mu was so shocked by these words that he instinctively rose to his feet. Lu Zhou shook his head and said, "If I make a move, even 10 of you won't be able to stop me." Lu Zhou shattered a concealment card before he pushed Jade Green Lotus out. The Jade Green Lotus, brimming with vitality energy, landed on Yan Mu's body. In just a blink of an eye, his damaged Dantian Sea of Qi was healing rapidly. Yan Mu was thoroughly shocked. "Why you?" Yan Mu had been cultivating in seclusion for 3 days, and yet, his injuries did not heal much at all. How could he not be shocked when his injuries were healing at a rapid rate now? With such skills, there was no need for the person in front of him to play tricks. His attitude changed immediately as he said humbly, "Thank you, Senior." Lu Zhou nodded. "I won't forget the favor if you help me find Saint Chun." After sensing his healed Dantian Sea of Qi, Yan Mu no longer cared about his prestige as a sect master. He nodded and said, "I'll do as you say." Lu Zhou flashed and appeared in the sky. Yan Mu was shocked again as chills crept up his spine. "Venerable Master?" Yan Mu hurriedly gathered his thoughts and flew up to the sky. Then, he said to the people below, "I'm going to the Western capital." With that, Yan Mu followed Lu Zhou and left the Sunset Sect. After leaving the Sunset Sect, Yan Mu asked with an awkward expression, "Senior, can you revert to your original appearance? It's really strange when I see Zhou Tian's face." Lu Zhou shook his head. "You'll get used to it." This was the effect of the disguise card, after all. Moreover, it was best to maintain a low profile instead of running amok with his identity as a venerable master. Many troubles could be avoided by maintaining a low profile. Yan Mu nodded. Then, when he saw Witzard flying over, he asked, surprised, "Witzard your mount, Senior?" Lu Zhou ignored Yan Mu. He rode on Witzard's back and flew forward. Yan Mu followed after Lu Zhou. This time he had met a big shot. He took the initiative to say, "The Western capital, like its name suggests, is located in the west of Great Han. It was originally the largest city before the domains split. Now there's also the Eastern capital. There's a high probability that Saint Chun is in the Western capital." Lu Zhou said, "Chun Fu, a saint, would also go to such a lively place? The saint's 10 great disciples are all famous figures. One of them is the Emperor of Great Han. Every 10 years or so, the saint would stay in the Western capital for a period of time." 10 great disciples? Why does he sound a little like me? An expression of awe appeared on Yan Mu's face as he said, "Among his 10 disciples, 4 of them are venerable masters. Out of the 6 venerable masters in Great Han, 4 of them are Saint Chen's disciples. He's truly worthy of respect." Lu Zhou thought about his own disciples. The gap seems a little big. If this was a competition, Lu Zhou felt like he had been beaten from top to bottom. Lu Zhou asked, "How does Chun Fu keep his disciples in line? The human heart is unpredictable. Human greed is the most difficult to overcome." Yan Mu looked slightly uncomfortable when Lu Zhou addressed Chun Fu by name. He said, "Saint Chen's name shook the world, and he convinced the people with his virtue. He never forcibly disciplined his disciples. Moreover, his prestige is rather high, and everyone reveres him. Even if his 10 disciples have other thoughts, they won't dare to make an enemy out of everyone in the world." Lu Zhou shook his head and only said, "Naive." Half a day later, they landed on the peak of a mountain east of the Western capital, Luoyang, and rested for a while. During this time, Lu Zhou used the heavenly writing's power of sight to check in on Si Wuya. Fortunately, there was always someone keeping an eye on Si Wuya, so everything was okay. Yi Tianxin had already returned to the Evil Sky Pavilion as well. Since everything was relatively stable, Lu Zhou cut off the power of sight and rested. Yen Mu looked at Wizard curiously before he asked, I heard that Wizard is an extremely elusive divine beast from the legends. I wonder how Senior obtained it. Luck, Lu Zhou replied. Yen Mu nodded. Senior is truly modest. It's truly by luck that I obtained it, Lu Zhou said. I admire your modesty, Senior, Yen Mu said as he cupped his fists together at Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou. Look. No one believes me even when I'm telling the truth. Yen Mu pointed at the western capital and said, We're about to arrive at Luoyang. We're pretty lucky that we didn't encounter any bandits during our journey here. Once we're near Luoyang, the bandits won't dare to appear. However, the closer we are to the capital, the more experts there will be. Even if there are many experts in this world, their number can't compare to the experts in the western capital. Lu Zhou nodded. After a moment, Yen Mu asked tentatively, Senior, if I may ask, are you looking for Saint Chun to offer a gift, or are you hoping to learn from him? Neither. Seeing Lu Zhou's expressionless face, Yen Mu stopped asking. It was another person's private matter, after all. It was not appropriate to ask too much. After resting for a while, the duo set off again. About 15 minutes later, Lu Zhou ordered Wizard to stand guard outside the city. Wizard was too conspicuous, after all, and bringing it into the capital would only attract unnecessary attention and trouble. After that, the duo flew toward Luoyang. Not long after that, they saw a red flying chariot flying toward them from the southeast. It looked majestic and its speed was fast, but it was only guarded by 4 disciples. Upon seeing the flying chariot, Yen Mu frowned and said, 7 stars sword sex Qiu Wenjian? Lu Zhou glanced at Yen Mu and asked, You know him? Anger flashed in Yen Mu's eyes as he said with a scoff, I'm not embarrassed to say this to Senior. He's the one who injured me. 10 days ago, I left Sunset Mountain to participate in the Dao discussion in Fragrance Valley and was tricked by Qiu Wenjian. Lu Zhou nodded. It's easy for enemies to meet in this world. I really hate him. Senior, let's take a detour, Yen Mu said. Lu Zhou? If I have to take a detour because of this person, isn't it equivalent to pressing my dignity to the ground? Yen Mu looked slightly embarrassed when he saw Lu Zhou did not intend to turn around. At this time, the flying chariot had already drawn quite close. Soon enough, a voice brimming with ridicule rang from the flying chariot. Isn't this the sect master of Sunset Sect? What a coincidence. Yen Mu frowned and said, Qiu Wenjian, are you a ghost? Why are you haunting me? Did you send someone to follow me? A burst of laughter rang out from the flying chariot. I'm not that bored to send someone to follow a defeated opponent. Qiu Wenjian's words were a direct verbal attack. Yen Mu was furious. You! When discussing the Dao in Fragrant Valley, victory and defeat are common occurrences. Sect Master, when I see your flustered and exasperated expression, I feel very worried. Yen Mu scolded. Isn't it all because of your tricks? How can that be counted as a glorious win? If you're not convinced, let's have another round. We haven't entered the western capital yet, and this desolate wilderness is a good place to spar. What do you think? Qiu Wenjian asked derisively. Let's do it. Yen Mu flew out for more than 10 meters. Qiu Wenjian said again, Your injuries healed quite quickly. However, I have to advise you not to overestimate yourself. This time, I won't hold back. Yen Mu unleashed his energy swords. Qiu Wenjian clicked his tongue and said, Your swordsmanship is far inferior to mine. Seeing that Yen Mu was overcome by anger, Lu Zhou said, Young man, you're too rash. Lu Zhou's voice was dignified and steady. Qiu Wenjian was briefly stunned as he looked at Lu Zhou. Then, a disciple next to him said, Isn't this Zhou Tian, an inner sect disciple of Sunset Sect? Only then did Lu Zhou remember he was still under the effect of the disguise card. Qiu Wenjian ignored Lu Zhou. Instead, he said to Yen Mu, Sect Master Yen? You dare to call yourself a sect master when your disciple has to stand up for you? Yen Mu turned around and looked at Lu Zhou with an embarrassed expression on his face. Lu Zhou waved his sleeve and said, "My time is very precious. I don't have time to waste. Why are we still here?" With that, Lu Zhou flew swiftly toward Luoyang. Yen Mu and Qiu Wenjian were speechless. When Qiu Wenjian regained his senses, he laughed as he said, "Sect Master Yen, your life is getting worse and worse. Even a disciple dares to behave so atrociously toward you." Lu Zhou did not want to cause any trouble in the Jade Green Lotus domain. If he could avoid trouble, he would avoid it. If he could save time, he would save it. He would solve the problem in the fastest way possible. He suddenly came to a halt and turned around before he said, "You're so young, but you don't know how to respect your elders." Lu Zhou raised his hand, guiding Yen Mu's sword. Swoosh, 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 pierced through the flying chariot accurately. Qiu Wenjian was shocked. He leaped up into the air and looked at Lu Zhou in surprise. A disciple actually has such control over the sword? Qiu Wenjian drew his sword, trying to send Yen Mu's sword flying. Lu Zhou continued to control the sword with 2 fingers. The sword moved nimbly in the air. Bang, 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 bang. Its speed grew faster and faster like the wind and the shadow. Qin Wenjian was shocked, and he grew more and more exhausted, revealing a flaw. Swoosh! The sword slashed at Qiu Wenjian before it returned to its sheath by Yen Mu's side. Yen Mu was dumbstruck. Lu Zhou's shadow flashed, and he stood half a meter in front of Qiu Wenjian with his hands behind his back, staring at Qiu Wenjian with a deep and spirited gaze. Qiu Wenjian, the 5 disciples around the flying chariot were very surprised as well. Qiu Wenjian's eyelids kept twitching as he reluctantly drew his sword. Bang! Lu Zhou clamped the sword with 2 fingers. Qiu Wenjian tried to move his sword, but he discovered that he could not move it. Not only that, but he could not move his body as well. It was as though a huge mountain was pressing down on him. His primal qi was also restricted. Lu Zhou released his hold on the sword before he pushed his hand out against the tip of the sword. Bang! The sword broke into several pieces in just an instant and hit Qiu Wenjian's chest. Bang! Qiu Wenjian flew backward as he spat out blood. His face was pale. Sect Master! The disciples were shocked as they hurried over to support Qiu Wenjian. Qiu Wenjian's blood and qi surged in his body chaotically. His Dantian sea of qi was restless as well. He grunted in pain. Lu Zhou said tonelessly, "Your foundation is unstable, and you're not skilled with the sword. Your moves are repetitive, and you've yet to master the control of your vitality energy. Young man, with such skills, you dare to behave so arrogantly." Upon hearing these words, Qiu Wenjian spat out another mouthful of blood. Lu Zhou turned around and looked at Yen Mu before he said, "My time is limited." Yen Mu nodded and quickly followed Lu Zhou. He turned to glare at Qiu Wenjian before he chased after Lu Zhou. After the duo disappeared in the direction of Luoyang, Qiu Wenjian grunted in pain again. "Sect Master! Sect Master, what's wrong?" Qiu Wenjian grabbed the hilt of the broken sword and said, "A disciple is actually so powerful?" The disciple next to him said, confused, "It's really strange. When did Zhou Tian become so powerful? It doesn't make sense at all. Could it be that he was deliberately concealing his strength before this? That's impossible. How could he hide his strength for so long?" Everyone looked at each other in confusion. In the end, Qiu Wenjian looked in the direction of Luoyang and said, "Send someone to investigate." "Understood. Sect Master, are we still going to visit St. Chan?" Qiu Wenjian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He took a deep breath and endured the pain before he said, "Of course, as long as I have a good relationship with St. Chan, I'll have plenty of chances to annihilate the Sunset Sect. Then, should we go now?" "Now?" "Yes." In Luoyang, the western capital. It was one of the most prosperous cities in Great Han. Lu Zhou and Yen Mu walked on the streets, clearly uninterested in the activities around them. Yanmu had been thinking about Lu Zhou's sword technique during the entire journey here. At this moment, he chuckled and said, "Senior, your sword technique. You want to learn it?" No, I'm just asking. You don't have any talent with swords. The fist is more suited for you," Lu Zhou said. Yanmu shook his head and said, "But my master once told me I'm suited for the sword. Perhaps it was true when you were young. However, your hands are free of calluses and your movement is slow now. Your great talent has long been exhausted," Lu Zhou said. Yanmu was stunned by these words. When he regained his senses, he sighed. When they arrived at the end of the street, Yanmu said, "Saint Chun has a high status, so he won't live in an ostentatious place. Please wait for a moment, senior. I'll go and ask around." Lu Zhou nodded. Yanmu flew off. About 15 minutes passed before Yanmu returned. "Senior, you're really lucky. Saint Chun is at the Autumn Dew Mountain Pavilion that's located west of Luoyang," Yanmu said. "All right." Lu Zhou flew into the sky immediately. Yanmu hurriedly flew after Lu Zhou. When he caught up, he said in a low voice, "Senior, this is Luoyang. We can't fly here." Lu Zhou ignored Yanmu's warning and said, "Follow closely." Ah! As expected, the patrol team appeared swiftly. Who is so daring to act so audaciously in Luoyang? Dozens of patrolling cultivators chased after Lu Zhou and Yanmu. Meanwhile, the cultivators on the streets shook their heads at yet another reckless cultivator. When Yanmu turned around and saw the dozens of cultivators chasing after them, he was frightened. He was about to speak again when Lu Zhou grabbed Yanmu's wrist. Buzz! Yanmu felt as though the space was distorted. The buildings and the scenery around him became blurry and twisted. This speed was far beyond his comprehension and subverted his worldview. His ears rang, and his eyes teared up until he could hear or see anything. Swoosh! When everything returned to normal, Yanmu felt like the world was spinning. He bent forward and threw up for a long time before he finally regained his senses. Meanwhile, the patrolling cultivators looked at the empty sky in confusion. The two figures had vanished into thin air. Due to the gap between their cultivation bases, they could not capture Lu Zhou's movements at all. Lu Zhou stood next to Yanmu with his hands on his back. He pointed ahead and asked, "Is that Autumn Dew Mountain Pavilion?" Yanmu raised his head and looked at the green mountains and flowing rivers. The scenery was beautiful like a paradise on earth. He asked in confusion, "We've arrived." Lu Zhou frowned. Upon seeing this, Yanmu hastily said, Yes, that's the Autumn Dew Mountain Pavilion. Senior's cultivation base is truly unfathomable. Lu Zhou ignored the low-level flattery and said, "Lead the way." Yes. Yanmu was thoroughly convinced by Lu Zhou's strength as he led the way to the Autumn Dew Mountain Pavilion. In just a moment, they landed at the foot of Autumn Dew Mountain. Unexpectedly, it was very lively at the foot of the mountain. An endless stream of cultivators carrying all kinds of precious gifts was lined up. Yanmu said, "The saint is really here. However, I'm afraid if we get in line now, we won't be able to see the saint." "Get in line?" Lu Zhou frowned. Yanmu explained, "Senior, don't look down on these people. Those who have the guts to meet the saint must have an extraordinary background. People like me won't even dare to show my face. After all, it's no different from asking for trouble. In any case, there are many people who line up to see the saint every year. You'll get used to it." "I don't have the habit of lining up," Lu Zhou said. Ah! Before Yanmu regained his senses, Lu Zhou flew above everyone's heads toward Autumn Dew Mountain. This naturally provoked the anger of the masses. Who's so daring to cause trouble so close to the saint? Impudent! How arrogant! Isn't he looking down on all of us? Lu Zhou ignored the seething masses. He brought the incredibly nervous Yanmu and continued flying toward the barrier. No one dared to cause a commotion at the foot of the Autumn Dew Mountain, so they could only gnash their teeth in anger. "I hate people who cut the line the most." Right at this moment, two green-clad disciples flew over from Autumn Dew Mountain. Those who trespass into Autumn Dew Mountain will be heavily punished. Please restrain yourself. The people on the ground pointed at Lu Zhou and Yen Mu. Yen Mu was very easily embarrassed. At this moment, even his ears were red. On the contrary, Lu Zhou remained calm as he said, I'm here to see Saint Chan. Please lead the way. Yen Mu. Senior, your cultivation base is indeed impressive. But you still can't court death like this. Can you keep a low profile? Yen Mu thought to himself nervously. One of the green-clad cultivators said, Saint Chan isn't free today. Please leave. As soon as his voice fell, before Lu Zhou could speak, the line of cultivators behind him began to speak up one after another. Brother, I brought high-grade blood ginseng to pay respect to the saint. I'm an envoy from the north. I came to seek an audience with the saint. I'm the first disciple of the Heaven Lake sect. I came to seek an audience with the saint as well. The green-clad cultivation remained unmoved as he said expressionlessly. The saint really isn't free. Everyone, please leave. Lu Zhou frowned. He waved his sleeve and walked forward with his hands on his back. Everyone broke into an uproar upon seeing this. He's going to force his way in. Everyone looked at Lu Zhou and Yen Mu with their mouths agape. All of them wore expressions of shock and disbelief on their faces. Yen Mu's heart was pounding in his chest. Although he was the sect master of Sunset Sect, he was no different from an ant in front of a saint. It's over. It's really over. I took too big of a gamble this time. I really can't afford to fucking play this game. Yen Mu seriously thought about turning around and running away. Lu Zhou stopped in front of the barrier and studied the inscriptions and formation of the barrier. All the cultivators looked on as though they were watching an incredibly exciting show. Even then, none of them thought Lu Zhou would be able to bypass the barrier. At this moment, Lu Zhou raised his hand that had been imbued with the divine power and pressed it against the barrier. Buzz! The barrier opened up immediately. Everyone! Lu Zhou easily walked in while the two green-clad cultivators looked at Lu Zhou in shock. Lu Zhou turned around and saw Yen Mu scratching his ears and face like a monkey. He called out, Yen Mu. Yen Mu raised his head. Ah! Still not coming? Oh! Yen Mu was both shocked and aggrieved. He was shocked that Lu Zhou managed to breach the barrier, and he was aggrieved that he was going to die for no good reason. The other cultivators watched with their mouths agape as Lu Zhou said to the two green-clad cultivators, Lead the way. One of the green-clad cultivators said, How dare you trespass into Autumn Dew Mountain? Impudent! According to the rules of the Autumn Dew Mountain, you'll have to be punished. You're quite arrogant, Lu Zhou said dismissively. He ignored the two young men. Rules were used to restrain the mediocre, not him. He walked up the stairs with his hands on his back. Yen Mu wanted to cry, but he had no tears. He could only brace himself and follow Lu Zhou. In just a blink of an eye, Lu Zhou seemed to have taken 1,000 steps and arrived at the halfway point of the mountain. Yen Mu spent a lot of effort trying to catch up. The duo was about to reach the top when a figure suddenly appeared in the sky. The person wore a gray robe and a brocade hat, and a saber hung at his waist. He asked sternly, Who are you? Lu Zhou sensed that the other party's cultivation base was very high. This person had the highest cultivation base among all the people he had met since he came to the Twin Lotus domain. Hence, he asked, Who are you? The cultivator asked, You don't know me? Yen Mu looked as though he was going to meet death itself as he whispered into Lu Zhou's ears. This is the saint's first disciple, Huayin. Lu Zhou nodded and said, So you're Saint Chen's first disciple. You're able to enter the barrier, so your cultivation base mustn't be weak. However, you still broke the rules, Huayin said. Lu Zhou said tonelessly, Rules are made to be broken. Huayin thought these words were reasonable. Then, he cupped his fists together and asked, May I ask for your name, sir? My surname is Lu. Why are you looking for my master? Huayin asked. The matter is beyond you, Lu Zhou replied. Yen Mu did not dare to interrupt at all. When the big shots talk, it was best to remain silent. Huayin frowned slightly. Lu? I've never heard of anyone like that in the cultivation world. Hua Yin speculated that the other party must be a hidden expert who came to look for his master for advice. Lu Zhou did not mention he was from the Golden Lotus domain. Based on what he had learned from Qin Runyue, the Twin Lotus domain was hostile toward outsiders. If he said he was from the Golden Lotus domain, it would be even harder for him to meet Chen Fu. Moreover, Chen Fu had 4 disciples who were venerable masters. It was better to be cautious. Hence, he said, the world is so vast. It's not surprising that you don't know me. As Lu Zhou spoke, he took a huge step forward. Hua Yin raised his hand to block Lu Zhou as he said, "My master has said that he won't be seeing any guests today." At this time, a green-clad disciple flew up from below. He kneeled on one knee and said, "Mr. First, Qiu Wenjian, the sect master of the 7 Stars Sword Sect, is here to seek an audience with the saint." Hua Yin nodded. "Bring him in." "Understood." Upon hearing this exchange, Lu Zhou frowned, clearly displeased. However, before Lu Zhou could speak, Hua Yin said, "The sect master of the 7 Stars Sword Sect has an agreement with my master. He came 3 days ago and made an appointment to see my master today. I hope you can forgive me." In other words, if one did not follow the proper procedure, then one should not even think about meeting the saint. Lu Zhou shook his head. "There's no one in this world I can't meet." Lu Zhou flew into the air. Hua Yin was stunned. He raised his hand and launched a shocking palm seal. Just as the palm seal was about to land on Lu Zhou disappeared and reappeared behind Hua Yin. "How dare you!" Hua Yin shouted as he charged at Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou flicked his sleeve. Time and space froze. When he flashed again, he appeared 100 meters away. "Great Venerable Master?" Hua Yin was stunned. These 3 words made Yen Mu tremble. To think he had been following a great Venerable Master around. Hua Yin was about to make a move again when a dignified voice rang in the air. "Let him up." Hua Yin turned respectful immediately. "Understood." Autumn Water Mountain Pavilion. An old man with white hair was playing chess. However, there was no one on the other side of the chessboard. At the same time, he enjoyed the beautiful scenery of the waterfall. After a while, Lu Zhou appeared near the pavilion with Yen Mu and Hua Yin. When Lu Zhou saw Chen Fu, he immediately thought of his appearance when he had just transmigrated to his world. However, Chen Fu seemed much more at ease with his age. Chen Fu was also thinner. His hair was neat, and his white robe was spotless. It was hard to imagine that Chen Fu was the strongest person in the Twin Lotus domain, the great Saint Chen. Lu Zhou flashed in front of Chen Fu and sat down. Upon seeing this, Hua Yin, Chen Fu's disciple, stepped forward angrily. Chen Fu's expression remained calm. He smiled slightly and gestured for Hua Yin to step back. Hua Yin did not dare to act rashly and retreated obediently. Yen Mu kept gulping as he stood next to Hua Yin. His heart raced in his chest as he peeked at Chen Fu from time to time. "So this is Saint Chen? The person everyone wants to see? The person whom male cultivators revere and countless female cultivators dream of?" Yen Mu was so excited that he felt like crying. He was also a fan of the Chen Fu after all. He was so overwhelmed by his emotions that his legs felt weak. At this moment, Chen Fu raised his head and looked at Lu Zhou. Unexpectedly, Lu Zhou turned around and called out, "Yen Mu! Ah! Why are you standing there?" Lu Zhou asked before he pointed at the stone bench next to him. Yen Mu's hands trembled. "I don't dare to sit on the same level with the saint." Chen Fu chuckled. "Sit." Yen Mu's mind went blank. Lu Zhou shook his head. "He's beyond saving." There were lofty mountains, lush forests, and bamboo here. There was also a fresh breeze gently blowing. It was indeed an excellent place to cultivate. Chen Fu looked at Yen Mu and pointed at the stone bench and gently said, "Guests are guests. Please sit." Chen Fu's movements were smooth like they were one with nature. There was no sense of dissonance at all. Yen Mu almost fainted. With excitement and joy, he carefully climbed up the stairs, walked into the pavilion, and took a seat on the stone bench. Chen Fu sighed lightly before he said, "After so many years, you're the first person to have broken the rules so flagrantly." Lu Zhou said as he raised an eyebrow. "Didn't you used to break rules as well?" Chen Fu smiled and said, "Of course I did." "Then it's not strange for me to do so as well," Lu Zhou said. Chen Fu picked up a chess piece as he sized Lu Zhou up. Then he asked, "Are you from the Great Void?" "No." "Then you're really bold," Chen Fu said. In his opinion, only those from the Great Void would dare to speak to him in such a manner. No one apart from those from the Great Void would have the guts to do so. "Aren't you curious?" Lu Zhou asked. "It's not important," Chen Fu replied. Yan Mu worshipped Chen Fu even more at this moment when he saw Chen Fu's magnanimity and knowledge. Although someone had trespassed into Chen Fu's mountain and spoke to him with an attitude, Chen Fu was not angry at all. Not only that, but Chen Fu still remained gentle and kind. Chen Fu spoke like a kind old man. On the contrary, each of the words that came out of Lu Zhou's mouth was filled with thorns and mockery. Lu Zhou nodded and said, "It was not easy to find you." Thud. Chen Fu placed the chess piece in his hand on the chessboard. The sound was crisp and clear. The waterfall stopped flowing immediately as silence descended on the pavilion. Yan Mu was petrified by this shocking move. Chen Fu smiled kindly as he pointed at the chessboard and said, "Which side do you think will win? Black or white?" Lu Zhou took a look before he asked, "What do you mean?" "The heaven and earth are like chessboards, and all living beings are like chess pieces." "Who holds the chess pieces then?" Chen Fu asked. Lu Zhou was slightly surprised. He said, "You're a saint. If even you don't know, how would others know?" When Chen Fu picked up a black chess piece, the waterfall started falling again. With another thud, he placed the chess piece down. Then he asked, "Have you been to the Great Void?" Lu Zhou shook his head. Chen Fu stood up and did not continue playing chess. He put his hands on his back and walked to the side of the pavilion. He looked at the 10,000 meters tall waterfall and said meaningfully, "The world is in chaos. All living things are suffering." Lu Zhou rose to his feet as well and moved to stand next to Chen Fu. He looked at the waterfall as well as he said, "If all living things are chess pieces," came to the side of the pavilion. He looked at the 10,000-meter waterfall and said meaningfully, "The world is heating up. Time and all living things are suffering." Lu Zhou also stood up and came to Chen Fu's side. He also looked at the waterfall and said, "If all living things are chess pieces, then you can refuse to be a chess piece. It's easier said than done." "Haven't you already done it?" Lu Zhou asked. Upon hearing this, Chen Fu looked at Lu Zhou from the corners of his eyes and laughed. "You're just a great venerable master. Your understanding isn't deep enough." "Not necessarily," Lu Zhou said. "Oh, cultivation and vision are two different things," Lu Zhou said. Chen Fu smiled and asked jokingly, "Then do you know how vast the sky and the earth are?" "The sky has 9 places, the earth has 9 regions, the sky has 3 chun, and the earth has 3 forms. The surface of the universe is infinite, and the end of the universe is infinite." Lingxian, Yan Mu and Hua Yin looked at Lu Zhou, who spoke with brimming confidence. Chen Fu asked again, "Infinite?" Lu Zhou remained silent. Based on his knowledge, with the ability of humans, they could not explore the edge of the universe. This was the same even in the cultivation world. Chen Fu nodded. "That's a unique insight. In that case, the Great Void is also one of the chess pieces." Lu Zhou shook his head and said, "Perhaps. There's no one in this world who holds the chess pieces." Chen Fu was slightly stunned. He turned around to look at Lu Zhou. After a moment, he finally asked, "Tell me, why did you come looking for me?" Lu Zhou replied, "I heard that Great Saint Chen has mastered the art of resurrection." Upon hearing this, Chen Fu's expression turned a little strange. Then, he ignored Lu Zhou and turned to Hua Yin before he said, "Hua Yin, send the guest away." "Understood." Hua Yin entered the pavilion and gestured with his hand. "Please." Lu Zhou shook his head and said, "I expended a lot of effort looking for you. How can you put on airs like that?" "Yan Mu." Hua Yin, The atmosphere became tense immediately. No one in this world dared to speak to the saint in such a manner. Even the 6 venerable masters of Great Han had to put their dignity aside when they saw Chen Fu. Although the person in front of them was a great venerable master, saying such words was no different from courting death. Chen Fu was neither happy nor angry. No one knew what he was thinking. Lu Zhou continued to say, "Everyone respects you because of your status as a great saint. If one day you're no longer a great saint, how do you think they'll treat you?" Needless to say, if that happened, people would rush to trample Chen Fu under their feet. There were many cultivators at the foot of Autumn Dew Mountain waiting to see Chen Fu. Some of them were denied entry and would come again and again, bearing gifts. Outwardly, they were filled with reverence and admiration, but inwardly, they had many complaints. This was how humans were like since ancient times. Chen Fu replied, "I still have my 10 great disciples." Lu Zhou chuckled. In regard to disciples, no one was more qualified to speak than him. He said, "I have 10 great disciples as well. They're all outstanding and famous. However, I was betrayed in the end as well." Upon hearing these words, Hua Yin's expression turned slightly unnatural. He hurriedly fell on one knee and said, "I'm loyal to Master. The sun and the moon can be my witness." Lu Zhou turned around and glanced at Hua Yin before he said, "You just revealed what you intend to hide." "Hua Yin," Chen Fu laughed. It sounded bright and gentle. He asked, "Have you ever reflected on yourself? Does it matter if I have or haven't? Can you guarantee without a doubt that he won't betray you in the future?" Lu Zhou asked as he stared at Chen Fu with a burning gaze. This conversation made Hua Yin nervous. Yen Mu's heart had been pounding in his chest for a long time now. He felt as though he was sitting on pins and needles and that he was going wet himself. Chen Fu frowned. "Aren't you afraid of me?" Lu Zhou looked at the waterfall with an indifferent expression and said confidently, "It's unlikely that there's anyone who's a match for me in the 9 domains. Yen Mu and Hua Yin. His bragging is too much." Even Chen Fu laughed when he heard Lu Zhou's words. He said, "For many years, everyone who saw me was nervous and afraid. As time passed, I feel like everyone is wearing masks around him. They don't dare to reveal their true thoughts. They don't dare to tell the truth, and they don't dare to disobey me." Beads of sweat appeared on Hua Yin's face. Chen Fu continued to say, "You're a great venerable master. How about we spar? If I'm in a good mood, I'll tell you the method of resurrection. What do you think?" Lu Zhou looked at Chen Fu, trying to guess Chen Fu's intention. Chen Fu said, "Don't worry. It's just that an interesting person appeared when I was bored. I haven't felt so excited in a long time." Lu Zhou nodded. "All right." Chen Fu vanished into thin air. In just a blink of an eye, he appeared above the waterfall. Hua Yin and Yen Mu looked at Lu Zhou and Chen Fu with widened eyes. A great venerable master agreed to spar with a saint? Isn't he overestimating himself? Is he fearless or ignorant? Is he looking for trouble? Yen Mu was still in shock when Lu Zhou flashed and appeared above the waterfall as well, standing across from Chen Fu. "Please." Chen Fu slowly raised his hand. The waterfall seemed to freeze for a moment as a bead of water turned into a water sword and shot out. Then, Chen Fu pushed his hand out. Swoosh! The waterfall began to flow backward, forming water alls that hung upside down and pierced straight into the 9 heavens. Then, the water sword tore through the void toward Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou could feel the power of force unique to saints. It was indeed far superior to that of a venerable master. Nevertheless, this move of the great saint was not very remarkable. It was just returning to the basics and relying on the power of the Tao. Lu Zhou cast the power of sight and saw the water sword. If it were not for his divine power, he would not have been able to see the water sword at all. Everything seemed to slow down as he moved slightly to the side to dodge the water sword. The water sword flew past Lu Zhou and circled back to him. "Golden Lotus?" Chen Fu's voice rang out. In just a blink of an eye, Chen Fu appeared in front of Lu Zhou and pressed his hand against Lu Zhou's chest. Lu Zhou frowned as he felt a strange force trying to devour him. It was as though he was about to be dragged into a bottomless abyss. Impeccable card. Buzz. The golden Buddha's body was not big. It was just enough to shroud Lu Zhou's entire body. The dazzling golden Buddha's body kept the devouring force at bay. Clank, 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 thump, thump, thump. What sounded like morning bells and evening drums rang in the air, causing the entire autumn dew mountain to tremble. At the foot of the mountain, the cultivators who had come to visit raised their heads one after another. They looked at the mountain peak in confusion. A loud bang sounded before the barrier of autumn dew mountain trembled. Then, it suddenly expanded, sending all the cultivators outside the barrier flying back. Whether it was a renowned big shot, an expert from a major sect, or a person with high status, all of them were sent flying without exception. After a moment, the barrier shrank, returning to normal. After the cultivators landed, they looked at the autumn dew mountain fearfully before they hurriedly prostrated themselves on the ground. We apologize for incurring the saint's wrath. Please forgive us. We don't mean to disturb the saint. Please show mercy. All of them disregarded their rank and status, kowtowing over and over again. Chen Fu frowned, puzzled. He tried to press his hand against Lu Zhou's chest, but found that he was stopped by the golden Buddha's body. Lu Zhou looked at Chen Fu and calmly said, "Great saint, you have the ability to move mountains and fill the sea." The waterfall was still flowing backward. When Chen Fu sparred with others, he would usually defeat his opponent with one move. Since a long time ago, the people from the Great Void aside, cultivators from the 9 domains were nothing to him. In his opinion, no one would be able to withstand a single blow from him. He had decided to use 3 consecutive moves today since he could sense Lu Zhou's confidence. As expected, he was right to do so. The first move was the water sword. It missed. The second move was the palm strike. It was ineffective. The third move was something that had been long prepared. It was the 10,000 feet tall waterfall. Swoosh! At this time, all the water at the peak of autumn dew mountain flew toward Chen Fu, forming water swords that spun like a vortex in the sky. Then energy swords began to appear as well. Following that, the water swords and the energy swords fell from the sky like icicles. Bang! 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 They rained down like a storm on the mountain peak. Miraculously, the swords evaporated before they landed on the pavilion. Chen Fu did not dodge. He stood calmly watching Lu Zhou. The swords whizzed past Chen Fu and Lu Zhou's ears and the tips of the noses. Chen Fu did not mobilize his primal chi at all. He only hovered in the air, looking as though he was not doing anything about the energy swords shooting at him. Lu Zhou was the same. He did not seem like he was doing anything about the water swords at all. This move was a test of their courage and insight. It was also a test of their extreme control. The duo was completely unharmed. At this moment, the waterfall began to fall in the right direction, and everything returned to normal. Yen Mu and Hua Yin looked at the duo with dumbstruck expressions on their faces. After a moment, Yen Mu bowed and said, "Saint Chen's strength is heaven-shaking. It's truly awe-inspiring." Yen Mu did not understand the battle at all, but he was certain that Chen Fu had won with overwhelming strength. Hua Yin shared the same thought as well. He bowed and said, "Master is still as strong as always." Chen Fu ignored their flattery. Instead, he asked in a frown, "Are you really just a great venerable master?" Lu Zhou flashed and appeared near the stone bench in the pavilion. Chen Fu returned to his original position as well. Lu Zhou looked at the chessboard and asked, "In your opinion, who won?" Yen Mu and Hua Yin. This? Chen Fu hesitated for a moment. He thought he might be embarrassed because he was a saint, but since he was a saint, how could he not have this bit of magnanimity? Hence, he said, "I lost." Ah! Yen Mu fell backward. Hua Yin's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at his master. Chen Fu said, "In the 9 domains, there isn't anyone who's able to dodge all 3 moves. Even someone from the Great Void wouldn't have been able to dodge it as perfectly as you did." Chen Fu thought Lu Zhou would thank him, and with that, everyone would be able to keep their dignity. Contrary to Chen Fu's expectations, Lu Zhou said, "They're just petty tricks. If I were to truly use my strength, I'm afraid I'd hurt you." Yan Mu's eyes rolled back. "I'm going to faint." Chun Fu laughed, looking like an amiable old man. His laughter sounded exceptionally happy. He did not give an excuse nor defend his loss. A loss was a loss. Lu Zhou said, "The method of resurrection." Chun Fu nodded. However, his voice was filled with regret as he said, "There's indeed a method to resurrect the dead that's out of this world. It's a cultivation method that defies the heavens. Alas, humans can't cultivate it, not even I can." "Not even you can do it?" Lu Zhou frowned. "There are things the heavens forbid. These things are almost impossible to achieve. For example, reversing time and resurrecting the dead." Chun Fu said, "More than 30,000 years ago, I traveled everywhere. I left my footprints all over the 9 domains. I was a beggar, a peddler, a soldier, a woodcutter, a high-ranking official. Why do all experts like talking in such a manner? It's extremely boring." Finally, Chun Fu said, "When I was in the Black Lotus domain, I heard about something that could bring the dead to life. This thing is called the Resurrection Scroll." "The Resurrection Scroll?" Lu Zhou asked skeptically. "Rumor has it that it can break the shackles of heaven and earth. It can defy the will of heaven and grant eternal life. Once you use the scroll, you'll suffer heaven's wrath," Chun Fu said. Then, he paused and said in a lowered voice, "If you're not careful, you'll be consigned to eternal damnation." Chun Fu's voice regained its gentleness as he continued to say, "There's nothing in this world that can be obtained without a price. If you want something, you'll have to pay the price. The price of bringing the dead back to life is very high. Who do you want to revive by looking for this scroll?" Lu Zhou said with a sigh, "My wicked disciple is mischievous and committed a fatal mistake. A master is like a father. How can I just stand aside and do nothing?" Chun Fu, who was a master himself, looked at Hua Yin and empathized with Lu Zhou. He pointed at Hua Yin and said, "Everyone says my 10 disciples are amazing. However, even I, a saint, can't live peacefully. If they commit a mistake like your disciple, perhaps, I won't be as broad-minded as you to look for the resurrection scroll." Hua Yin kneeled to show his loyalty. "Master, you worry too much. Even if I die, I won't ask you to look for the resurrection scroll." Chun Fu looked at Hua Yin and said, "All right, I'm not blaming you. Why are you so anxious?" Despite Chun Fu's words, Hua Yin still looked nervous. Lu Zhou thought Hua Yin was not bad and could be considered talented. In terms of eloquence, the only disciples of his who could compare were Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong. As an elder, it was inevitable for him to make comparisons. Lu Zhou collected his thoughts and asked, "Where can I find the resurrection scroll?" Chun Fu did not answer immediately. Instead, he waved his hand. A boy rushed over from the forest and carefully put away the chess pieces and the chessboard on the table. Chun Fu was no longer interested in playing chess. His expression was solemn as he asked, "Are you sure you want to find the resurrection scroll?" Lu Zhou nodded without any hesitation. Chun Fu sighed before he said, "The resurrection scroll came from a powerful cultivator. His actions were unprecedented. In order to break the shackles, he went against the heavens and studied the path of cultivation. He was truly peerless. 100,000 years ago, with his strength alone, he moved the mountains and filled the seas, getting rid of the imbalance." "What a pity!" Chun Fu trailed off. Lu Zhou frowned. "What's there to pity?" This ancient saint's cultivation method was too unique, so people thought he was a demon and called him the Unholy One. Lu Zhou? Lu Zhou recalled the item he had just obtained, the Hourglass of Time. If he were to believe Yu Qi's words, the hourglass was a demonic relic. He wondered if the Unholy One whom Yu Qi mentioned was the same Unholy One whom Chun Fu mentioned. Lu Zhou asked, "So where did he go?" Chun Fu shook his head and said, "These are all taboos in the Great Void. According to the rules, those who mention this will be banished." Taboos? Lu Zhou did not care about being banished. Chun Fu only said, "Evil and unorthodox methods aren't tolerated by the world, so they're naturally taboo. Lu Zhou asked again, "Where's the scroll?" "You can look for it in the Black Lotus domain," Qin Fu replied. Lu Zhou rose to his feet and looked at Qin Fu. After a moment of silence, he said, "I would like to invite Saint Chen to come with me." As soon as Lu Zhou's voice fell, Hua Yin instinctively raised his head. Yen Mu's eyes widened in shock. The atmosphere turned tense and strange. There was an indescribable sense of oppression. Qin Fu said, "I have an agreement with the Great Void to not interfere with the affairs of the outside world. Since you're from the Golden Lotus domain, I should have banished you from here. I only told you this because you dodged 3 of my moves." Lu Zhou asked, "You intend to make an enemy out of me?" Qin Fu laughed out loud before he said, "If that's the case, the 6 venerable masters of Great Han would have arrived long ago. I wouldn't even need to make a move, and you wouldn't have been able to escape." Lu Zhou also laughed out loud. Then he said, "Great Saint Chen, you've been in the Twin Lotus domain for too long, so you don't understand the changes outside. If it really comes to that, I won't show any mercy as well." Lu Zhou stood with his hands on his back as he spoke. His bearing was dignified, and his aura was mysterious. Initially, Qin Fu thought Lu Zhou was just a great venerable master who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. He thought Lu Zhou could add some fun to his boring life. However, after that 3 moves, he had changed his view and thought Lu Zhou had some skill and was just a little arrogant. However, now he thought that Lu Zhou was just blindly arrogant. Is he really just blindly arrogant? Qin Fu studied Lu Zhou. After a moment of silence, he said, "There's no need to be so hostile. You're a guest after all. Prepare the tea." Qin Fu's words showed that he treated Lu Zhou with courtesy and also acknowledged Lu Zhou's ability. Yen Mu inhaled deeply before he shifted his gaze from his idol to Lu Zhou. He wondered inwardly, is he for real? How can he just blindly challenge a saint? Hua Yin was inwardly shocked as well. His master's status was self-evident. Even if someone from the Great Void came, they might not be served a cup of tea. For his master to treat the other party with such respect meant that the other party was not simple at all. He had always trusted his master's judgment, so he said, "Understood." Before long, the tea was served. "Please sit," Qin Fu said. It was worth noting that he used the word, "please." Lu Zhou sat back down and did not stand on ceremony. After talking so much, his mouth was indeed a little dry. After sipping the tea, he could taste the sweetness in the bitterness of the tea. The bitterness spread on his taste buds before the faint sweetness kicked in. Qin Fu said, "There's a sacred relic in the Great Void called the Scales of Justice. If I make any unusual movements, the scales will be able to detect it." "Scales of Justice? Even with the imbalance, it can sense you?" Lu Zhou asked, slightly surprised. Qin Fu sighed and said, "The Great Void's actions can't be judged by common sense. If I want to leave, they naturally won't be able to find me. However, if I leave, chaos will definitely descend on the world." Lu Zhou remained silent. Qin Fu said, "I'll give you more hints." Lu Zhou also became more polite with this. "Please speak." If he was shown respect, then he would naturally return the favor. Respect was mutual. Qin Fu said, 30,000 years ago, a venerable master from the Black Lotus domain obtained the resurrection scroll. You can start looking from there." Lu Zhou was stunned. "Lu Tiantong?" Qin Fu sighed. "So much time has passed, so I can't remember his name. Perhaps his surname is Lu." Lu Zhou. This is awkward. After expending so much effort to look for the resurrection scroll, don't tell me it's the scripture of sermons? It's right under my nose all this time. In all honesty, in his quest to find a way to bring the dead back to life, he had been walking on a tightrope. It was dangerous. Even if he had 1,000,000 merit points, the person he had to face was still a saint. If he had met a petty saint, they would have already started fighting. He could indeed deal with a saint if he had all his item cards. However, he had to consider the other venerable masters as well. At this moment, a green-clad cultivator's voice rang from afar. Reporting to the saint, Sect Master Qiu Wenjian of the Seven Stars Sword Sect requests an audience. Chunfu nodded and asked, "Did he bring the item?" Kawanjian said he had brought the item with him. "He's at the foot of the mountain. Let him in." "Understood." Yen Mu. "The world is truly small for enemies." Lu Zhou asked in confusion. "A mere sect master of the 7-star sword sect has the right to meet a saint like you?" At this moment, Hua Yin took the initiative to explain. "It's said that Xiao Wanjian obtained a rare treasure. It's a good opportunity to broaden one's horizon." "A treasure that can even catch a saint's eye?" Lu Zhou's curiosity was piqued. Hua Yin smiled. "The item is called the purple glazed ceramic. It came from the Pillar of Destruction in the Unknown Land's Great Abyss.